Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. It was windy. Very windy, and she was glad for the cloak her brother gave her. Renji stood by her side wearing a duplicate of the same scarf. She shivered as she sheathed her zanpakuto back on her hip where Sodi no Shirayuki rested. They were standing in a desert, and mostly deserts were supposed to be hot, but this one was cold and windy and the dirt got everywhere. Her brother must have known this when he gave her the scarves. But it didn't matter, her friend was gone. Oriheim Inoue. And Rukia had a debt to pay. Oriheim saved her life and now it was Rukia's turn to save Oriheim. Oi! She called out to her orange-haired friend. Rukia! Renji, he cried, watching the ice slowly break and knowing exactly whose attack that belonged to. His raven-haired short Shinigami friend. Ichigo, Chad, and Ishida had all gone without Rukia and Renji to Hueco Mundo. The two Shinigami were forced to stay by their commanders. I was only commanded to bring you home, what you do from then on is none of my business. Byakuya Kuchiki said, handing her two cloaks and turning to walk away without another word. Rukia now stood staring at Ichigo with a confident grin. She was by his side once more, and this time with her brother's courage in her heart. Rukia punched Ichigo hard in the face once she reached him. Renji followed with a swift kick to the poor teen's head. What the hell? He shouted, cupping his cheek. You left without us. Rukia screamed, she was irritated. Yeah. Selfless prick. Renji shouted above the cruel wind. Ah. Woth this? A tiny little girl with greenish-white hair poked her head out from behind Ichigo's leg and smiled a big toothless grin. Okay, maybe a few teeth. She looked like a toddler and had a hollow mask on the side of her face. Rukia raised an eyebrow at Ichigo and backed down to the tiny girl. Ah, Rukia, Renji, this is Nell. He rolled his eyes at the little girl. Pleased to meet you, Nell, Rukia spoke softly, giving the small girl her hand. The tiny toddler took Rukia's hand harder than expected and smiled, pleased to meet you. Now that introductions are over, let's head on in. Ichigo said, looking at the dirty buildings. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Everything was happening so fast. The minute they finally entered Hueco Mundo, they split up, much to Ichigo's dismay. He thought it was the worst idea, but Rukia fought with him. She said that he needed to stop worrying about her, that she could take care of herself. He tried to believe what Rukia was saying was true, but it just continued to bug him as he ran down the thin, endless hallways. Ichigo. Ichigo halted to a stop at the familiar voice. He swirled around only to see a crying Nell running towards his way. DMN it, Nell. What the hell are you doing over her? You need to be safe outside. I couldn't let you leave, Ichigo. The tiny toddler cried, jumping onto him, knocking him off balance for just a moment. He grudgingly took the tiny toddler with him, unable to leave her alone as he continued to run down the thin hallways searching for Oriheim. They made a pact before they left. Everyone, they promised to come back alive. They had promised each other before all of them going on their separate ways. He was worried. It was itching the back of his neck. His friends weren't close to him so he could protect them, and that made him worried. Rukia got her powers back not too long ago. She was still freshly healed, of course he was worried. She was powerful, but her power doesn't match these Arankar. He paid close attention to their Ryutsu, making sure to keep a close watch on his Nakama's Ryutsu the most. If he concentrated hard enough, he could feel it run through his veins, her heart beating in tune with his as he ran. She was running too, it seemed. And then he felt a Ryutsu not familiar. Someone strong, very strong. Ulquiorra. Ichigo hissed, turning around. Nell, get back. Ichigo said, setting the toddler down. She did as she was told. So, we meet again. He spoke in that silky voice. And he felt it. Rukia's Ryutsu flared at incredible rate. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Kaien, Dano, her heart fluttered. Her eyes must be playing tricks on her. Kaien, Dano was dead. Kuchiki. His voice was just as she remembered it, sending chills down her spine. She killed him, as much as she'd love to see him standing in front of her well and alive. She knew it couldn't be possible. And especially how he taunted her and how he told her to claim the heads of her teammates. Kaien, Dano would never hurt his comrades. She hissed. The fight began. He flew at her but she blocked. They continued to throw attacks at each other, while he continued to throw taunts at her, trying to throw her off guard. This man was definitely not Kaien, Dano, especially not after her attack that revealed his face in the sunlight. He was a monster. The final blow came, they both threw their most powerful attacks at each other. He was dead and Rukia collapsed. Her breathing was ragged and she lay bleeding in pain on the floor. I can't die. She whispered to herself, I can't die, I have to save Inoue. But she could feel her body grow numb. Everyone's faces came into view and she felt tears start to prickle at the corner of her eyes. I can't die alone. But she was dying alone. She could feel Ichigo's Ryutsu flaring incredibly high. He was in a fight, he wouldn't be coming. She closed her eyes trying to fight and stay alive, but just by keeping her eyes open was taking all of her energy. She thought she was already dead when she heard footsteps. Heavy-paced footsteps. She opened her eyes only to find her vision was blurred. She felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck and her eyes closed, this time forcefully. XXXXXXX. DMN. Ichigo was losing energy fast. He was distracted. Rukia's Ryutsu was gone. He couldn't feel it anymore. Ah, pity, your Shinigami friend is dead. Ulquiorra taunted. Ichigo hissed in pain as a blow to his head threw him on the ground. Ichigo. Nell screamed, tears quickly springing to her eyes. Nell, go to the others. Ichigo chalked out. He couldn't let Nell see this, she was just a baby after all. Nell numbly nodded and ran desperately searching for help. Now, where were we? Ichigo ped that grin. Ulquiorra was not impressed. He came at Ichigo with the final blow, knocking Ichigo out cold. Humph, easier than I thought. He sneered at Ichigo's prone form. XXXXXXXXXXX. You got them both. Aizen said, stroking Rukia's naked thigh. Her body was laying on a stretcher naked and an IV tube in her arm. Any wound or cut on her body was gone. Orihime was forced to heal them both. Of course she complied with no complaint, only that she wanted to know why her friends were laying unconscious on a stretcher. Ichigo was brought into the room not too long ago. They were both unconscious and the experiments began. What do you think will happen? Ulquiorra asked, watching the experiments on the dark-haired Shinigami begin. I want to know its power between a human and a Shinigami. Not just a human but a Shinigami human. An especially strong one. If we can keep them here long enough, we will create the child and know its powers and strengths. We can use it as their downfall if we can get it to be strong. He smirked as the needles probed Rukia's skin for blood samples. He was optimistic that this experiment will work. Any updates? Aizen strolled into the lab, watching several of his scientists running around with paperwork. Hi, we have failed 4 times with her, but the 5th time was a success. Rukia Kuchiki is now PRGNT. He smirked, looking at the 2 unconscious people. This was going to be lovely, finally things were going his way. These experiments weren't supposed to be for anyone's profit but his own. He wanted a strong breed, and this has never been done before. And since she was the only female Shinigami to walk into his trap, then she should be the holder. All he wanted was the orange-haired human boy and a female to bear it. Didn't matter who, as long as she was a Shinigami. He walked up to Rukia's unconscious body and smirked. You are just being used for all of my plans, aren't you, girl? This boy is nothing but trouble and yet you still stay. Interesting. XXXXXXXXXX. Requesting backup, requesting backup. Renji Abarai shouted into his headpiece. They were getting torn up out here in Hueco Mundo without Rukia and Ichigo. Nobody knew where they were. They knew they were alive because of their steady and even Ryutsu, but it seems as if they have been captured. Backup approved vice captain of the 6th squad. A voice spoke over his headpiece. Renji explained how Inoue was taken there by Okuiora, proving that she is not a traitor. Also Byakuya Kuchiki was not about to sit around once he found out his sister has been captured. He gathered up captains and vice captains to go. Plus some of the 11th Division came to help Ichigo. They infiltrated Hueco Mundo, getting everyone out fighting who they needed to and even rescuing Orihime. They didn't win, but they were just there to rescue who they needed. They weren't ready for war yet. Captains Kenpachi, Histagaya, Yukitake, and Vice Captain Hisagi and Matsumoto, let's go. Byakuya Kuchiki said, leading the way to go gather Rukia and Ichigo. They broke through the doors only to find several scientists gasp. They knew they had been lucky to get this far without any real fighting, but if they didn't move quickly then they would be stuck fighting. They just weren't strong enough yet. All those who were left were in this very room trying to Rukia and Ichigo back. Everyone else was sent back home where the injuries on the others were being treated. Byakuya used Senbanzakura to take down all of the scientists in the room. Hitsugaya and Matsumoto ran to the files to destroy any research data that could provide useful on the two lying unconscious on the bed. Yukitake and Kenpachi ran to Ichigo throwing a captain's cloak over his prone body. Vice Captain Shuhei Hisagi ran to Rukia quickly using Captain Yukitake's captain's Hayori to cover Rukia up and pulled the ivy sticking out of her arms. He picked her tiny body up and looked at everyone else. They were all ready. Byakuya nodded to everyone and they all shunput out of there, making sure not to get caught. They only had to take down a few weakling espadas, but that was all. They had made it out safely and were now back at Soul Society, safe and sound again. Hisagi carried Rukia to the 4th Division and Kenpachi carried Ichigo there also. Byakuya and the rest went straight to the 1st Division, ready for a long meeting to fill the head Shinigami about the latest news and how everyone was doing. They set Ichigo and Rukia down on some beds for Unohana to take a look at. Thank goodness you all came back safe. I can't say much for the others, but they will pull through, she said to Shuhei and Kenpachi. But mainly just Shuhei, because when Unohana turned around Karaki was gone. She smiled softly and reached over to Rukia, gasping slightly at her pale skin. Ichigo looked fine, so she tended to Rukia first. Aizen, could you help me with Ichigo please? Shuhei nodded solemnly, knowing that those two were going to be okay, and left the 4th Division. Unohana checked Rukia's vitals and cleaned her up, running some tests as well as Ichigo. Aizen, come here please. Retsu spoke softly, but the strain in her voice was evident. Captain? Aizen asked as she walked behind her captain on the computer. Ichigo and Rukia were resting peacefully. Well, Ichigo will be fine, he's just had so much sedative as well as Rukia, so they should wake up soon, but... It seems they were doing experiments on Rukia. What kind of experiments? She was almost afraid to ask. It seems they have impregnated Rukia, but not only that, but they made Ichigo that father. They used their DNA and extracted it into Rukia to be the carrier. This is dangerous. They were trying to create a strong baby by putting some powers into this child, but in doing so it caused several miscarriages for Rukia. But it seems this time it worked, but I don't think it has that much power as they wanted it to. So Rukia is... Yes, Rukia is with child. We can't abort it without her permission, but we do have that option should she feel the need. What the hell? Ichigo suddenly shouted, sitting up straight looking around. Unohana and Aizen looked at him in alarm. Kurosaki, you're awake. Yeah, what did I dream about? He asked, rubbing his neck. I don't know, how are you feeling? She asked, checking his pulse. Fine, what happened? He asked and spotted Rukia lying in the bed next to him. Rukia. How is she? Her Ryutsu disappeared, so I went to go find her, but I got knocked out. Unohana smiled. Ichigo, she's fine, but something happened. They tested on you too. Tested? He averted his gaze to the girl no bigger than his younger sister Yuzu. It seems they were trying to create a strong being. Ichigo. Rukia is carrying a baby. What? He whispered, sitting up higher. Not only that, but Ichigo, they used your DNA, you're the father. Sheet. Nothing was making any sense, this had to be a dream. 1 minute he was searching for Rukia, the next he wakes up to find he's a father and he's still a virgin. How does that work out? His head was beginning to hurt. He lay down and stared at the ceiling. Kurosaki? Aizen asked. No, let this sink in, it's going to take some time. I want you to keep an eye out on Rukia for me, alert me right when she wakes up, she needs to know. Unohana instructed, walking off back to the computer to do some more research. It has been about an hour since Ichigo woke up. He sat in complete silence staring over the room and at Rukia watching her sleep. He just kept thinking about everything, how everything was going to change now. He looked up when he saw Byakuya Kichiki enter the room. Sheet, just what he needed. Byakuya spotted him. Kurosaki, what has happened? He asked, looking at his motionless sister. Ichigo looked away, not answering. Byakuya opened his mouth to ask Ichigo once more when Retsu walked in. Ah, Captain Kichiki, I was wondering when you'd show up. She smiled, walking over to Rukia's bed, checking her over. What has happened here, Captain Unohana? She stops what she's doing and looks up at Byakuya. She examined him for a moment and nodded. If you want to know, then please, come with me. She said, taking him into another part of the room where the computer was. Alright, please sit, would you like some tea? She sat down herself, motioning for the other captain to sit across from her. When he did but refused the tea, she continued, Captain Kichiki, when Ichigo and Rukia were captured, they were tested on more Rukia than Ichigo. They just wanted Ichigo for one thing. That was DNA. They wanted his DNA, hoping to create a strong breed with the team. In order to do that, they would need a host, a womb if you will. You see, they created a strong child from both Ichigo and Rukia's DNA along with some powers from the Arrancar. Byakuya, do you understand what I'm saying? Rukia is pregnant with Ichigo's baby. For the first time in a long time she heard the male captain draw in a puff of air. Please, Captain Unohana, destroy it. Destroy the child, it can't go on, right? It must be dangerous. Please destroy it. She closed her eyes and reopened them seconds later. I can't do that to Rukia. It's not necessarily a threat as long as it's under the right parents. Now if the child were to be raised under the Arrancar, then dangerous, yes it would be, but in Soul Society it would grow up right. And I can't destroy the baby without Rukia's consent. This is her choice now. We just have to wait until she wakes up. They both turned as a fit of coughing was heard and a male voice yell. They both ran back to the room where Ichigo and Rukia were and found that Rukia was now awake and coughing. Ichigo was patting her back. Retsu rushed to Rukia's side, pushing Ichigo away gently, and moves a shot into Rukia's arm. Rukia's coughing fit subsided almost instantly. She lay back down exhausted. Rukia's body was just cleaning out the excess sedatives they gave her, so that shot I gave her should help control the cleaning process. Ichigo silently sat back on his bed, knowing exactly what was going to happen next as he watched Byakuya stand at the end of Rukia's bed and Unohana sit next to Rukia on her bed, taking her tiny hand in hers. What's wrong? Rukia asked, sitting up again, looking around at everyone. Ichigo was avoiding her eyes. Byakuya was staring at her, but she couldn't read anything, and Unohana had a sympathetic look. Rukia dear, when you were captured, they tested on you. Tested? I'm not sure I understand. You see, Rukia, you are a host. They used Ichigo's DNA, knowing very well that they could create something strong using his DNA. They weren't sure if it would work, but apparently they were trying. Please, Captain Unohana, I don't understand. Rukia said, pulling her hand back, feeling uncomfortable. Rukia, you are carrying Ichigo's child. You just so happen to be an easy prey that they could test on you. They poured their Ryutsu into this FTS trying to make it powerful. A CNCPTN between Shinigami and human Shinigami is powerful enough, but add some Arrancar Ryutsu and you have an all-powerful child. The power was too much, causing many miscarriages. They lowered the power level, only allowing to give you a tiny bit. The impregnation was a success. You Rukia are indeed PRGNT. Rukia looked like she was slapped across the face minus the pain. Her eyes were wide and looked confused. She turned to Ichigo for answers, but he refused to look her way. Rukia, get rid of it. Destroy the child before it gets out of hand. Byakuya interrupted. Rukia was silent. Captain Kichiki, please do not pressure her. This must be hard enough. Unohana scolded softly and stroked Rukia's hand. Ichigo finally looked up but regretted it immediately. Rukia's eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. He felt exactly as she felt right now. How could this all happen? He, a 15-year-old teenager, was going to be a father, and he was still a virgin. And what about Rukia? She was going to be a mother. And not just a mother, but a mother to his child. This was all too much to take in. Rukia, whatever you choose, nobody will look down on you. Nobody will make you suffer for the choices you make. Whatever you choose will be what you think is right and not what anyone else thinks should happen. Rukia looked up at her brother, begging him with her eyes for acceptance. He nodded. She's right, nobody will look down on you and everyone will be here to help you along the way. Whether it be emotionally or physically. The small Shinigami reached down and placed her tiny hand over her stomach. You mean a baby? Is in here? She whispered. Unohana smiled, yes. A life? A real baby. Technically it isn't a baby yet. Byakuya cut in. Captain Kichiki. Unohana scolded, actually frowning. I'm keeping my baby. Rukia stated firmly. Unohana showed no shock. Byakuya pursed his lips and Ichigo's eyes widened. What right do I have to take its life away? Even though I was forced into this, I still feel wrong if I kill it. No, I'm keeping it. It feels right for once in my life to save this child's life. And Ichigo, I know I'm not giving you much say in this, but you don't have to do anything but just stay my friend. She smiled softly, staring at Ichigo. Rukia, I will always be your friend, no matter what. But right now, I think I need to be alone. Ichigo stated and got up off the bed. He gave everyone one last look and left the room. Don't worry Rukia, he's just a kind himself, this must be hard for him. Give him time, he'll come around. Retsu said, standing up, now since you are deciding to keep this child, then we need to prepare a few things. First rest, get all the rest you need. When you wake up hopefully Ichigo will be ready to talk. You two shall discuss what you two will do, if you are to stay in Soul Society or if you will continue your duties down on Earth. But whatever you decide, it will wait. Now rest. She smiled, walking away. I will be by later. Rest well. Byakuya Kichiki said, turning around swiftly, and he too left, leaving Rukia alone on the 4th Division's recovery bed. And for once in her life she didn't feel lonely, because as she laid there with her hand on her stomach she finally felt close, warm, and content with a new life growing in her womb. 2 days has passed since Ichigo and Rukia have last spoke, the day they found out about Rukia's unexpected PRGNNCY. Ichigo kept his distance from the tiny Shinigami and stayed with Rinji. It was now apparent that Soul Society was worse than high school about gossiping and rumors. By now everyone in Soul Society knew about Rukia's PRGNNCY, that was the gossip. The rumor was how Rukia got PRGNNT. The orange-headed teen kept his distance from Rukia because of the embarrassment and awkwardness. He couldn't leave Rinji's place without becoming bombarded by a million questions about how Ichigo managed to keep their love affair a secret and disguise their love child as an experiment from the Arrancar. It was awful and made it awkward for the both of them. Rukia was losing patience with Ichigo. She gave him 2 days to relax and think, but now her patience was wearing thin. So she set off to find the teen. They needed to talk. It wasn't until noon that she found Ichigo at Renji's while he was away at her brother's office. She let herself in because the front door was unlocked. The house was just as she remembered it to be, but now it seemed quieter even though she knew someone was in here. She treaded to the living room where his couches and seating lounges were kept. There he was. The brat lay lying down on the couch with his eyes closed. Rukia rolled her eyes and walked over to the couch. When he still didn't notice her, she kicked his legs. He sat up quickly, shouting some obscenities until he noticed that it was Rukia who kicked him. "You can't ignore me, Ichigo. That isn't right. I was being nice and gave you more than a day to think about this, and you still haven't come around. You JRK. She shouted, hands on her hips. "I'm sorry. I was just anxious. I couldn't really get around to it." Rukia sighed and pushed his legs off of the couch sitting next to him. "I know what you mean," she muttered. "I've been inside the whole time because of the goddamn and gossip going on around here." "How are you feeling?" he asked suddenly. She looked at him curiously for a moment before answering, "I'm okay. I'm nervous, and wondering if what I did was a smart idea. I think what you did was brave, because taking on a child because they were going to kill it was brave. This was forced on us, and now instead of pushing it away you chose to be responsible. It's more than I can say. Is it going to change between us?" she asked, looking at the coffee table intently. "Possibly, but right now I'm okay. After thinking about it, I've come to realize that you are just doing the right thing." "What are we going to do?" "You mean when we go back to the real world?" "We?" She looked at him incredulously. "You are coming back. Right?" He sat up slightly, brows furrowed. "I figured you wouldn't want me to." She looked away to look at her hands. Ichigo sat up completely from his lying position and looked at her as if she slapped him. "Rukia, you are my friend. I like when you are around, and so does Orihime and the rest. You're one of us, Rukia." Rukia smiled a real smile and turned back to him. "Then how do we tell your father I'm a Shinigami and that I'm carrying your test baby?" Ichigo rubbed his forehead and cursed lightly. He drew his legs up in an Indian sitting style. "I guess we'll have to tell him that we had unprotected SEC, it's better than telling him the truth." He added quickly when he caught a glimpse of her face. "So in other words, in order for me to come back you want me to be your slutty teenage knocked-up girlfriend?" She didn't sound impressed. "Well, my girlfriend in the eyes of my family." "Slutty? Not even close. Things happen and my father knows this. He's a doctor and he understands. We'll be okay. Besides, I think we'll be okay at school as long as we tell no one and you wear heavier clothes. At school we won't get too close, but at home we'll only do what we need to." "Does that sound decent?" he explained, thinking this through as he went along. "Sounds like a well-thought-out plan, but what about after the baby is born? How is this going to affect us? Your family? Our fighting hollows? We'll play it by ear. This is hard on me too, but I think we'll be okay." He was for once being the optimistic one. Ichigo was surprised to see her look down and take interest in her hands once again. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "Rukia, you didn't do this. But if you have never have met me, none of this would be happening." Her voice was breaking, something he hasn't heard since the day she left him to go back to Soul Society. "If I have never met you, I'd be dead by that hollow, and so would my family," he said to her sternly. She looked back up at him. "I never said this aloud, and I don't think I've ever said it, but Ichigo, I'm really scared." He sighed. "I am too. Worst part is, we can't even tell my family that this wasn't our fault. Tomorrow, we'll tell your father tomorrow about this. I'll be with you so you won't have to do it alone. I have some more news," Ichigo said, suddenly standing up. "What?" she asked in alarm. "Nell. What are we going to do about Nell? She's just a baby and has nowhere to go." Should we ask Nisama for help? Well, it couldn't hurt, after all, what could get worse than the puddle of mud we're in now? He laughed bitterly. Do you think your father will accept me and the baby? She knew she was changing the subject, but she was so upset and worried that Nell was the least of her problems. He rubbed his forehead again, sighing, I don't know, I've never had a baby before. Well, hey, let's not worry too much and try to get some sleep. I'll be by in the morning, we'll head back home tomorrow morning. She said, smirking and standing up. Ichigo nodded and let Rukia out, saying good night to her. He really did try to not worry, but it kept bugging him. After all, he was only 15, not even out of high school yet. This felt like a vicious nightmare that just continued to get worse. He lay down on the couch imagining what his life was going to be like now, but it was hard to imagine, so he let his mind wander. It took him a while, but he finally fell asleep with the horrible words his father could possibly say to him swim around in his head. DMN. He and Rukia had one hell of a day tomorrow. Ichigo and Rukia stood in front of the Kurosaki clinic dreading their next steps. The clinic was closed today, so they didn't have to worry about Ichigo's father getting interrupted. Don't be so nervous, we're in this together. Ichigo heard Rukia say next to him. He smirked slightly. He knew she was just as nervous as he was. If not more. I'm not that nervous, doofus. He said, taking another step closer to the house. Do we have to tell him? We have to tell him eventually. Since you live with us, it's going to be hard hiding it. What are we going to say when you grow increasingly fat? That earned him a punch. What do you mean fat? Well, all women get fat when they're pregnant. He yelled, not believing her anger. Then again, she always gets angry over nothing. We do not get fat. We are carrying unborn children and only have a big belly. That doesn't mean we're fat. Her hands were on her hips and she was scowling. Geez. I can't tell if you're having mood swings or if you've always been this touchy. He muttered, walking up to his house. She ran up to him trying to kick him, but he just continued to walk ahead of her until they reached the front door. Are you ready? He asked, turning to look at her. Since I woke up to my brother telling me it's time to go at 4 a.m. I think I've been ready. I've had my mind set and I think this is what we have to do. But, do you want me to tell your dad? Since this was after all my idea to keep the baby. No, I'll tell him, you just sit. He's my dad, so I'll know all of the right things to say. He took a deep breath and opened the front door to his house. ICHIXRUKI. Rukia. His younger sister Yuzu called from the kitchen. How was your trip? She asked them. They had told his family they were going on a class trip when they left to Hueco Mundo. It was fine, Yuzu. Listen, can you and Karen take off for a few hours? There is something I need to talk to Dad with. He said, rubbing the back of his neck again. Sure, Ichigo, do you want us to take Rukia also? She said, stepping out into the living room. No, that won't be necessary, thank you. He said, smiling softly. A few minutes later, Karen and Yuzu left the house after saying their goodbyes. Right after them came Ishii and Kurosaki, and Ichigo stiffened next to Rukia, who were both sitting on the couch. Rukia, you're back. How was your trip? Ishii shouted, smiling from ear to ear. Rukia smiled warmly and answered, fine. Ishii sat down across from them on the other couch. So Yuzu said you wanted to talk to me. I hope you're telling me you've decided to marry Rukia into our family just like I've wanted from the beginning. Ishii was overly enthusiastic. Ichigo blushed but didn't scold his father, mainly due to what he was going to tell him. Something like that. Ichigo answered, looking down. Are you two dating now? Ishii grabbed Rukia's hand, surprising the poor girl. Welcome to the family officially, Rukia. Ichigo will soon ask you to join us in the family by name later on. Dad. Ichigo was starting to lose patience. Well, are you two dating or what? Ichigo took a moment to answer, so Rukia did it for him. Yes, Ishii, we are. Congratulations. He was smiling from ear to ear. Then I think it's definitely a good idea to keep you two split apart at night. Dad. Ichigo warned. Wouldn't want anything to happen. Dad. I know how teenagers are, their crazy hormones and all that. Dad. The last thing we need is babies popping up around here like crazy. Dad. What? Ishiin finally gave Ichigo his attention. Ichigo looked ready to pounce on his father, but it seemed he was doing everything he could to control his temper. It's what we need to talk about. No, Ichigo, I told you. Even though you two are dating, I still want Rukia in with the girls. Dad, you see, He took a deep breath and sighed loudly, looking his father straight in the face. Dad, Rukia's pregnant. He blurted it out so fast that it was hard to understand. Wait, what? Rukia sighed. What he means to say is that I'm pregnant. She finally spoke up. She regretted it. Ishiin didn't move a muscle, but his eyes were wide. Ichigo was stiff next to her and shifted slightly. She began fidgeting, feeling uncomfortable. Nobody spoke for what seemed like ages. You're joking, right? Ishiin's voice was hoarse and barely above a whisper. Dad, we wish we were, but no, why would we joke about something like this? How far along are you? He asked, turning to look at Rukia. Rukia gaped for a moment and then stuttered, oh, Her hand instinctively went to her flat stomach. About a week. Do you realize how young you two are? No, scratch that, how stupid you two are. Did you even use protection? Did you even think about the consequences? Did you guys even stop to think that if something like this should happen, what you two would do? Ichigo rarely heard this serious tone from his father. And he hated it. He wanted so badly to tell his dad the truth, but instead he had to sit here and look like a fool. He truly felt like an idiot teen when in reality they were forced into this. It was awful. Rukia was a woman and wouldn't have to deal with this with those around her at Soul Society, but here she was a young girl, a tiny 15-year-old girl who has done something wrong. In the eyes of society, a young girl pregnant at the age of 15 was labeled as a slut. Did they know their story? Nobody knew their story and nobody would know. This was going to be hard for the both of them, and it took Ichigo this very moment to want to be there for Rukia, to be strong for her, to be strong for himself. He looked up and locked eyes with his father and laced his fingers with Rukia's shaking fingers. Ishiin Kurosaki saw this bold movement and sighed, placing his head in his hands. Rukia, I accepted you into my family, loving you like a third daughter. The twins accepted you and took to you just like an older sister, grasping onto your every word. You have changed Ichigo's attitude, even though you may not see it. Rukia, he looked up to stare at her, you truly are a savior to this family. And, this is going to be hard and maybe rocky at times, but if it were to be anyone that was in this spot with Ichigo, I'm glad it's you. And we will be there for you. Ishiin stood up and hugged Rukia softly, shocking Ichigo. Congratulations. He whispered in the tiny girl's ear. He stood up and looked at Ichigo. Rukia, you can go do whatever you want, but Ichigo and I need to talk. Rukia nodded and stood up, leaving the two men. She went straight to Ichigo's room, feeling awkward and tired. Dad, look, we just when we were away we got caught up and couldn't stop. Ichigo began, feeling nervous without Rukia. Ichigo, I know I always joke around with grandkids and you needing to find a girlfriend and all that. I do it because I know you're smarter to realize that you're too young to be having unprotected sex. Did you? Did what? Have unprotected sex? Yes, like I said, we got caught up and didn't stop to realize the consequences, or that we need a condom or anything, we just couldn't stop. This felt weird, making up a realistic lie when he and Rukia haven't even kissed. Worse, he was still a virgin. He didn't know about Rukia, but he knew he certainly was. He should have told his dad the DMN condom broke, maybe that would sound better. We don't have the room for a baby, Ichigo. Ishiin muttered into his hands once again. Ichigo sighed and leaned into the couch. I know, Dad, if it makes it easier then I will quit school and get a job. Rukia and I can be out by the end of the month. He wasn't planning on moving into an apartment, rather going to Soul Society, try to become a full-time Shinigami there or something. Ishian looked up quickly. Ichigo, don't. I love you. I would never willingly make my son quit school so he can move out. That is the worst mistake ever. I think, we'll have a room made down here in the corner of the house. In that space over there. Ishian pointed to a little dark corner where some books were kept. If we widen that space and have a room built that could be your room along with Rukia's. The twins can have their own room now. For now just keep Rukia in your room since the damage is already done, there's no need to separate you now. He laughed bitterly. Dad, thanks. We need someone right now. We need an understanding and helpful hand. Ishian stood up and pulled Ichigo up, roughly pulling him into a giant hug, and for once Ichigo allowed his father to touch him. You'll be okay, son. As long as you two love each other, then you'll be alright. Rukia doesn't have any family for support, but she has us. And I will do everything in my power to help my only son. It took Ichigo a moment to digest what was said. As long as you two love each other, then you'll be alright. Did he and Rukia love each other? Were they going to make it? Ishian slapped Ichigo hard on the back and began to walk away. I love you, Ichigo, even though you're a royal spoiled brat and a pain in my butt. He yelled, walking away. Ichigo smirked and went the opposite way up the stairs to his room where he was sure Rukia was. When he opened the door to his room, he found Rukia on his bed laying up against the pillows, lost and no hand on her stomach. Yes, he knew at that moment he loved Rukia. He wasn't in love with her, but he loved her. She was someone he would fight and protect for, and he was pretty sure that she loved him back to some extent to put up with his fussing and constant scowl. Yes, they would make it. Thump. Ichigo rolled over, shivering slightly. He wasn't sure what had woken him up exactly, but he was pretty sure it was how cold the room was. Thump. Thump. DMN it, what the hell? Ichigo muttered, rolling over harshly only to see that his bed buddy had stolen all of the sheets. The thumping came from her hand resting on its elbow, teetering back and forth on the wall, causing that thumping sound. It's been 3 weeks that they became bed buddies, and Ichigo was growing tired of it. She hogged the sheets, kicked him, and moved constantly. She never stayed still, and to make matters worse, she sometimes talked in her sleep. Mostly incoherent shit. Go back to sleep, Ichigo. He heard her groggy voice break out in the silence. I can't, you stole the DMN blankets again. He grabbed the blankets and pulled them roughly, stealing his blankets back easily. He covered Rukia up and himself before falling back down on high pillow that was not there anymore. Angrily he sat up again, ready to burst a vein when he saw that Rukia had somehow stolen his pillow in that split second. He yanked that away too. The baby needs comfort. She complained when he pulled the pillow away. The baby is in your stomach, Rukia, not your stupid head. He lay down once more, happy to have his warmth and comfort back. But annoyed to have such an annoying bed buddy. He wasn't sure when he fell asleep, but he woke up again, but this time the sun was shining through the window. He heard wrenching noises coming from out in the hall. Rukia must be having her morning sickness, he thought as his head turned towards the open door leading to the hallway. Rukia so far has only had morning sickness 3 times. This time making it her 4th. His dad was going to be her doctor, making sure to examine her every month, and yesterday was her first examination. Ishian told her that her PRGNNCY should go well since there seemed to be no problems right now. But it was still very early. But so far everything was good. He listened as the toilet flushed and the sink run. By now she was probably washing her mouth. In a few minutes she'd crawl back into bed. Just as he predicated, she walked into the room and shut the door. Morning. He croaked. She looked at him surprised, but then calmed down. She lay right next to him and dug deeper into the warm bed. Morning. She finally said once her head was buried underneath the sheets. Guess what? What? He tried to ignore her so he could go back to sleep, but she was always persistent in the mornings. Today I'm 4 weeks PRGNT. We should think of names for out baby. She popped her head out and smiled up at him. It's not my baby. He grumbled, scooting away from her. It was too early for baby naming. Rukia pouted, "Of course it is. Now if the baby comes out with silver hair or something then you can say it's somebody else's." She teased. It was a game they joked about. Whose baby it was. Ichigo was happy and excited about this baby even if he didn't show it. He was worried, anxious, and scared but he was excited. When he was grumpy with Rukia he would tell her it isn't his baby but she knew his game and his moods. "Sometimes I think you have worse mood swings than I do, Ichigo." Ichigo rolled his eyes and rolled away from her. Much to his displeasure he felt her hands attempting to tickle his side. He jerked away from her and placed a pillow in between them. "You're worse than when I have to babysit my aunt's kids." Rukia didn't answer but she sat up in bed and placed her hand on her stomach looking down rubbing in soft circles. "I like Mamoru Kurosaki which means courageous friendly first son. Mamoru means protect just like his daddy's name." She smiled. Ichigo rolled over and watched her for a moment smiling softly. "What makes you think it'll be a boy?" "Well if she's a girl then I'll name her, Haruka Misaki Kurosaki which means spring flower and beautiful blossom." She looked at him wondering what reaction she'll get. "After my mom." He sat up. "I've never met your mother and I've heard such wonderful stories about her. I only hope that our baby grows to be like her." Ichigo watched her rub her still flat stomach. "She's gotten into such a habit of doing that. Whether she's a girl or a boy, our baby is already the center of our universe." He lay back down but scooted closer to her. "Oh so now it's your baby?" She teased laying back down. "Only for right now, later today it'll be yours not mine." Rukia punched him in the stomach and got up from the bed. He curled up grasping his stomach and watched her leave the room slamming it as she left. "Good morning Rukia." Ishiin shouted at the breakfast table as Rukia walked down the stairs. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. "How are you doing? I heard you getting sick this morning." Rukia blushed lightly, hating to feel weak. "Yes, how long will this last?" she asked sitting down picking up a piece of toast. It was just her and Ishiin right now. He was drinking coffee. "I actually want to know too." Ichigo appeared at the kitchen entrance and sat down next to Rukia. She ignored him. "Well each woman is different, some end at the end of their first trimester. Some have it all the way through their 9 months. Like I said each woman is different." Rukia just groaned and bit off another piece of toast. "Great." Ichigo mumbled but gasped when he felt a sharp pain on his foot. "Try eating toast, crackers, and lots of ginger ale. Drink plenty of fluids, that'll help." Ishiin smiled as the two fought silently. Rukia's cell phone chirped suddenly. She reached in her dress and pulled it out of her bra. Excuse us Ishiin but Ichigo and I have to go now." She smiled running away from the table with Ichigo in tow. Ishiin raised an eyebrow watching them leave. He knew Ichigo was a soul reaper, but was Rukia? He didn't think so, but now, he wasn't so sure. He knew the girl lived in his son's closet because he could sense her but she didn't have any spiritual energy. He never kicked her out because of the attitude changes she brought out in his son. Now he thought he sensed spiritual energy but if she did have some, then she was concealing it, something his son just did not know how to do. When they asked if Rukia could stay with them he gladly accepted knowing Ichigo would just keep her in that unhealthy closet again. She just had to be a soul reaper, why else would they run off like that from a sudden cell phone beep? Rukia and Ichigo tumbled into his room. He pressed his badge to his chest and popped out of his body. Rukia was about to do the same when she felt a hand on her wrist. "No way, just like old times you get on my back and just watch," he said sternly. "But do you really want to question our baby's life?" That shut her up. She climbed on his back and off they went. It really was like old times. Rukia stood on the sidelines directing Ichigo, telling him to watch out, calling him an idiot when he didn't listen to her. It was a rather easy hollow for Ichigo, so he took it out quickly, but before the hollow went it struck Ichigo hard across the back, giving him a deep gash across his back. He groaned out in pain and landed on his knees. It really wasn't that bad, but his male pride was hurt more than anything. He heard tiny footsteps coming his way and looked up. Rukia was running towards him with tears in her eyes. She fell to her knees and hugged him tightly, careful not to touch his wound. "Oh Ichigo, you're so stupid. I was so worried about you," she cried, clutching onto him tightly. Ichigo could only sit in surprise. Rukia didn't cry, nor does she get worried over him. "It's okay Rukia, it got me by surprise, that's all. I'll be fine once we put a band-aid on or something." She sniffed and looked at his wound, more like a foot-long band-aid. "I'll be fine, come on, don't cry," he said, standing up, bringing her up with him. He winced as he felt a sharp pain on his arm. Rukia had just punched him. What the hell was that for? "I am not crying. I had something in my eye." She swirled away from him, walking ahead. Ichigo rolled his eyes and walked after her. This was going to be one hell of a 9 months, he could already tell. When Ichigo got home, Rukia was nowhere to be found. He quickly got in his body and wrapped his upper torso with thick gauze so he could apply pressure on the wound. He'd ask Rukia to heal it later, but right now she seemed sad. He walked downstairs to hear the TV on and some giggling. Curious as to what it could be, he followed the noise only to see Rukia lying on the couch with his sister's hands pressing onto her stomach. "And there's a baby in there?" Yuzu asked. Ichigo leaned against the door frame watching the scene. "Yes. How come you aren't fat yet? Dad said you are 1 month now. So shouldn't you be fat?" Karen asked. Rukia shrugged. "Well, the baby is still growing, it's just a FTS right now and hasn't really developed into a baby yet. Soon I'll have a belly and you'll be able to feel the baby kick." Rukia giggled. "So you mean you and ICHIXRUKI actually had SEC? That is so gross." Karen muttered. Rukia and Ichigo both blushed. "Well." She sat up smiling, that evil little glint in her eye. Ichigo hated that glint. "It is gross. Ichigo is such a horrible kisser. And he isn't romantic at all, Anne." A hand was clapped tightly over her mouth. "Rukia, I'm so sure my sisters want to know that I'm a horrible kisser, and how would you know?" he whispered vehemently in her ear. Rukia laughed and said goodbye to his sisters as Ichigo pulled her away. "What's wrong Ichigo? We're supposed to be acting like a couple, right? You know, not at school, right? Nobody can know your PRGNT," he said, pushing her into his room. "Not even Orihime?" Rukia asked, sitting on the bed ignoring Khan's exasperated cries. "Especially not Inoue. I like her, but DMN, she's got a mouth. She doesn't realize it, but she's a talker. I just know she'll mistakenly blab it to Tatsuki and then Tatsuki won't believe it and ask someone else, like say some other girls who talk to you. Trust me, it'll just get ugly, so don't say anything." He sat down at his desk and pulled out his biology book. Rukia plopped down on his bed frowning. "Humph," she muttered, "I was hoping to tell at least Orihime. If you do, I'll castrate your little butt." "Hey Ichigo, who are those guys?" Rukia asked, sitting up on her knees looking out of the window, letting the dress she was wearing ride up dangerously high. Ichigo gulped and tried not to notice her thin strong legs with that perfect milky skin tone of hers. "Ichigo?" she repeated. The teenager looked at her and felt stupid for getting lost in his lust-filled hormonal mind and climbed on the bed next to her, looking outside. "Oh, they're here to start on our room." "Oh yeah." She moved from the window and laid down on his bed, careful not to lie on her stomach, not knowing what could happen. "I'm really sorry you're stuck with me, Ichigo. You know, maybe later on, I can leave and you can tell your dad the truth." "That's not necessary," he said, still looking out of the window. "I enjoy your presence even if you are a pain in my butt. My family loves you and I'm content. The baby was none of our faults, we just have to protect it. I know those BSTRDS will want it back." So we will do our best in protecting it, and it's a good thing we're stuck together because I wouldn't be able to protect the baby without you here. Do you really think they'll come back after the baby? I'm almost positive. Why would they waste their time trying to create a baby and then allow us to take it away? I'm sure they're waiting a few months after the baby is born, or maybe even a year after, so it'll grow a little before they snatch it away. He moved away from the window to sit next to her laying body. Rukia didn't say anything, but Ichigo knew by the way her hand trailed down to her stomach that she was worried about their child. He was worried also, but he wouldn't let anything happen to either Rukia or the baby. And for once he did something he would never do before. He lowered his hand to her hair and stroked her softly, letting his fingers slide through her silky raven strands. "We'll be okay." Those were the words she heard before Rukia fell asleep, letting his hand calm her to sleep. Soothing her, forcing her to calm down. And she did. Rukia finally allowed herself to relax in the arms of her best friend. Her nakama. In your head, in your head. Zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, hey. What's in your head? In your head. Zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, 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 oh, do, 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 do. Another mother's break-in. Heart is taking over. When the sixth lens causes silence. We must be mistaken. It's the same old theme since 1916. In your head they're still fighting. With their tanks and their bombs. And their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. Whack. Ichigo sat up in bed. Glaring at his alarm clock. He hated when Rukia set the alarm to the radio. It took him forever to wake up with music because he would begin dreaming about it. He got up from his bed and rubbed his eyes and then stood up yawning while stretching. It was a morning routine he did every morning. He turned around to look at Rukia. She was still curled up in bed with her hair splayed all over the pillow. He'd take a shower and then wake her up. He grabbed his school clothes and left to go take a shower. He loved his morning showers. He would allow the scalding water burn his skin, heating the aches and tension out. Since he hardly got any time to think, he would use his shower time to think. So, in about 7 months he was going to be a 15-year-old dad. His 11-year-old sister, who would be 12 by then, were going to be aunts, and his dad was going to be a grandpa. And Rukia, who looked like an 11-year-old, was going to be a mother. He had to admit he was happy, but why did this have to happen now? Why couldn't it happen years later? He would have been ready. Rukia was now 2 months pregnant. Her moods were sometimes hilarious to him, but sometimes just irritating. And her food cravings. Last night when they were doing homework, she asked him for key lime yogurt and chocolate chip pancakes with strawberry syrup. It wasn't that strange, but she had just had some rice for dinner. So it was irritating for him to have to go make her food. He finished his shower and dried off. He pulled his school uniform on and brushed his teeth. Now it was about time to wake Rukia up. He stalked into the room and shook her shoulder softly. She wouldn't move. "Hey Rukia, come on, it's time to get ready for school," he said, nudging her a bit harder. She rolled over and pulled the sheet completely over her head. "I'm not going, I don't feel good," she mumbled. "Is it morning sickness? Because that'll go away in a few hours." "No." "Then what is it, Rukia?" "I don't have time to play with your goddamn mood swings." He knew he was being a bit too harsh, but he was irritated that she was being so lazy that she wasn't even going to school. When she didn't answer, he slammed his fist on his desk and shouted a curse word at her. "Fine. Fail school, I'm not bringing you your FNG homework." He swung around, grabbing his book bag, and slammed his door shut. But he didn't leave yet. He leaned on his door and pressed his ear to the door and listened. It was then that he heard it. A suppressed mmm and some sniffling. Rukia Kuchiki was crying. He felt a pang of guilt and lifted himself off of the door and walked downstairs to see his sisters eating breakfast with his dad. "Hey Dad." "Morning, son." Ishiin smiled at his son. Hey Dad. I think something is upsetting Rukia. She isn't going to school today. Ichigo said quietly as to not scare his younger sisters. Alright, I'll head up there once I drop the girls off. Do you want a ride? No, thanks Dad, see you later. Ichigo said, waving to his family, walking towards the front door. Bye Ichigo. Bye Ichi-nii. It took Ichigo about 30 minutes to walk to school today because he kept feeling that guilt in the pit of his stomach. Had he really made her cry? From yelling at her? He always yelled at her. He was just a little grouchy from lack of sleep, that was all. Good morning Ichigo, the busty reddish blonde said cheerfully when Ichigo threw his bag down next to his desk. Hey. Morning Ichigo. Kigo yelped, jumping onto Ichigo's desk and fell straight back onto the floor from Ichigo. It was like that all day. Ichigo was quiet and even grumpier than usual. At lunch he called home. His father said to not worry and hung up on him. But from his tone it sounded like he should worry. He tried to get through the rest of his day at school, but Rukia was on his mind all day. The way she had cried when he slammed the door. He felt awful. And why wouldn't she go to school? And now why did his father sound worried over the phone? By the end of school Ichigo ignored everyone at school and left. He didn't even notice that Orihime had walked up to his desk to ask him if he was alright. He just brushed past her and walked straight out of the classroom. He made it home and burst through. His father was on the couch and it seemed that he was waiting for him. Dad? Ichigo asked, coming closer to the couch. The girls are at your grandpa's. They won't be back for a few days. Ichigo. He stood up and walked over to his son and placed his hand on his shoulder. Look, just comfort her. Ishiin left the living room, leaving Ichigo alone. I don't understand. He walked upstairs slowly, anticipating what was going to happen. What was going on? So many horrible things floated through his head. Something happened. Something is wrong. Something horribly wrong happened. He stopped at his door and heard crying once again. Now he was starting to get worried. Rukia didn't cry over nothing. He opened the door to see her on his bed, slouched over with her face held in her hands. Rukia. He shut the door silently, but it was loud enough for her to hear him enter. She looked up and immediately her face crumpled and fresh new tears began to spill from her giant round dark violet eyes. She stood up and was cradling her head against his chest in second. He wrapped his arms around her, not really sure what to do, what could be happening to make her feel like this. What's wrong? He asked, feeling a sickening feeling well up in the pit of his stomach. She sniffed and wiped her tears away, looking up at him. Our baby. What about it, Rukia? What's wrong? Panic was seeping out of every syllable now. God, please don't let anything be wrong without baby. He silently prayed. Another sob escaped her throat, making his own throat hurt from holding in his pain. We're losing the baby. No. He backed away from her only to watch as her weak body crumpled to the floor without his strong body to hold her up. No, you just, but. He turned around and left his room, leaving Rukia's crumpled form on the ground, crying her already abused heart out. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he was sure that he had to get away from here. He ignored his father's yells and tried to rid himself of Rukia's pained cries, but her voice was forever plagued in his eardrums. He continued to run until his legs and lungs just wouldn't move anymore, and he collapsed on the ground, lying on the grass, breathing hard. He wiped his eyes and gasped lightly. He didn't even notice he had tears running down his cheeks. I know this is hard. But you shouldn't have left her. How did you find me? I just had a feeling. His father had followed him all the way out here and was now sitting next to Ichigo. I can't go back to her right now. I feel like such a fool. For leaving her. I would too. Not only that, but I grew so attached to it, and it hurts so much to hear that it's dead. Worse, I just left her to deal with this herself when I'm sure she needed someone to be there for her. He wiped his face and put his regular scowl on. You're right about that, Ichigo. That was selfish. I know you are just a kid, but Ichigo, so is she. When a mother has a MSCRGE, it's not just losing a FTS, it's losing a baby, a child that you created, a baby that was going to be a part of your life. His dad took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a long draft. There was so much that he would love to tell his father. That he and Rukia aren't a couple, that they were only friends, that they were forced into this. That every night, well, almost every night, he'll sneak out to go slay hollows. Every time he leaves for a long battle, he wants more than nothing to tell his father, I'll come back, I won't die this time, but he just can't, for he knows that will mean several hours worth of explaining. And right now Ichigo wanted to tell his father that this baby was not conceived normally. Instead it was a test, and that they chose to care for it. And now they lost the baby. Ichigo stood up suddenly and turned to his dad. Thanks. I'm going to her now. And he ran back home. He ran as fast as he could until he reached his house and ran straight upstairs. When he opened the door, she was still on the floor, but this time her head was resting on the bed, crying softly with her legs curled up underneath her, resting on the floor. Ichigo walked up to her and plopped on the floor next to her. I don't know what you're feeling, but I am hurting. I was scared at first, but now. I was sure I wanted that baby. When she didn't answer, he continued, I'm such a fool for leaving you, Rukia. Please, don't cry, we'll be okay. She finally looked up and wiped her tear-stained cheeks. We just lost our baby, Ichigo. How are we going to be okay? This was awkward. They weren't married, so he couldn't just tell her, we'll make another baby, because they weren't involved. They wouldn't make another baby the right way. This was their only chance at having a child. Does it hurt? He asked silently, giving his hand to her to clutch, hold, and just have someone to be with her. Yes. But I think the pain of losing my baby is worse than the pain I'm feeling. Could I have prevented this MSCRGE? She asked, sliding closer to him for his comfort. He gave it to her, wrapping his arm around her thin arms. No, my dad said that 1 out of 5 pregnancies end in miscarriages. For the majority there is nothing you could have done. I've been bleeding for a week and I didn't tell anyone because I was scared and worried, Anne. I thought it was normal. I've never been pregnant. She muttered into his chest. God, Rukia. He tilted his head to see her trembling slightly. You should have told my dad, there is nothing you can do for a MSCRGE. But maybe he could have helped you out in some way. He came to see me today, I told him I was fine, but he didn't believe me and pulled me out of bed. He asked me some questions which I answered and did a sonogram. Turns out that my body was rejecting the baby. He heard her voice choke at that. He told me that he wasn't sure why it was rejecting the baby so late on, but he said he'd find out for me. That's about the time when I left to go upstairs and just sat there for a few hours until I finally cried. Rukia? I'm sorry. I really wanted this baby, I was looking forward to it. I was actually setting aside my selfishness for this baby. I may be only a teenager, but I'm sure with the both of us we'd be okay. I felt so connected to the baby, and finding out that it's dying, that I'm having a MSCRGE, really hit me hard. I'm sorry I yelled at you this morning. He really felt like an but. Thank you for being here with me. She clutched onto his hand tighter, feeling herself grow tired. Once Rukia fell asleep, Ichigo allowed himself to fall apart. He held her tightly and cried silently. He wanted this baby. He could feel Rukia and himself growing closer in more than one ways, and he liked it. He wasn't scared to leap further into the future with her, and he certainly wasn't afraid of taking her hand and protecting her along the way. But now, he was terrified that they would separate once again. That their relationship wouldn't get better. He liked the idea of Rukia being the mother of his child because it gave him a sense of pride. Even if they weren't together, he was almost positive that sometime they would come together just like now. And with a child, they would scold the baby for doing something bad, They would kiss the baby's tears away when it was sad, when it had a nightmare they would allow it into their bed, when the baby needed to be hushed to sleep he was sure Rukia would sing a lullaby and make fun of Ichigo for attempting to sing. But they would be a family. They would have help and encouragement from his family, from her family, all of Soul Society. They would watch it grow into a wonderful and strong person and perhaps their relationship would grow. Ichigo wasn't entirely sure yet if he had feelings for Rukia, but he was sure that he was glad that it was her carrying the baby and not someone else. But now, none of that mattered because their baby is dead. It hurt to say the truth, but yes, the truth did hurt. Ichigo wiped his tears away and stood up, being careful not to wake Rukia. He picked her up and set her down on his bed, lying down next to her, hugging her to his chest tightly. And just like a baby she clung to him tightly. They had fallen asleep around 4 in the afternoon, but around 7 in the evening Ishii and Kurosaki burst into the room, making Ichigo jump up from surprise and away from the tiny girl sleeping next to him. She sat up too, rubbing her sore eyes. "Dad!" Ichigo scolded, but whatever was said seemed to be drowned out by Ishii running to the bed and taking Rukia's hands. "Rukia, you're still PRGNNT. Rukia, you're still PRGNNT." Ishii shouted, shoving black sonograms at her. "What?" Ichigo whispered, looking at the photographs. "How, but the MSCRGE?" She croaked, picking up the sonograms. "Look here," Ishii said, pointing to a tiny peanut shape in Rukia's womb. "This is your womb, this peanut is your baby." "But then, what is the blood?" Ichigo asked. Ishii looked down. "You see, Rukia, you were PRGNNT with twins. The other twin was much bigger and blocked me from seeing this little guy right here, but I'm sorry you lost the other baby." "Twins?" Ichigo whispered, setting his legs down on the floor, picking up one of the photographs. "I'm still a mama." Rukia smiled, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. Ishii laughed, hugging Rukia. "Yes, you're still a mother. We're going to do another PRGNNCY test just to be absolutely sure, all right? Here," he said, handing her a tiny stick with a bubble on the end. "I'm so sorry you lost your other baby." But Rukia was happy to have at least one baby. She cupped her face again and cried. She cried for her lost baby and the child that she was still going to have. And even Ichigo had to wipe some tears away, giving Rukia the benefit of the doubt. He got up off the bed and told her that he'd be back. He wanted to give her some time. He shut the door and smiled at his dad. "I think she'll be okay now," Ichigo said, rubbing his eyes. "I've rarely seen her cry. Like really cry. I've seen her shed some tears, but never like this. It's different for a woman. They become one with the baby once they find out they're PRGNNT. It's like they know days after being conceived. Did I ever tell you that your mother had a MSCRGE? What? No, you haven't. It was horrible. 2 years before your mother found out she was PRGNNT. 4 months into her PRGNNCY she knew something was wrong immediately. We took her to the hospital only to find out that she was going into labor. Your mother was giving birth to a dead baby. It tore her apart, so she didn't want any more kids, but like I said, 2 years later she found out she was PRGNNT again. Of course you made it fine and you were her star. It's very hard for someone to lose a baby even if it is just 2 months old. Do you think badly of us?" He had to be sure, he had to have his father's assurance. That was what he wanted most, was the acceptance of his father, not just support but his acceptance. Ishii walked away towards down the stairs. Ichigo was at his heels. "I can't say I am proud, but no Ichigo, I don't think any less of you or Rukia. I am happy you are having a baby and I am to some extent proud, but Ichigo," he turned around to face his son, "I think it's way too early. It's one hell of a ride." Ichigo sat down on the couch with his father following him, sitting also. "What is it like to be a dad?" "It's a FNG ride." Ishii smirked, leaning back, grabbing his tea that he left on the coffee table. "When your mother was alive she helped me so much, but when she died, it was hard. You were spoiled rotten and a pain in the butt." He laughed at that, "but you turned out all right. You're still a spoiled beach, but I love you." Ishiin roughed up Ichigo's hair, earning a punch to his arm. I am not a spoiled beach. Ishiin was about to say something when he saw Rukia approach. He held up some tea for her, which she gladly took. She set down the tiny PRGNNCY test on the coffee table and sat down across from Ishiin and Ichigo. Her eyes were slightly puffy, red, and her cheeks were tear-stained. We'll know in about 15 to 30 minutes if you for sure are PRGNNT or not. Ishiin said, looking at Rukia's tiny shaking shoulders. Ring. Ring. Ichigo stood up to answer the phone. Hello? Yeah, we're okay, thanks. Yeah, just something happened. No, we're fine. Ichigo paused for a moment. Yeah, she's fine. Yeah, just something happened. Nope, I'm telling the truth, she's perfectly fine. A longer pause this time. No, I don't think so, she's too shaken up right now. Okay. Alright. I'll tell him. Alright, bye. Ichigo hung up the phone and came to sit next to Rukia this time. That was the twins. They were worried about you. They say hi, Dad. See, why can't you be like the girls, Ichigo? They like me and say hi to me. Ishiin whined. Ichigo rolled his eyes, but it felt good to hear his father's joking voice again. Ishiin, thank you so much for what you are doing. Rukia finally spoke up. Ichigo and Ishiin stopped arguing and looked at the tiny girl shivering. Ichigo grabbed a thick blanket and put it over her shoulders. Rukia, you're like another child to me, I'm more than happy to help you. Are you okay? He asked, standing up, coming to sit next to her, concerned for her shivering. I'm fine, just cold. She answered. Ishiin felt her forehead, cheeks, and looked at the inside of her mouth. You'll be okay once you get some sleep, you're just in shock right now. Ishiin watching Ichigo sigh and look at the little PRGNNCY test sitting on the table. Dad? What does this mean? Ichigo asked, picking the little stick up. Ishiin took it and looked at it for a moment. Rukia looked up anxiously. Congratulations, Rukia, you are still PRGNNT. Ishiin cried, hugging her and showing her the PRGNNCY test with 2 little lines. Finally Rukia released the breath she didn't even realize she was holding in. Okay, now we're going to run some tests after you get your rest to see what kind of vitamins to get you on. So Miss Rukia, you need to head to bed and rest, really rest. You need it for the baby. When Rukia passed Ichigo, she stopped for a second as if debating her next moves and then swirled around with a small smile on her face. She wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered in his chest, "Congratulations, Daddy." She smiled once more at his blushing face and left down the hallway. Yes, congratulations, Daddy. Ishiin smiled, patting the couch for Ichigo to sit down. He plopped down next to his dad, blushing. What? Are you that embarrassed to show affection for your girlfriend in front of me? She's he was close to saying, she's not my girlfriend, but he knew in his father's eyes she was his girlfriend. She's not too comfortable about public affection, I'm not either. He said instead. Well, if you are a true Kurosaki, then you'd be making out in public by now. Ishiin laughed, standing up. I'm proud of you, son, you handled everything so calmly. I don't know. I was panicking. Rukia was just emotional. She's hormonally imbalanced. She's bound to be emotional. Get ready for a bumpy ride of her emotions, Ichigo, this is just the beginning. Good night, son. His father said and walked down the hall to go to bed. Ichigo leaned against the couch for what seemed hours just thinking, but he knew he needed to be there for Rukia right now. He got up and went upstairs to find Rukia curled up in bed already. He got in bed and was surprised to find her still awake. I'm so happy yet so sad. She whispered. Ichigo rolled over to face his tiny friend. I'm hurting, but I'm thankful both of our babies didn't die. You must think I'm really weak and pathetic right now. I don't cry, Ichigo, and I certainly don't show too much emotions. Ichigo cupped her chin. Hey, Dad told me you're hormonally imbalanced, it's expected. Plus, you just lost a baby. I'd be angry at you if you didn't show some fucking emotions. He kissed her cheek softly, causing her to blush and silence her with shock. Good night, mommy. He leaned away from her and finally let himself fall into a deep peaceful sleep with Rukia's even breaths lulling him to sleep. They lost a baby and found out that they were still going to have another, and yet life was okay because it seemed they still had each other's friendship. Oh Rukia. Rukia, come here. Come here Rukia, come and eat lunch with us. Orihime called, bouncing on the ball of her feet. Rukia's stomach churned at the thought of Orihime's food. She has been having morning sickness every single day for the past week. Ishian still told her it was normal and some women's bodies react different. She wasn't having much of morning sickness in the beginning of her pregnancy, but now it was coming every day. Even at entering her second trimester a few days ago, she still feels just as bad as her first trimester. Her belly was barely beginning to show. Ishian had told her that worries him, but he's sure the baby is just petite like mom. The tests they take prove that their baby is healthy. They can't tell what the SEC of the baby is yet. Their baby just won't show them. Hello. Rukia. Orihime waved her hand in Rukia's face, breaking her out of her trance. Oh. I'm sorry. Rukia stammered, blushing lightly. Oi. Rukia. Ichigo called, walking over to her desk. Dad needs us home right away. He said one of the twins is sick. Sorry Orihime, but Rukia can have lunch with you on Monday or something. Ichigo said, apologizing to the upset voluptuous girl. Oh, no, if your sisters are sick then go. Lunch can happen any day. Goodbye Ichigo, Rukia. Orihime said, smiling, waving goodbye to go join the rest of the girls for lunch. Ichigo ignored Kigo's whimpering of humph. He always gets Rukia, and walked out of the classroom with Rukia next to him. Once they made it outside and halfway home, Rukia started to rub her slightly swollen belly. You couldn't tell she was pregnant, not unless she was naked or wearing a skin-tight outfit. You'd start to wonder, but she was safe for right now. I was afraid I would have to eat Orihime's food, and I was starting to feel nauseous just thinking about it. Rukia admitted, sticking her tongue out. My poor baby would have barfed too. Stop touching yourself in public. Ichigo scolded, looking around frantically. Rukia giggled slightly, taking her hand away from her stomach. Ichigo, that could be taken in so many wrong ways. Pervert. I didn't say it. But you were thinking the wrong way. So what do you think is wrong with your sister? Rukia asked, looking both ways to cross the street, Ichigo following. Nothing, I lied, you looked terrified. To be eating Orihime's food, and I know how nice you are to that girl, so I lied about this. Thanks Ichigo, I think you might have saved our baby's life. Whatever. He grunted, walking in front of the busy streets of Karakura town towards his house. It was good to see Rukia arguing with him again. For the past month she's been sick from fatigue and aches. She would go to school but played it off real well, but by the time she got home she was too exhausted to do anything, so she slept all day. But now her energy seemed to be returning. Nisama and Renji want me to visit in a little bit. Rukia said, walking down a tiny alleyway leading straight to the clinic. Whatever. He grumbled again, walking up the threshold to the front door. I swear you're moodier than a pregnant mad cow. She pushed him out of the way and walked into the house, smiling at the cool air that brushed past her face. It was the middle of July and scolding hot outside. Dad? Ichigo called when nobody came to greet them. Ichi, look. Don't call me that. He said, turning around lazily to see what his annoying pregnant friend was blabbering about. Wonder what's going on. He said, watching many people he recognized standing outside the backyard. Come on. He said, leading her out to the backyard. Ichigo. His father shouted once he poked his head out of the sliding glass door. Ichigo, you're home early. Dad. What's going on? Ichigo asked precariously as he stepped out into the backyard with Rukia right behind him. The backyard was covered in light blue and pink balloons and congratulations banners everywhere. Food and drinks were lined a long table in the back and his relatives were standing there talking about and eating food. "Dad, what the hell did you do?" But Ichigo knew. His dad invited the family over for he and Rukia. "Is this her?" A woman with blondish short hair and shining brown eyes came up to Rukia examining her. "Oh, she's gorgeous. I've never seen such big eyes before. And what a color, darling, how did you manage to fall for a nephew like mine?" All Rukia could do was stare wide-eyed confused. "Hey Aunt Mitzi, I think you're freaking her out, she doesn't know what's going on," Ichigo said glaring at his dad. "Rukia, this is your baby shower," Ishin yelled, hugging Rukia gently. "My baby shower? But my baby isn't born yet." Rukia started stupidly until Ichigo nudged her imperceptibly. "Baka, it's a party for your unborn baby." Rukia scanned the backyard at the people. A few females were there and a few males, but that was about it. Rukia was wondering why it was so small. Ichigo leaned down after his Aunt Misty started to walk away. "These people are all on my mom's side, my dad doesn't have any family. I guess his mom and dad died before I was born and he was an only child, so there is no more of the Kurosaki family, we are the only ones left. Well, just enjoy this until I can kick my dad's butt, it's a baby shower for you, so enjoy it," Ichigo said and left Rukia to fend for herself as three females approached her. "Oh! Look at her belly." One chirped, pulled Rukia's white school shirt back tightly. "You can barely see it." "How many months, Rukia?" 3. "Come on girls, let me get a good look at my new granddaughter-to-be." An old voice spoke. The three women surrounding Rukia left, leaving Rukia with a tall older man. "You are quite a catch," he smiled gently, taking Rukia's hand. "Ishin and I were just talking about you too." Rukia smiled slightly and averted her eyes to see that the three women that were harassing her were now harassing Ichigo even worse by pinching his cheeks and fluffing his bright orange hair. "He told me about how you came to them with nowhere to go. You know, Ichigo doesn't take well to strangers. Ever since his mother died he's been a real work. We thought about counseling, but now my dear you came into his life." "I'm not sure what you mean, sir." Rukia started slowly, she wasn't sure what to say. "I don't know what you did, but keep it up, it's going to be awfully hard, but by the way you changed him I'm sure you two will be alright." Grandpa Tanaki patted Rukia's hand and turned to leave, leaving Rukia by herself again to think about what was just said. Had she really changed Ichigo? Everything went along smoothly for the afternoon. They ate, talked, passed presents along, and even an embarrassing conversation about Rukia and Ichigo's marriage started. "Well, you two have to get married. You can't have a baby without marriage," Aunt Mitzi protested. "I can plan the wedding," another woman with curly brown hair shouted excitedly. That's okay, that's not until later." Ichigo started blushing slightly, rubbing the back of his head. "They'll be fine with whatever they decide to do, right, Ichigo?" Ichigo groaned, inwardly annoyed at the table where they were eating. "They don't know that we aren't together, Ichigo, just nod and smile, that's what I've been doing all day," she whispered to him. "Well, they all think you're shy, but me, they know I don't talk, so they try to do everything they can to get me to talk to them." "Well, your family seems as enthusiastic and happy as your dad," she said, noticing some little cousins of Ichigo's running through the bushes of the backyard. "I don't know why, they are on my mom's side." Rukia stood up suddenly. "I'm going to the restroom," she leant down to Ichigo and smirked. "Hold my soda, Beach," she whispered in his ear. She smiled politely and walked off. Ichigo wanted to chuck the soda back at her but knew better in front of his family. She and he were watching too much Dave Chappelle lately, and she got that line from a certain skit. Ichigo found it amusing, especially when Rukia used it on him. He knew she was bothered by something, so he left it alone, probably everything going on, especially when she was quiet like this she was bothered. Rukia went to the bathroom but saw two of Ichigo's female young teen cousins in there fixing their hair. She dunked in the coat closet on the other side so she wouldn't be bombarded with hugs and words again and waited for them to leave. "Can you believe, Ichigo?" one of them started. Now Rukia was interested. She strained her ears so she could hear. I know, knocking up a girl. I bet she just stays with Uncle Ishian to use him. She probably had SEC with Ichigo and didn't use protection just to have an excuse to use them even further. FNG tramp. Rukia's eyes widened, so that's what everyone thought about her. All of these praises and hugs and congratulations were all lies. They all thought she was a moocher and a tramp. For as strong as she was, she couldn't help the slight ache in her chest and tears start to spring to her eyes. She was used to being talked about. It happened all the time when she was just adopted into the Kichiki family, but never once did she shed a tear over them, but now, having felt that she had the trust and love of a family, has all turned on her. It hurt. When she heard the two girls leave the bathroom, Rukia got up and left the coat closet. Instead of going to the bathroom like intended, she went straight upstairs to get changed into a khaki skirt and a burgundy shirt. Once she was finished, she climbed out of Ichigo's window, being careful not to do too much activity like jumping. Ishian had told her that that could cause a MSCRGE. She didn't want to go through that pain again of losing someone you love. Even if you only knew them for a short time. Once she made it to the ground, she looked around, making sure nobody was around, and took off running. Rukia had been gone for over 45 minutes and the guests were starting to go on home. They wanted to say goodbye to Rukia but couldn't find her. Good luck, Ichigo. PRGN women are a hassle, but babies are worse. One of his aunts teased. See ya, Strawberry, his female cousin, the one that was in the bathroom, winked walking past him. Ichigo nodded to everyone that left, but after 5 minutes he walked inside in search of Rukia. She was not in the kitchen where his aunt and uncle were doing some dishes. She wasn't in the living room where his grandma was putting their presents in a pile organized. She wasn't in the bathroom, so he walked upstairs to his room to find that it was empty also. He said out loud, Rukia was gone. He searched everywhere in his room for a note or something, anything, but he couldn't find anything. Finally he left his room in search for his dad. Everyone was now practically gone, it was just his dad and his sisters cleaning up the remainder of the backyard. Dad! Ichigo shouted, alarmed. Ishian looked up questioningly. Rukia's gone. Gone. Where did she go? I don't know, I went to look for her and couldn't find her anywhere. She's gone, Dad, I need to go find her. I'll be back. Ichigo shouted, turning to leave, but was stopped by small arms wrapping around his waist. He looked down to see his younger sister Yuzu crying softly. Ichi and I want to come too. Rukia could be hurt somewhere. Stay with Dad, Yuzu, please. Yuzu, Karen, come on, we'll take the car and search. Ishian said, pulling his car keys out. Dad? This was my idea, so I'm going to fix it. I don't know why she ran off, but we'll find her. You take the streets and the girls and I will drive around looking for her. Thanks, Dad. Ichigo said, nodding and taking off, running out the door. Where could she be? DMN at Rukia when I find you. He kept thinking in his head of what could have happened to her while running down the sidewalk towards the park. It was now sunset when he reached the park and spotted her. She was sitting on a bench looking at baby ducks. He walked up to her slowly, not sure what made her run, and paused slightly. He pulled out his cell phone and called his dad, telling him he found her and that they'd be home soon. Rukia, he said once he reached her. She whirled around, surprised. Ichigo, what are you doing here? She stood up, setting down the baby duck she had in her hands. The mommy duck was finally able to walk away with the rest of her babies, giving Rukia death glares. If looks could kill, Rukia would be dead on the spot for touching the mama duck's babies. Was that too many people for you? Ichigo asked, coming closer to her. Rukia sighed and sat down on the bench. No. I'm used to parties like that. The Kichiki clan used to force me and Nisama to gatherings with hundreds of people before. Ichigo sat down next to her, basking in the red tint glow she had on her skin from the sunset. Then what made you run, Rukia? If I told you, you'd get upset like me. I want you to be comfortable, not uncomfortable. But Ichigo wouldn't have it. He used his finger to pull her chin towards him. tell me. He said sternly. Rukia sighed and looked down at the baby ducks now swimming with Mama Duck. Some of your female cousins said I'm a fine G-tramp and I got PRGN on purpose so I could use your father some more. Ichigo was silent for a moment before he finally spoke up, taking Rukia's hand in his, but you aren't. I know this is hard. I saw this happening, someone was bound to say cruel things because of your supposed age, but Rukia, he looked in her eyes, you are not even close to a tramp, you are Rukia Kachiki and you are this baby's savior. You saved it from death and you grasped it immediately as yours. Don't listen to what they have to say, they are the Beverly Hill beaches. You know, the stuck-up beaches that have everything yet still beach. Rukia smirked. She felt better now. Ichigo took her in his arms and hugged her tightly. Thank you, Ichigo. She said softly against his shoulder. For making you see how truly magnificent you are and not what those beaches say you are. She didn't answer, but he felt the nod against his chest. Come on, let's go home. He said, smiling and standing up, taking her hand along with him. They walked home hand in hand. Rukia and Ichigo were now starting to warm up to each other. I want to go see our presents. It was too weird to open them up in front of everyone. Ichigo said. Rukia giggled, did you see what your Aunt Mitzi got me? I thought it was presents for the baby only, but she got me something. What? He was hesitant about knowing. She got me a black teddy and a black see-through negligee, hee. She giggled looking at him. Ichigo blushed and rolled his eyes, that sounds like my aunt. The baby kicked. Ichigo looked up from his homework and turned his head to the tiny girl with the slightly bulging stomach on his bed. She was lying down with her head propped up on the pillow, massaging her belly. Rukia was now 6 months PRGN and her belly still wasn't as big as Ishian wants her to be, but he said perhaps the baby is just petite like mommy. They still couldn't tell what the baby's SEC is. This one just refused. Does it hurt? Ichigo asked, moving from the desk to lie down next to her, propping his head up on his elbow. No, not really, but sometimes it feels a little pressure that aches. It's a good feeling to feel the baby move. The only things that hurt are my melons. She said, rubbing her stomach some more. She went to school, but she kept her distance and wore heavy clothing. Only a few people asked her if she was okay, and only some made the rumor that Rukia Kachiki was PRGN. But nobody really suspected it was true. You know, I think the good outcome for you on this PRGNNCY that your mosquito bites are getting bigger. Ichigo teased. Rukia took Ichigo's hand and placed it on her stomach. He tried to pull it back, but she kept a firm grip on it. My stomach won't bite, Ichigo. It's your baby, the least you could do is touch it before it comes. 3 more months and I'll pop this baby out. She smirked at his look, trying to ignore his earlier comment about her BRST size. Ah! It kicked. Ichigo sat up quickly, putting both hands on her stomach now. I have to pee, move, Ichigo. Rukia said, sitting up, wincing slightly. You just went pee like 15 minutes ago. He whined, not wanting to move his hands. You try having a baby lay on top of your bladder and then tell me that I just went pee. She grumbled, finally sitting up with some help from Ichigo. Fair enough. I don't want to carry a baby. I don't know where it'll come out of. He laughed, sitting on his chair again, tending to his homework once more. Ouch. Rukia said, placing her hand on the doorknob. Ichigo turned around to face her. What's wrong? I don't know. Well, what does it feel like? A sharp pain. But it's gone. She said, walking out of his room. Ichigo stood up, following after her. Wait a second, a sharp pain isn't good, Rukia. Go talk to my dad. I think the baby just kicked hard. She said, shutting the bathroom door, but Ichigo still followed her, talking to her through the bathroom door. But what if it's something else? What if that sharp pain is telling you there is something wrong? Ichigo, I'm fine. What if it's another MSCRGE? Ichigo, you're making me really uncomfortable while I'm peeing and you're talking to me through the door. Can we talk about this another time? He heard the toilet flush. DMN it Rukia, don't get smart with me, this is serious. Now the sink was running. Go worry somewhere else. She opened the door and walked past him. I'm going to bed. You haven't eaten dinner yet, you can't just skip out. He followed her into the room. Why aren't you eating dinner? Because your ugly face made me lose my appetite, now go away worrywart. She muttered slowly, sinking onto their new bed. They finally moved into their new room. It was much bigger than Ichigo's old room and they had a much bigger bed. Rukia loved it, being downstairs meaning she didn't have to walk upstairs anymore, and since her back was killing her right now she was happy and content. Ichigo sighed and laid down next to her. Look, I'm worried. These women come in all the time claiming abdominal cramps a few months before they give birth or supposed to. Turns out they are going into labor. What if that happens to you? Have you seen the size of your belly, Rukia? The baby isn't ready to be born, it won't make it. Rukia rolled to her side, biting her lip. I'll talk to Ishian tomorrow morning, daddy. Quit calling me daddy, I feel so old and you sound like a pawn star when you say it. Rukia giggled lightly and closed her eyes. Good night. Night, Rukia. He said, getting up and kissing her forehead softly. Oh, kiss me again, daddy. She teased, smirking in her sleep. Ichigo rolled his eyes and left the room. He wasn't ready for bed, not yet, it was too early, 8 at night. He went out to the couch to watch some TV, but before he knew it he felt a conk on his head. He sat up quickly to see it was now light outside. Hey sleepyhead, what are you doing? I woke up with nobody next to me, I was lonely. Rukia said, smirking at him with her hands on her hips. I fell asleep? Ichigo asked, rubbing his eyes. No shit, Sherlock. I talked to your dad. Rukia said, sitting down. Ichigo was now alert. What happened? Well, last night I kept having cramps. When I woke up this morning my lower back hurt so bad this morning that I just went to talk to your dad. Turns out I'm going into labor. What? No. The baby isn't ready. Ichigo stood up in a panic. Calm down, dummy, your dad is inducing labor. He's trying everything he can to stop it. He said he thinks it is my small frame that the baby is outgrowing my body, I guess. She leaned back on the couch. I can't go to school anymore. Your dad said it's too dangerous for me to be on my feet too much right now. I need plenty of bed rest for me to help induce labor. Man, the cramps hurt. Are they contractions? Yeah, they feel like MNSTRL cramps at first, but it's like they tighten and get stronger and then loosen up. I get about 4 or more each hour. Your dad said that's going into premature labor. Don't go popping this baby out without me knowing, Rukia. I don't want to come home from school to find a baby in the house. Right, so if the baby starts to come you want me to hold it in until you get home from school? Hell yeah, put a plug up there or something, keep it in. Ichigo said, teasing, but dodged her fist as he jumped away from the couch. You're so lucky I have a baby preventing me from getting up and kicking your butt, Kurosaki. She threatened, still sitting there. Even though she acted brave, she was afraid of losing the baby, so she didn't want to move too much now. She looked down to her belly and stroked it softly. Do you think we'll be good parents? Ichigo sighed and sat down next to her. Rukia, I think we'll be good enough parents to the best we can. I mean, look at our lives, we're soul reapers. Well, I'm just a not certified soul reaper, I guess, but hey, he lifted her chin up to meet his eyes. We'll be okay parents, we'll do everything we can to make it have a semi-normal life. But you know, with my family there goes the baby's chances of having a normal life. He smirked. Rukia laughed softly, and if the baby lived with my brother, there would go its life completely. She sounded sad and looked up, eyes wide. We still have to meet up with Byakuya. Oh right. Well, let's go now. I can finish homework later. He stood up and helped Rukia up carefully. Should you really be traveling? It's hell, butterfly, I won't be doing much moving. Ichigo went into his room and transferred into his Soul Reaper form and found Kon upstairs, putting him inside of his body. Now they were ready to go. When they reached there they were in the 6th division already. Sheet, now this is what I call traveling. Ichigo said looking around recognizing the place. Now, to go find Nisama. Rukia. Rukia turned around hearing her name. Renji. Rukia smiled from ear to ear at the red head. Ichigo didn't know why but he felt a bubble of anger. Jesus Rukia, look at you, I haven't seen you in 6 months. Hey Ichi. Renji said, finally noticing Ichigo. Don't call me that, baka. I've been so busy, Renji. I came to visit Nisama. Are you sure you're 6 months PRGNNT? You look like you're 4 or something. Rukia's smile faltered, yes, I'm sure. The baby isn't as big as Ichigo's father wants it to be. Renji stopped for a moment and looked at Ichigo. He wasn't making eye contact. Alright, I'll take you to Captain Kuchiki. The two followed Renji to her brother's office. Rukia was starting to get nervous. She wanted to be in bed right now. Just this tiny trip took all of her energy. Captain? Yes, Vice Captain Abarai. Captain Kuchiki, Rukia is here. Let her in. Rukia and Ichigo stepped in. Hello Nisama. Rukia. Kurosaki. Rukia and Ichigo sat down. Nisama, I'm sorry I haven't been to see you earlier, I've just been busy. Do you know what the baby is yet? No Nisama, it won't turn around to show us. It shouldn't be too long before we find out. Byakuya set his papers down and looked at Rukia. When do you think you'll return home? Oh. I think once the baby is born I'll rest a bit and then probably return home. I'll live back and forth. Rukia explained. Ichi. A tiny little toddler came running into Byakuya's office. Nell, what have I told you about yelling indoors? He chided the young girl, grinning a toothless grin at Ichigo. Hey Nell. Ichigo said, smiling, picking the tiny girl up into his arms. So you're staying here now, huh? The toddler nodded. Huh. I get all the sweets I want. Well, as long as Byakuya doesn't find out. She giggled. She'd been hanging around Yachiru too much. Nisama, how is Nell? Rukia asked, hand going straight to her stomach again. A handful, but she keeps the servants entertained. Are you going to be able to handle your baby? Is it going to be like Nell? Half a hollow. Rukia looked down, eyes wide. I don't know. I never. Oh Ichigo, what are we going to do? She looked up at him, who was still holding Nell. Dad's delivering the baby, huh? If it comes out with a hole and mask, that's not very good, huh? Well, he would have said something was abnormal, right? So there's nothing to worry about. Well, I'm very busy, Rukia. I do wish you the best of wishes. When the baby is born, bring it back so we can run some real tests to see if there is anything strange, but the Ryutsu in your body feels absolutely normal but strong. Come back when it's born, alright? Remember, you're always welcome. Take care, Rukia. Rukia and Ichigo left Byakuya and took Nell. Now they were walking in Byakuya's mansion through the sakura trees with Nell holding onto Ichigo and Rukia's hands. So you gonna have the baby? Nell asked, looking up at Rukia's stomach. Huh, just a few more months and we'll have a new baby with us. Rukia said, smiling down at the toddler she was holding hands with. She thought it was so cute to see Ichigo acting like a father towards this girl. It gave her hope that Ichigo would be a good father. Even for being a 16-year-old. Nell, I think it's time for you to go home now. We'll take you, but Rukia needs her rest. Does the baby take energy from you? Nell asked, touching Rukia's tummy. Yes, I'm walking for 2, eating for 2, sleeping for 2, everything for 2. Ichigo and Rukia dropped Nell off at her room and continued on towards Soul Society's exit. A voice screamed. Rukia and Ichigo turned around to see Matsumoto running towards her. Rukia. Once the busty blonde caught up with them, Matsumoto laughed and touched Rukia's stomach. Oh my goodness. It's true, look at that cute little belly. Rukia, you're going to be a mother. The blonde undid Rukia's sash and opened her kimono, only revealing her stomach. Oh my god. It's so cute. Rukia blushed, having her stomach revealed. Ichigo had to double take at Rukia's exposed stomach. Now that he thought about it, he had never seen it naked. It was strange. Cute, as Matsumoto had said. She was so tiny and so skinny, and then you turn her around and you see a tiny basketball belly. Really, Ranjaku, it's not that big of a deal. Rukia said, tying her sash back up, blushing furiously. But Rukia, you are still a baby and you're going to be having a baby. It's so cute, and what's even cuter is your brother taking care of that little toddler girl. Now that is adorable. Ranjaku squealed. She paused and her eyes widened. Whoops. Have to go, my captain found out I'm gone. Matsumoto hugged Ichigo and then Rukia, leaving quickly. Well, mommy, let's get you home. Ichigo said, taking her hand, watching the blonde quickly leave the area. Good, I'm tired. Rukia said, hugging Ichigo's waist. He looked down at her, surprised at this act, but welcomed it by placing his arm around her waist. When they returned home, they ate a silent dinner and went straight to their room after saying good night to everyone. Ichigo was toweling off his hair from taking a shower and Rukia was reading a book on the bed. It was silent as Ichigo changed for bed and then came to lie down next to Rukia. Once he did, Rukia set her manga that she stole from Karen and laid down next to Ichigo, clinging to his chest. This was strange, considering Rukia didn't cling, let alone hug him at night. They usually kept their distance. Must be from her hormonal change. Ichigo reached over and turned the light off and slid deeper into the bed, pulling the blankets over her tiny shoulders and finally over him. She still moved at night, but not as much due to her belly, so it was more enjoyable to sleep with her at night. Ichigo. He had chills run up his spine from her hot breath on his neck. Yes. He wanted to scoot away from her, feeling uncomfortably hot and bothered, but he could tell something was bothering her. Ichigo, I'm scared. What if something goes wrong right at the very end? So that's what was worrying her. Ichigo rolled over so he could look at her properly. Her eyes were full of worry. He kept his arms around her and she still clung to him like a helpless child. He lifted her chin up like he always does to reassure her. Listen, Rukia, we'll be okay. We have Dad here to help us and nothing should go wrong as long as you do everything he tells you. But I'm so scared. I've tried to keep it in, but Ichigo, the cramps come and go and it's scary. He didn't know what came over him or why he did it, but Ichigo leant over and captured her wet lips from her tears. Forget hot and bothered, he was feeling horny now from her little fingers gripping hard on his shoulder and chest to her tiny belly pressing against his hard muscles and her warm toes touching his shins. He moved his arms to slide down her arms, making her lightly. He took that moment to slide his tongue into her mouth, rubbing against her hot tongue. He felt more of her tears slide onto his cheeks. He lifted his left arm and wiped her tears and then trailing down to rest on her stomach. He left her mouth, letting his tongue stay in contact with hers before finally releasing her and liking her neck before biting that spot softly, causing her to He smirked and sked hard, knowing there was going to be a nasty mark in the morning and that she would have to explain to his father in the morning when she had her exam why there were marks on her body when she should be relaxing. He let his hand leave her belly and onto her back, pulling her closer. Instead of coming back up to her lips, he nuzzled into her neck, using his right hand to slide her belly softly. I think the baby likes that. It always calms down when I rub my stomach, she said, running her fingers through his orange hair. I wish you would slide me. He smirked, wondering if she caught his perverted remark. Go to sleep, Ichigo. She smiled, yanking his hair softly. Rukia. He looked up from her neck. No matter what, I'll be by your side and the babies. I'll never desert you and I'll always be here for you too. With that said, he snuggled closer to her neck, letting her fingers run through his hair, coaxing him to sleep. Thank you. She whispered softly, allowing herself to fall asleep with comforting, strong, and safe arms. Ichigo drummed his fingers against the desk at school, staring at the clock above his teacher's head. It just seemed that today never ended. It was Friday and all he wanted was to go home. Everyone at school asked Ichigo where Rukia was, but as always he'd scoff and say how should he know where she is. So everyone came to the conclusion that Rukia had mono. That's why she was out of school for so long. Ichigo didn't defend her because what else could he say? He knew exactly why she was out of school, but he wasn't telling. Yeah, they'll spread more rumors. Only occasionally the rumor would get past him that Rukia was pregnant and having a baby, that's why she was out. But most he just heard she had mono. He liked that one better. It was funny to come home and tell her she had mono at school. But Rukia was really miserable to get along with right now. She was in constant pain and always irritable. He wasn't even allowed to touch her anymore. After that night a month ago they started sleeping closer together, but now she tried to get him to sleep on the couch or at least the floor. But he refused. She was just cranky all the time and nothing he did made her feel better. Of course he didn't blame her, she was in pain almost constantly and the worry about going into labor must be nerve-wracking. So far everything his father was doing to induce labor was working, but really painful since her body would try to counteract it. He knew that she was trying to be brave for the both of them, but she didn't need to. He wanted her to confide in him, tell him she's scared again. He liked when she did that so he could hold her, he liked that, feeling powerful enough to protect her from her fears. The orange-haired teen was interrupted by a loud ring from the school bell signaling the end of school. Finally. He stood up and ignored Kigo's calls of how boring Ichigo has become and how he never has any fun anymore and the cheerful goodbyes from Inoue. Che, if he only knew that Ichigo was about to become a father, that his life ended once he heard the words, she's pregnant. Okay, maybe he was being dramatic, but having a child is a life-changing situation, it flips your whole world upside down and opens your eyes. No more immature but mature now, setting a good example for the new one. When Rukia wasn't grumpy they would sit together talking about what they would do with their baby. Mostly wondering who would take care of it the most depending on the SEC of the baby. If it's a male, Rukia clearly stated she's not potty training their baby. Ichigo laughed and said that he'd show him how to pee like a real man and pee all over the seat and leave the toilet seat up. Rukia was not impressed. Just a few more months and the baby will be here. They finally got that extra tiny room added next to their room, but for now they just had a bassinet ready next to their bed for the new baby. Rukia and the twins decorated the baby room. They painted it a light bluish-purplish color in case it was a girl or a boy, they weren't sure. They were very careful about decorating. Of course Ichigo was sad when he came home to find that his child's nursery was decorated in Chappie the rabbit. But due to much pouting and bruises from Rukia he finally allowed her to keep it that way. On his walk home he kept thinking about the conversation that Rukia and he had last night in bed. It made him think of how little he knew about Rukia, the soon-to-be mother of his baby. If he was going to spend the rest of his life with this woman, then he better start learning. I wonder what kind of education we are going to give our baby. Rukia muttered, looking at Ichigo, who was lying on the bed with his head lying gently on Rukia's tiny belly. He was trying to see if he could feel any movement, which he was, and that made him as giddy as a schoolboy. Last night he had finally been able to get near her due to some major painkillers his father gave her due to her pain. She was as relaxed as the guys in the bathroom getting high at school. Education. What do you mean? He didn't look up, he was starting to feel tired from the baby kicking his cheeks softly, and that was a soothing thought knowing the baby was hyper. Rukia hated that. She said the baby slept when she was awake but was awake when she slept. Well, when I was adopted into the Kuchiki family I had to learn so much. I had to learn to play the piano, I had to learn how to act like a geisha, but I don't do what a geisha does, just do what she does elegantly. I had to learn several different languages, from Japanese, Chinese, English, Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, German, and French. I had to learn how to do Kido perfectly, and of course I had to fight well. It was a lot of school for me growing up in the Kuchiki family, but all that money they paid to make me the perfect daughter got wasted, because I am nowhere near perfect. She whispered softly. Ichigo sat up now and scooted closer to the little raven-haired girl. He cupped her chin and forced her to look at him. Nobody is perfect. You can spend all the money in the world and you'll still drop the milk. They can train you to have no emotions but you'll still feel pain and anger, they can paint your face with makeup but you're beautiful underneath the mask. She moved her head away frowning but he pulled her back. Look at me Rukia, don't you ever tell me you aren't perfect, there isn't a reason why you should be. If you were perfect I'd never even think about sharing a room with you let alone share my friendship with you. You are an excellent fighter, you're beautiful, you're strong, you're talented, and I've just now learned that you are smart although not in today's school. He teased smiling softly. She was still sensitive about her grades at school. She failed everything except ancient Japan. Rukia smiled, thank you. It was strange learning more and more every day about the girl that he's known for almost a year now. And now he was going to learn what it is like to be a father and be a husband figure to Rukia. His life definitely was changing and he couldn't say that it was bad because he cared for Rukia deeply but he can't say that he isn't scared. Ichigo looked up to see his house in view. Today was a perfect fall day. It was October 30th and not a single cloud in the sky. It was a bit windy but it was just right for the sun's rays. Tomorrow Ichigo was going to stay at home with Rukia while his dad took the twins out to go trick-or-treating. Rukia wanted to go but of course due to trying to induce labor she couldn't go. That's why Ichigo promised he'd stay home tomorrow night with Rukia so she wouldn't be alone. He stepped up to the threshold to his house and walked inside to see his two younger twin sisters watching TV. Hey Karen, Yuzu. He said greeting them. Hi Ichi and I. The girls said in harmony. Where's Rukia? He asked taking his shoes off and setting his school bag down. In the kitchen. Yuzu answered not even moving her head an inch from the TV to look at her older brother. Ichigo rolled his eyes and left the girls and walked right into the kitchen to be greeted with a disgruntled mm. Ichigo help me. The little Shinigami whined trying to pry a jar of pickles open. You can't do it yourself. He teased taking the jar of pickles from her hands. No. I've been trying forever it's just too tight. That's what I thought last night. Ichigo smirked teasing her. But Rukia was not amused she punched him and added a glare. He gave her another smirk and popped the lid off. Here midget, go work out since you're so weak and puny. Rukia lifted her middle finger at him and set the jar of pickles down and swiftly turned around to leave the kitchen. Where are you going? He asked hands on his hip. I'm not hungry anymore. Ichigo's eye twitched. He grabbed a pickle from the jar and grabbed her arm swinging her around shoving the pickle in her mouth. The said short Shinigami pulled the pickle out and smacked Ichigo's face with it. Ichigo you JRK. I'm not hungry anymore. Well I'm tired of your mood swings so eat it. He yelled pressing the pickle on her lips. She slapped his hand away roughly, no. DMN it Rukia, eat it. No. Eat the FNG pickle. He was exactly sure why they were fighting but their nerves were on edge and her little tiff of wanting him to open the jar and then just leave really set him off. So if he could get her to eat just one bite he'd be happy. No. 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 She continued to purse her lips as he pressed the pickle onto her lips. They both stopped what they were doing when they heard a splash. They looked down to see a puddle of water underneath Rukia. Ichigo looked to the water on the floor and raised his head letting his eyes follow in horror as the water was trickling down her legs. They both looked up at each other eyes wide with shock and said in unison, F-. Rukia's water just broke. Come on sweetie push. Ishiin shouted to the disgruntled Rukia. Rukia gave a pained grunt and pushed with all of her strength clutching tightly to Ichigo's hand. He felt uncomfortable and out of place. But of course his father said what kind of father wasn't there for the birth of their child. So Ichigo obliged to be there for Rukia holding her hand and stroking her hair back softly especially since Rukia refused all drags and needed all the support she could get. It was 1 a.m. of October 31st, Rukia was finally giving birth, she had been in labor for more than 9 hours and Ichigo was growing bored. He wasn't exactly sure how this worked, but his dad said that since Rukia is so small her body has to adjust to the baby. That's why her labor took so long, but now here they were in the room with Yuzu and Karen waiting outside patiently as Rukia pushed with all her might. "Come on Rukia, we're almost there, just a little more." Ugh. She muttered as another wave of pain shot through her body. Ichigo stroked her hair softly and looked up quickly once he heard it, a shrill cry that was the most beautiful sound he ever heard. The cry of their baby. "Ah, here's baby, you did it Rukia," Isshin said, taking the tiny baby and brought it up to show a tired Rukia and excited Ichigo. "She's a girl." "Oh," was all Rukia managed to say as she lifted a tired hand to slide her crying baby's leg. "Ichigo, can you cut the umbilical cord for me?" "What's her name?" Isshin asked. I guess." He smiled softly knowing Rukia already named their daughter, Emi Masaki Kurosaki. Ichigo stepped over and picked up the necessary utensil for doing such a job and snipped right where his father instructed. Rukia and he had both decided to change the female's name to Emi because it meant smile, and that's what she did to them every day, was make them smile. "After your mother?" Isshin looked at Ichigo curiously. Rukia named her. Isshin just smiled at the barely conscious Rukia. Isshin took the crying baby away from Rukia and did everything to cleaning her and checking her vitals. Yuzu finally came in to help her dad as Isshin tended to Rukia. "Congratulations, you did it, you are now a mommy," Ichigo said, kissing her forehead. But Rukia seemed to fall in and out of consciousness. Isshin finally tended to Rukia, cleaning her up while Ichigo watched Yuzu take the baby's weight, check the blood and all other things. It seemed to happen all too fast because the next thing he knew Ichigo was lying in his clinic's bed next to a resting Rukia. Their baby was born an hour ago and it was now 2 a.m. They were just waiting for the results to see if their baby would be alright or not. "I'm so proud of you," Ichigo whispered to the tiny girl resting on his chest, breathing softly. He pulled her bangs back to look at her. She lifted her head almost imperceptibly and gave a weak smile. "Rukia, Ichigo, you guys can come see her now. She's in an incubator, but it's best if someone is there for her. While you're there I'll have you fill out the birth certificate," Isshin said, motioning for Ichigo and Rukia to follow them. Ichigo helped Rukia up. She was still weak and could barely walk, so she put all of her weight on Ichigo. When Isshin returned into the little room he saw Ichigo laying on one of the beds nearest the incubator, drifting in and out of sleep. And there by the incubator with her tiny fingers in one of the holes was Rukia, gently stroking her baby's tiny arm. 4 pounds and 5 ounces. He said, smiling and handing the birth certificate to Rukia. Ichigo sat up, no longer falling asleep. "DMN, she's so small," he said, scooting off of the bed. Rukia smiled softly with little tears at the corner of her eyes. "Hey, Emi will be okay." Ichigo took a chair and sat next to Rukia, watching their tiny baby. She had a small tuft of black hair. It wasn't much, but you could see it. Rukia's hand was half the size of her, but Ichigo's hand was as big as her. They found that out when Ichigo reached in to slide her tiny body. That made Rukia start to tear up. "She's stabilized, but I want to keep her in here to watch her. I must say, for being so small and being born so early, she's a fighter. That proves she's a Kurosaki," Isshin explained, watching the young parents. When he didn't get very much of a response he left, leaving the worried parents alone. Ichigo didn't go to school today, instead staying by Rukia and Emi's side. She hasn't slept or eaten or even left her spot since Ichigo brought her there. Ichigo was starting to get worried, especially since it was now nearing the evening. "Hey Rukia, I'll be back," Ichigo said, watching her for a moment. Her eyes looked glazed over. She was exhausted, but she fought against it to stay awake for her baby. Ichigo sighed and left the room in search of his dad. "Hey Dad, I need you to tell Rukia to take a break, she's going to hurt herself." Ichigo said once he found his father in his office filling out prescriptions. She hasn't slept at all. Or even taken a break since Emi was born. He asked, his tone rising with each word. No, I'm worried about her. Alright, I'll go talk to her. Ishiin said, walking out of the office with Ichigo quick on his tail. They arrived in a little room where there was one bed and an incubator for newly mothers waiting for their child to be able to leave, such as Rukia. Rukia. He waited until she turned around. Rukia-hun, I need you to get some rest. No, I'm fine, ICA-. But Ichigo wouldn't have it. He picked her up much to her protesting, but due to her weak state she was forced to oblige. Stay in the FNG bed, Rukia, or I'll sedate your butt. I'll watch Emi for now. Ishiin watched wide-eyed at his son. Well, that wasn't exactly how I would have done it, but you seem to have gotten your point across. He noted watching Rukia's wide eyes, but she seemed to listen because she tucked herself in the bed. Ichigo smiled and watched his dad leave. He took that time to sit next to Rukia. Look, I'm sorry, but you need to stop acting like you can take on the fucking world. I'm here to help relieve some tension. So quit stealing all the action and let me a fucking dad, okay? He said in a softer tone, although it was mildly amusing to hear such a soft tone yet dirty words. I'm so scared, Ichigo. She finally spoke, frowning. Ichigo stroked her cheeks softly, tucking her in the hospital bed. Don't be, she's part you and I, if she's anything like us then she'll survive. With those words filled in her head she was able to close her eyes and rest. After all, you could probably kill Ichigo and somehow he'd still be alive. He was like a cockroach, he just didn't die. 2 months later. Yeah, oh yeah. Ichigo croaked out, picking her legs up and pushing into her harder into the bed. Ichigo. Oh yeah, come on baby. Ichigo. Ichigo sat up quickly to the urgent voice instead of the lusty voice from the girl he thought he was making love to. He turned embarrassed and read to a disheveled Rukia. Rukia. Now he was really embarrassed. Was he talking out loud? And oh geez, he was hard. About time you woke up. I've been calling your name forever. I've been trying to get to our baby, but you're too busy holding me down while having your stupid wet dreams. She huffed and got out of bed to their daughter, who was sure enough screaming up a storm. He groaned and fell back onto the bed. He looked at the clock, 2 a.m. At least his Erkin was dying fast. Their baby Emi was at full health. After 2 weeks of being in the incubator, Ishiin came out saying, congratulations, little Emi is ready to come out and be with mommy and daddy. They both cried. Ichigo was surprised he allowed himself to cry, but seeing his helpless child struggling for her life racked his nerves up. Then to hear she was safe and healthy was a relief. And now Rukia and Ichigo got barely any sleep, which was probably why Ichigo was having weird dreams. He was just stressed out and needed some much-needed stress relief. He looked up at Rukia, who came back into the room with their baby at her breast. He blushed and looked away. He couldn't see anything, but just the thought of it made him giddy and blush. He was still a teenager after all. She'll sleep in here tonight, she doesn't want to be alone. Rukia said, sitting down on the bed softly. Ichigo nodded, still looking anywhere but at Rukia. Does it hurt? He asked suddenly. She looked at him for a moment before looking down at Emi feeding and realized what he meant. Yes, I suppose it does, especially when I first started. You know, your father taught me what to do, she laughed lightly. Ichigo sat up quickly and looked at her, but blushed and looked away once more, forgetting why he was looking anywhere but at her, that pervert. Really, Ichigo, he's a doctor, and you can look at me, you know, it's not like I'm peeing in public. She smiled as his cheeks turned red. She forgets his real age all the time. Emi finished feeding and Rukia set her down on the bed next to Ichigo as she buttoned her shirt up. She lay down next to her daughter and the father of her child, smiling slightly, stroking the baby's chubby thigh. Ichigo finally turned around to look at their cooing baby. She had a lot of black hair already and huge eyes just like Rukia, but her eye color was brown. He ran his finger along her little nose, smiling. she had Rukia's nose too. I think I'm jealous, she takes on a lot of your traits. Ichigo muttered watching his sleeping daughter. I think she has my eyes. You think? Your eyes are like bug eyes. They're huge. Rukia chose to ignore his comment, at least she's beautiful. Emi Masaki chose that moment to start fussing. Rukia sat up along with Ichigo. Oh, don't cry sweetie. Rukia cooed, picking her up, cradling her close to her chest. Can I do that? Ichigo asked, holding his hands out. Rukia smiled and handed Emi carefully to Daddy. Ichigo took Emi and held her softly on his shoulder, patting her back softly. Is she hungry? No. She ate enough to last her the rest of the night. I'd grab a towel if I were you, she said, reaching out to grab a little towel by their bed. Why? But it was too late. Emi spit up on him. Oh. He set their daughter down, who was now watching Daddy with interest, while Rukia came up to him and started wiping the mess off of Ichigo. Lesson number whatever, never pat a baby's back unless you have a towel on you. Rukia smiled. Where did you learn that? I'm so sure you're an expert at baby care. When I was PRGN I was scared, so I did all of the research I could. I learned what I could. I had Renji send a lot of data to me since I couldn't really go out in public, it'd look too weird. I mean, I look like I'm 12. You act like you're 12 too. A punch to the face showed him just how 12-year-old she can act. They both looked down to hear a small noise. Emi was watching both of them with interest. I think Emi knows her mom is a 4-foot-tall rabbit-obsessed freak. Ouch. Another punch to the face. I think our daughter knows her father is a baka. She was on her knees, fists clenched, glaring at Ichigo. Ichigo sat up also on his knees. If I am so stupid, then why do you still stick around? Because I have to. It's not like I want to. You don't want to. He sounded like a wounded puppy. You know I don't mean that, you're my friend. She said, sighing and falling back into relax mode, lying next to Emi, who was still watching Ichigo intently. I think she likes your hair. What's wrong with my hair? He asked, plopping down next to the baby still locked onto his hair. Nothing, I just think it interests her. It is quite interesting. Are you sure it's your natural hair color? She teased, tugging a lock of hair. Of course. Want me to prove it? He winked, tugging his pajama pants slightly. Ichigo, you pervert. She yelped, pulling the blankets up, covering her face and Emi's eyes. Are you trying to debauch our daughter already? Ichigo smiled, that huge cocky grin Rukia hated yet loved at the same time, as he sat up and loomed over Rukia on the bed and careful not to squish his daughter, who was still watching his hair as if it was the most fascinating thing in the world. You got something against my hair too, squirt, he teased, bending down, ignoring Rukia for a moment to harass Emi. Oh, the silent treatment, huh? He used his long fingers to tickle her belly, earning Ichigo a toothless sloppy smile. I knew you'd see it my way. Stop harassing our daughter. But she was smiling. Ichigo smirked and scooted Emi out of the way. Rukia did not like this at all and began to back off when Ichigo pounced on her. Then I'll harass you, he shouted, tickling her body and giving her neck wet, tickling kisses over her neck and cheeks. Stop, Ichigo. Stop. Your family will hear us. Then I'll shut you up. And he did, his lips crashed onto hers, forcefully silencing her. Rukia, too surprised to do anything, did what her body has been craving for months now and wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. Ichigo wanted to do this forever too. His SXL peak was rising. Having a woman sleep next to him every night did that to some people. Rukia muttered, breaking the kiss, the baby. But Ichigo wasn't about to let her go. He pushed her down on the bed and latched onto her neck, coming quickly back up to her lips, only to whisper on her lips with his hot breath, M's already asleep. Rukia cracked an eye open, and sure enough their daughter had fallen asleep. That was exactly why Rukia allowed Ichigo do the things he was doing right now. When she was in her last months of PRGNNCY she was so antsy and needed relief, and after giving birth she felt so excited and horny. although she didn't have anyone to supply that need. So when Ichigo took the bold move of letting his hand trail up her pajama shirt to cup her BRST, she hissed in pain and pleasure. Her BRSTs were tender from BRST feeding, but her hormones were on haywire right now, and that contact was just what she wanted. His kisses were rough and hard, and his hand kneading her BRST made her arch her back into him. "Ichigo," she whispered huskily, stroking his chest. Her lips hurt too. Ichigo never kissed her this hard before, and she liked it. The heat was quickly traveling down to her legs. "Stop, Ichigo." Ichigo did as he was told, pouting slightly. He wanted this more than anything, and now Rukia was stopping. She probably wasn't ready. "I'm sorry," he said, pulling away from her and laying back down on his side of the bed. Rukia got up from the bed and took Emi, who was still sleeping peacefully, and put her back in her little bed. When she returned, Ichigo was giving her that pathetic "I'm sorry" look. But she didn't want that bullshit. She jumped on the bed, straddling his legs, kissing up his collarbone to his shoulders and up to his neck, where she nipped hard. But Ichigo was cut off by Rukia's hands pulling his hair tightly in her little hands and pushed him down onto the bed where she was looming over him. "Shut up, Ichigo, and make love to me," she muttered, crashing her lips onto his shocked parted ones. It was all the orange-headed teen could do was move his hands up her back as she attacked his mouth and ground her hips against his urtin. He just wanted a hot make-out session, and when Rukia said stop, he took the hint and backed off. But when she came back and attacked him, he was surprised. He certainly wasn't expecting to lose his virginity tonight, not this soon anyways. He certainly wasn't complaining. Rukia sat up quickly when she heard Emi start to cry. She was slightly shocked to find herself naked for a moment, but then remembered last night. Oh yeah, she gave her virginity to Ichigo last night. She looked down to see him sprawled out across the bed on his tummy. He was hugging the pillow tightly like there was never going to be another pillow ever. She let her eyes wander down his body to his well-defined shoulders and leaned back. Scars here and there scattered his body. She bit her lip just thinking about last night and how he grunted close to her ear and tensed up as he was coming. But now was not the time to be getting hot and bothered over him. Her baby was crying. She grabbed her clothes off of the floor and put them on quickly before heading into the next room where Emi was crying. "What's wrong, sweetie?" Rukia cooed, picking the tiny baby up and checking her diaper. She found it wet and changed it quickly, placing a dry one on, and sat down on the rocking chair. "Are you hungry, Emi?" Her question was answered when Emi started to knead Rukia's BRSTs. As she was rocking back and forth nursing Emi, she remembered that today being a Saturday they were going to take their new baby up to see Byakuya and the rest of Soul Society. She smiled at the thought of everyone seeing her new baby. She was the youngest Shinigami to give birth. Shinigamis rarely had time for children, so it was rare that someone would announce they were having children, but if it did happen, it was always exciting. Rukia would be shunned by the Kuchiki clan if she were to announce her PRGNNCY by just having section. Being a noble, you were not allowed to engage in SXL activities until a proper marriage has been decided. But due to Rukia's situation, it was accepted by the Kuchiki clan. She wondered if they would allow her to marry Ichigo if it ever came up. She did not want her daughter growing up with her parents not married. It was strange. Should she tell Emi about how she was created? Would that hurt her? She was sure it would. She didn't want to hear that she was created from an experiment and they just decided to keep her and take care of her. No, she needed a real mother's love and a father's strict compassion. Ouch. She pouted when Emi bit down just a little too hard on her BRST. Ichigo had a little too much fun last night when FNDLNG with her BRSTs, even though the BSTRD knew she was lactating. Oh well, she got him back. She knew he was going to have a heck of a time explaining to his friends why he has a giant hickey on the edge of his jaw just barely joining his neck. There was no way he could hide it. As soon as she was done nursing, she burped Emi and laid her back down so she could resume her sleeping. She stood up and headed to the next room, to the bathroom, to take a shower. She left the door open so she could hear the baby if she started to cry, but about 10 minutes into her shower she felt another presence next to her. She swung around only to come face to face with Ichigo. Morning. He muttered, washing his face as if taking a shower with her was an everyday occurrence. Morning. Sorry, I heard the shower and figure we'd get done faster if it's together. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. He smirked, pouring some shampoo into his palm. Rukia blushed and took the shampoo from his palm, putting it in her instead. Your skin is like elastic or something. He was touching her stomach now, causing her to blush even more as he rubbed the soap onto her body. If I didn't know you, I would never have guessed you just had a baby. It looks like you gained nothing. I'm kind of happy actually. Emmy is healthy even though I think I malnourished her. I tried, I really did, but I guess my spiritual energy was being used constantly trying to keep her stabilized that it drained all of the food I was eating. It's okay. He said, taking her hand. It was a little awkward since they were both naked, but somehow they felt content and comfortable with each other. It wasn't your fault and Emmy is completely healthy. He hugged her suddenly tightly against his naked body. It felt nice, being pressed against his wet naked chest, but it felt oh so right. She wrapped her arms around him and smiled softly, letting the water run over her body, washing the soap out of her hair. He leant down and kissed her softly, letting his lips suck softly on her bottom lip. It was strange to her, having him hold her, comfort her and love her. Their lives were turned upside down and now they were showing affection to each other. Something they never did. They knew they cared because actions were louder than words, but this ran deeper than just caring. This was love. She knew it was love by the way he took care of her and protected her. That was exactly why she allowed him to slide her back while kissing her hard. She aimed into his mouth as his hands left her back and grabbed her tiny but tightly, pulling her closer to him. Now she could feel his excitement against her belly. She stood up on her tippy toes and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer to her as she moved her tongue in his mouth. He broke the kiss and picked her up. She wrapped her legs around his waist out of instinct and gasped when he pushed her hard against the wall, gluing his face to her neck. He stroked her thighs lovingly as he kissed her harder and quicker along her neck, making her breath catch in her throat. All she could do was and rub herself against him, trying to ease the painful hot pleasure he was building up in between her legs. Ichigo moved back up to capture her lips and moved his hand that was resting on her but to move between her legs. Right when he was about to reach his destination, the baby started crying. Ichigo sighed painfully and let Rukia slide back down to the floor. She kissed his cheek and walked out of the shower, grabbing a towel as she left. The orange-haired teen watched her leave and sighed again. He leaned against the wall, letting his hand trail down. He couldn't very well go to Soul Society fully loaded. What's wrong, baby? Rukia asked, coming to pick up her crying baby. After Rukia changed Emi's diaper and finished her shower, with Ichigo gone, they were now packed and ready to head out to Soul Society. They told his family they were going to see her family and bid everyone goodbye. Do you think everyone at Soul Society will like Emi? Rukia asked, walking side by side with Ichigo as they walked to the park. They wanted a secluded area with no one around as they use hell butterflies to travel. Ichigo was carrying Emi close to him as they walked. Since she is so cute, I'm sure they will love her, he said, smiling and pulling a little black hair away from her forehead. It kind of looked like a miniature bang, like Rukia's, like mother like daughter. What do you think will happen if someone sees us walking down the street with a baby? Ichigo asked, looking at his sleeping daughter. Not sure, rumors will start, and I'm sure some will just think that we're babysitting or something. Rukia said, holding a tiny bag filled with baby items like diapers, bottles, toys, and a blanket. We can't keep her a secret forever. When she was in my womb that was one thing, but now, she's going to grow, that's another thing. I know, it's just so. I don't know, how are people going to view us? I want to keep this secret for as long as I can, he said, reaching the park finally. Emi was still watching her daddy's hair as if it was the most fascinating thing in the world. He looked down and smiled, ready. He handed Emi to Rukia and looked around, making sure no one was around as he summoned 3 hell butterflies. We're here, say hello to your half-home, Rukia said to the baby on her shoulder. But Emi wasn't looking anywhere else, her eyes were still fixated on Ichigo's hair. You're starting to creep me out, kid. Ichigo said, smirking, maybe she thinks I'm hot. Ichigo, you're her father, that's disgusting. Rukia said, brushing past him and walking up the steps to Siriidii. So that's Emi Masaki Kurosaki, why not Kichiki? A voice called from up above in a tree. Ichigo glared at the tree, knowing whose voice that was, because males always get the last name, dumbass. Because Renji, Rukia said, glaring at Ichigo, he's right, the male always gets the last name, and I don't want her growing up thinking I'm a tramp mother or something. Renji jumped out of the tree smiling at Rukia, she's beautiful. Like her mother. Rukia blushed and Ichigo glared even harder, I am here to escort you safely to Captain Kichiki, he's been waiting all day for you. He's excited, I can tell. Ni-sama excited? I don't think he shows any kind of emotion. Rukia said, walking with Renji, her baby held safely against her BRSTS, and Ichigo tailing behind listening closely. Well, he isn't bouncing off the walls if that's what you're thinking. No, he's been doing paperwork like I've never seen before, and he's been giving orders to clean the Kichiki house spotless and even clean the 6th division. He's going crazy, I tell you. Ni-sama is excited for you, Emi. Rukia cooed at the tiny baby in her arms. Emi gave Rukia one of her toothless smiles. She's so tiny, Rukia, is she healthy? Renji asked carefully. Yes, she gets checkups once a week. We all heard she was born 3 months early. Captain Kichiki was worried even. He stayed up all night for your response. Well, as you can see, she's perfectly fine. Ichigo cut in. Chill, Ichigo, what crawled up your butt? He's just nervous because we're going to see Ni-sama. Rukia explained. I am not nervous to see that pompous dash. That what? Renji broke in, cutting Ichigo off. Whatever. So Rukia, how was it giving birth? Renji asked, smirking. How do you think, Renji? It hurt like hell. I thought I was going to lose consciousness, it was that painful. Rukia answered sarcastically. Well, it wouldn't have been that painful if you just would have taken the drags. Ichigo said, rolling his eyes. Rukia just glared, I don't need drags. You still look great though, haven't changed at all. Renji laughed, well, I'm happy for you, Rukia. I know you've always wanted a family. This isn't exactly the family you were thinking of, but it's something, right? Yes. Rukia said, smiling down at her daughter, she's mine, I do have a family now, even if it is small. Hey, she's my daughter too. Ichigo pouted. Only by SPRM donor. Renji retorted. I'm still her father. I'm there for her. Whatever, here we are. Renji rolled his eyes, Captain Kichiki, they've arrived. He pushed open 6th Division's captain's door and bowed slightly. You may enter. Came the stoic voice that everyone has come to learn, and soon little Emi will learn too. Ni-sama. Rukia said, smiling and bowing slightly enough so she can keep her balance and hold the little bundle in her arms. Rukia. He greeted, come, let's go to the Kichiki mansion and have tea. He said, standing up and taking everyone to the Kichiki mansion. They followed him and came into the mansion, and just as Ichigo always did, marveled at the size of it. Oh, Lady Rukia, you're back with your baby. One maid cried, running towards the short girl, oh, she's gorgeous. She young maid marveled, looking at Rukia's arms holding her baby. Kamini, could you please get some tea started for us? Byakuya said, walking towards the tea room. Of course, Kichiki-sama. The young maid said, bowing, and left the room. All 4 of them took seats around a tiny table in the center of the room. Ichigo next to Rukia and Renji on her other side. Byakuya sat across from the 3 of them. So she's alright? Byakuya finally spoke. Yes, Isshin Kurosaki has been taking great care of me and Emi. Rukia said, smiling at her daughter, who was now staring at both Ichigo and Renji. Emi? So that's her name. Byakuya said, taking a cup of tea. Kamini just brother in for them. Yes, Emi Masaki Kurosaki. Kurosaki. Rukia bit her lip slightly, but Ichigo was quick to answer, yes Kurosaki since she is my daughter. Rukia sighed, I named her Kurosaki so when she grows up she won't question where her father is or why she isn't named like him. That's just how it is. Think of the bright side Captain Kuchiki, at least she's pretty like Rukia and not ugly like Kurosaki is with that bright orange hair. Renji said ruffling Emi's hair. I am not ugly. Ichigo shouted. She does look a lot like you Rukia. Byakuya said looking at the baby in her arms. She has Ichigo's eyes though. Rukia said looking up at Ichigo. Oh yeah she does huh. Renji smirked, that's the only thing she got of his. Che it's about time you notice. Ichigo muttered. Rukia we need to start thinking about the errand car. What we are going to do when they come back for this baby. Byakuya cut in ignoring their silly arguments. We'll protect her no matter what. Ichigo said looking at his daughter who was staring at him. It's not a matter of protect, it's a matter of if we can keep her from harm. We need to first know the power of this child. Has she shown any signs of being powerful? Byakuya took another sip of his tea. No, not really. She'll have a surge of Ryutsu that scares me sometimes. I keep thinking she's going to alert the errand car where she's at. Rukia said. Emi was now getting bored of watching Renji and Ichigo and started to drift off to sleep in Rukia's arms. It will alert the errand car if it is strong enough, that's why we need to find out her true power. My daughter is not going to be sent to that freak captain of the 12th division. Ichigo shouted. She isn't going to be sent there, she will be with her mother the entire time while we find out just how strong your daughter is. Captain Unohana will be taking care of the both of them. Byakuya spoke firmly but not shouting like Ichigo was. Emi began crying from the voices. She didn't like yelling. Rukia quickly tried to soothe her daughter. There Emi, it's okay, mommy's here. She stood up and excused herself. You're a good father, shouting when your baby is asleep. You're just lucky Rukia can handle it. Renji spat. What is it with you people? It's not like I fed your sister or your best friend knocking her up. We were experimented on. Meaning this was not our choice. I'm doing the best FNG job I can now, will you two leave me the hell alone? Ichigo shouted, cheeks turning red from anger. He's had enough of being picked on. He was stressed at school and now Rukia's brother and her best friend were giving him a hard time. He never slept with Rukia in the past, so why are they getting all uptight? I hope you do not use that language in front of that child. That'd be the worst thing for that baby to grow up using that kind of language. Byakuya said calmly as if he wasn't just shouted at. I don't cuss in front of Emi. How I raise her is my own choice. Rukia is handling herself fine with the new baby, so why don't you guys just leave us alone? Ichigo swore his vein in his neck was going to burst from anger and strain. Chillax Ichigo, I'm just messing with you. Renji said smirking. But I'm not, this is a serious matter. This child needs protection and I want to know how you plan on doing that. Byakuya did not sound amused. Look, I will train every day with Rukia and Urahara, but I will protect her with my life, I can promise you that. Rukia and Emi will be safe with me. Ichigo said calmly, sighing in defeat. Very well Kurosaki, but keep in mind that if they get their hands on this child, who knows what kind of catastrophic events will happen. I know. And that's what he was scared of. Not only losing his baby but that she could be used against him, and that would hurt more than anything. He'd never be able to take his little girl down. 9 p.m. at the Kuchiki mansion, Rukia's bedroom. I'm so tired. Rukia sighed, falling onto her king-sized bed next to Ichigo, who was holding a cooing Emi. I bet, you had to run around with Nell all day, it's going to be like that once this one gets a little older. Ichigo said, smiling and poking his finger next to Emi so she could grasp onto it. Ni-sama likes her. I could tell. But he's really worried about the errand car. He thinks they will strike any moment. I know I got chewed out today of my parenting skills. Ichigo mumbled. Rukia sat up, but you're just a teenager, what would you know about being a parent? Tell that to him. But it came out more of a whisper. Rukia shrugged her shoulders and fell back against the headboard. I can't understand how you could like my closet better than this gigantic room, but I now understand why you are so spoiled and want everything your way. He said, looking around the room. He winced slightly as their daughter latched her tiny fingers around his hair, holding on tightly. Ow. Rukia ummed, rubbing her BRSTs slightly. Ichigo blushed when he saw her and looked away, pretending not to notice. Where's my baby? My melons are so hard, they hurt. She said, reaching over to unlatch Emi's hands from Ichigo's hair. They hurt and get hard? Yes, she said, unbuttoning her pajama top to nurse Emi. It gathers milk in there throughout the day so I can continually feed her. If she isn't around to feed, then it hurts and gets uncomfortable. That's why when I stop BRST feeding it's going to SCK, because I have to wait until the milk dries up on its own. Ichigo leaned over, suddenly feeling braver since he did after all just have SEC with her last night. What does it taste like? His curiosity was getting the best of him. She looked up at him, eyes slightly wide. I have no clue. She looked back down. Emi's hair was pretty much covering up Rukia's tiny BRST, but she must like it. Ichigo moved so he was hovering over Rukia's legs. She wasn't wearing any pants, just her shirt and a pair of panties because she kept complaining about the heat. Ichigo called her crazy, saying it isn't hot, but she still insisted it was hot. Then he teased her, saying she just wanted some fun tonight. He leaned down and began kissing up her legs. Ichigo. I'm trying to feed our daughter. But she wasn't struggling as he moved her legs apart, kissing up her legs, making his way up to the insides of her thighs. You turn me on when you're so maternal. Rukia was for the first time thankful Emi was done feeding as Ichigo ran his hands up her flat belly to cup her sore BRST that wasn't being used. Come on sweetie, time for bed, mommy and daddy want to have some alone time. Ichigo cooed, taking Emi away from Rukia and setting her in the little crib the maids brought in earlier. Good night sweetie. He kissed her goodnight and turned back to Rukia. Now where were we? He quickly scrambled back to her as she was buttoning her shirt back up. Nope, we'll have none of that. He began unbuttoning it again. Ichigo, I don't think, ouch. She ummed lightly as his hand was cupping her BRST again. Ichigo, that hurts, ah. She was lost in words as his lips were on her BRST skin, gently probing the sensitive nub. When Emi did it she gummed hard and SCKED with such great force, but Ichigo was being so gentle and tender it was RSNG her greatly. He lifted his head up. Tastes like sweet milk, interesting. He said, going back down to drink a little more. He was curious as anyone is of what it would taste like. Ichigo, stop. Emi needs to eat in about 4 hours. He sat up, pushing her shirt off and pulled her legs so she plopped down underneath him. Oh. You're frisky. She purred, bringing her legs up. You drive me insane, Rukia. When I found out you were PRGN and all of my feelings began to arise, and now I think that I'm okay. I don't mind being with you for the rest of my life. In fact, I'm ready to face it with you even after life. He said, smiling and kissing her softly. She tasted milk on his lips. He was right, sweet milk. She lifted her hand up to slide his cheek as he began to pull her panties down. You and Emi are my family, the ones I've always wanted my whole life. You two are the most important people in my life. Another kiss to seal their words, and he plunged into her without warning, making her gasp, trying to accommodate his size. They spent the whole night learning every crevice of their bodies, making love that night. Finally, from exhaustion, they collapsed after one final mutual orgasm, breathing hard and holding each other tightly. This was the first time Ichigo made her come, the first time they made love. It was wonderful and beautiful, and Rukia felt amazing, but she didn't have an orgasm. It wasn't until now did she realize what she missed out on, coming 3 times tonight. Ichigo held her close, stroking her hair, telling her words of endearment as she kissed his chest lightly, breathing heavily. They were both exhausted and sweaty, but both were content and falling in love. Happy birthday, little Emi Masaki. Rukia cried, kissing her daughter on the cheek. Blow out your candles, Emi, make a wish and it'll come true. Ichigo said, crouching down to blow out the one candle on a little pink cake, making the little girl squeal in happiness as the fire disappeared from Ichigo's blow, making the baby think it was really her blowing out the candle. It was Emi's first birthday today, and Ichigo, Rukia, Ishin, and the twins are having a party in the backyard. It's been a year now with their baby and things seem to be getting easier. Ichigo and Rukia tried keeping everything a secret, but someone from school spotted them at the store with Emi and questioned them. They came out that they were dating and taking care of Rukia's aunt's new daughter. Everyone bought that story amazingly. Orihime took it kind of hard, avoiding Rukia and Ichigo, but mainly Rukia. When the Shinigami girl approached Orihime, she admitted to being jealous of Rukia, that she was now dating Ichigo instead of her and needed some time alone. Rukia was hurt but respected her friend's wishes. After a few months, Orihime finally accepted Rukia and Ichigo, and so did everyone else around the school, claiming Ichigo and Rukia to be the cutest couple in all of Karakura High. Now they were celebrating their daughter's first birthday, and even some people from Soul Society came by, Byakuya, Renji, and Rukia's captain Yukitake. "Aw. How old are you, Emi?" Ishin asked, crouching down to pinch the girl lightly on her cheek. Emi cheered, clapping her chubby fingers together. Rukia smiled and began cutting the cake and handed the first piece to Emi. Rukia knew she wouldn't be able to eat it but just poke some frosting off, but it was her birthday. Ichigo had argued, saying how could she deny their daughter cake on her birthday. So Rukia agreed. Just as long as Ichigo gave her a bath afterwards. Once cake was passed out, everyone sat around the room talking, and Ishin, acting just like a grandfather, was playing with Emi. Byakuya chose now to steal Rukia away and out onto the front porch. It's a lovely party. Rukia started feeling a little unsure and uncomfortable being dragged out of her daughter's party to look at the sunset with her brother, who just barely started acting like a brother. "Rukia, are you involved with that boy?" Rukia's cheeks turned a light pink. "What makes you say that?" "I saw him hold your hand while he blew out the candle on Emi's cake, and his thumb was caressing it also. That's a sign of love and affection. He was still looking out at the sunset as well as she. Well, when I PRGN and he was there for me at all times. When Emi was born he was even more supportive and there for the both of us. Even though he is just a 16-year-old boy, I know he has the potential to be an amazing father to this child. I fell hard for him, Nisama." She whispered the last sentence, fearing what her dear brother was going to say next. "I can't say that I'm happy about this newfound love, but I am proud of you." Rukia looked up at him, not believing her ears. Surely she was mistaken. Proud? Finding out your PRGNT when you were not engaged in SXL activities must have been a shock. You kept this child and you pulled through. Now you have a beautiful daughter and have made a relationship with her father. I know you two were friends from the beginning, so this must have been hard for the both of you. I honestly believed he was going to back out and abandon you out of fear, but as always, true to his word, he stayed with you through thick and thin. I'm amazed because not a lot of people would stick around for a child they had no part in conceiving. That proves to me that he will make an excellent match for you." He turned to look at her with a soft look and a hint of a smile at the edge of his lips. "I have come to grant you permission from the Kichiki clan to marry into the Kurosaki family." Rukia's face lit up and she smiled, the biggest smile Byakuya had ever seen on her face. "Nisama. Nisama. I. Oh, Nisama." Rukia cried, too flustered for words, and instead hugged him tightly around the waist. "Thank you, Nisama," she whispered. "You're welcome, Rukia. Now I must go back to Soul Society. The others will return in due time, I'm sure, but you have a good time with your daughter. Take good care of my niece," he said, finally smiling, a small one, but a smile nonetheless. He squeezed Rukia lightly again and turned to leave. "Goodbye, Nisama," Rukia whispered, watching her brother leave using Hell Butterfly. When Rukia entered the party, she leaned against the wall smiling, watching her lover crawl on the floor, teasing their daughter with a stuffed Chappie rabbit. Renji kept laughing, calling Ichigo a fruit cake, and everyone else just laughed along, making a frustrated Ichigo grit his teeth. He's an amazing father for a young boy. Isshin whispered, causing Rukia to jump lightly. Oh, Isshin, you scared me. When he was that age I would do the exact same stuff to him. I just have to say that I'm glad you brought him a child. He sure has grown up in so many ways, and he is much happier and open because of you and Emi. With that said, Isshin left to kick Ichigo softly, knocking him on the ground. He stole Ichigo's spot and teased Emi with the stuffed rabbit again. Ichigo smiled and stood up, glaring softly at his dad until he spotted Rukia. Unnoticed, he walked over to Rukia, catching her around the waist. And gave her a quick kiss. Come with me? She asked, pulling his hand towards outside. For a moment they just stood there staring at the night sky until Rukia finally broke the silence. Ni-sama told me something. How crappy he thinks this part is. Ichigo. I have some news from the Kuchiki clan. He turned to look at her quickly. You aren't leaving. I don't care what those old BSTRDS have to say, you aren't leaving my side. Rukia smiled and came closer. No, Ichigo. They gave me permission to marry you. What? I guess they are accepting of Emi because of her power and how potential she is. You may not be a noble, but your spiritual power is enough to widen their eyes, so they granted me permission to marry you. Plus they don't want me having a baby and no husband. She smiled. Wow, but how? I'm not 18. Your father grants permission and Ni-sama can act as my part since the human world thinks I'm 16 too. We'll take our rings off when we go to school. I don't want to wait forever, Ichigo, and you can only imagine how happy I am. She was grinning from ear to ear. I mean, you do want to marry me, right? Yeah, I do. I'm in shock that they allowed it. He looked stunned too. He had a placid look and his mouth was open slightly. Hey, careful, bugs are flying in big mouth. She said, teasing, nudging his shoulder. He looked down, smiling. We'll talk about this tomorrow. He said, smiling. I have to let this settle in. Married, and a baby at just 16, holy shit. I don't even have a job yet. She began to pull him inside. I guess I wear the pants in this relationship because I have the job as a Shinigami. My paycheck is pretty good. She teased him yet once again. Ichigo rolled his eyes and walked back into the house, only to walk into Rukia's captain, Yukitake. Oh, sorry, are you guys leaving? Ichigo asked. Yes, we were glad to have been invited over, thank you. He shook hands with Ichigo and then came up to Rukia. She's a very beautiful child, Rukia, but don't ever let your guard down. He hugged her lightly, smiling. Thank you so much, Captain. I will never. Renji stepped forward now. See ya, Ichigo, take care. They shook hands. Rukia, take care of yourself, okay? You're doing too much right now, your brother is really worried about you. I swear if you didn't live here he'd send many maids to help you. I swear that man spoils you too much. Rukia laughed softly and hugged Renji. Thank you, Renji. But we aren't moving out until Ichigo is done with school, that way it isn't so crazy, you know. Take care, I'll be seeing you soon. Rukia said, walking them both to the door. They gave their final goodbyes and shut the door. Phew. What a small party, but such a handful since we have a dirty daughter. Ichigo said, running to the little girl, screaming and trying to get away from her psycho father. Ga-ah-wa-wa. You're gonna get a bath. Wahahaha. He cried psychotically, picking the screaming girl up and laughing hysterically. Karen and Yuzu laughed. Ichi-nii is going psycho. Karen said, rolling her eyes. I think it's cute, kind of reminds me of Dad, but not so violent. What? Me violent? How hurtful, Yuzu. Isshin mocked, wiping his eyes dramatically. Whatever, Dad, we're going to bed now. Karen said, taking Yuzu's hand and heading upstairs. Rukia sighed as Ichigo ran away with their daughter in tow to the bathroom next to their room and began to pick up the living room just a little bit more before bed. She looked up as Ishin began to pass by. Ishin. I was wondering if. Do you think I could start using birth control? She said, blushing furiously, suddenly feeling stupid. Ishin turned to her, sure Rukia. Have you finally started your PRD? It's been a year now, you should have by now. I have, last week was my first one. So I think it would be safe if I get on birth control pills now. Ishin laughed, it's okay Rukia, don't feel embarrassed, just come talk to me tomorrow when I get home from my meeting tomorrow and we'll start getting you on the pill, okay? When she nodded he smiled and said goodnight to her, walking out of the living room, up the stairs and to bed. She was still blushing slightly as she came into their room, watching Ichigo place Emi in bed, freshly bathed and changed into some pajamas. She smiled at how wet he was, so now he knew that it isn't that easy staying out of Emi's wrath splashes. Good night birthday girl. Ichigo said softly, kissing her on the forehead, and turned to leave the room, stopping for a second seeing Rukia. Jump in the bathtub? She asked, mocking his so many mocks. Shut up. He muttered, passing her and shutting Emi's door. He pulled his shirt off, throwing his wet shirt at her. I have good news. Rukia said, crawling on the bed, pulling his wet t-shirt off of her. You saved a ton of money on your Geico insurance. He teased, pulling his pants off, leaving nothing but his boxers on. What? Nothing. Whatever, no, I just talked to your dad. I'm trying to get on birth control. He lay down on the bed and rolled to look at her. Why? You said you haven't started your PRD yet and I'm using condoms. Because I started last week, so now I want to be really safe. But I'm happy because this means that when we want we can have another baby. She started to cuddle closer to him. You want another baby already? Well, no, not this moment, but. Don't you want another baby someday? Yeah. I guess. I'm sure I will, but right now I just want to finish school with our one little monstrosity right now. She's a handful as it is. He rolled his eyes, thinking of how she got into the flower today while Rukia was out with Oriheim at the mall, so it wouldn't look so suspicious that they never hang out with their friends anymore. I'm not going to school tomorrow. Your dad has that DR's meeting tomorrow and I don't want you missing school. I could care less. Sounds good to me, I don't want you bugging me anyways. He winced, only partly due to expecting the blow to his chest for that comment. But she never moved from his chest. Her arm was wrapped around his torso and her chin was resting on his chest. You're such a good daddy. You think so? He wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Her first word was Stabry after all. She said teasingly. I guess this is just instinct, because I just act how I feel with her. He chose to ignore her earlier comment. I think it's amazing how much she looks like you and act like you. I was trying to feed her some baby food and it was peas and carrot flavor and she refused to eat it. When I tried to trick her, she picked up the spoon and threw it at me and flung the food on the floor. I was so sad. It reminded me of you. That's my baby. Rukia said, smiling smugly. I love being a new mother. But I hate being a closet new mother. Ichigo frowned. He knew how much Rukia loved being maternal and motherly and wanted so bad to show off her daughter, but she was forced to keep this all a secret. It must be bothering her. He watched as they walked home from school, and a mother would walk down the street with her new baby and tell everyone her stories of being a new mother. Rukia wanted to do that too and show off her child, but she was forced to tell everyone she was babysitting. He saw the pain in her eyes and felt awful. But in Soul Society she could do whatever she wanted and show off her new baby. She really was the center of attention there, since she was the youngest female Shinigami there giving birth. It didn't take long for the two to fall asleep, but before they knew it, or Ichigo did, he had to get up for school. He woke up to his alarm and quickly turned it off, hoping Rukia didn't hear it. Not that he cares or anything, he just doesn't want to have his hair pulled out so early in the morning. He scrambled out of bed and took a quick shower, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. When he was done he dressed quickly and walked to the kitchen, grabbing a bottle. Rukia stopped BRST feeding a few months ago and began feeding her baby food and baby formula. Emmy at first was difficult, not wanting to even look at the bottle, and was stubborn through the whole month that this whole ordeal took place. And of course Rukia spoiled her if Ichigo wasn't aware, and BRST fed her. Slowly Emmy took to the bottle and allowed to be separated from her mother during feedings now. Ichigo gained a few bruises and a few nights on the couch for teasing Rukia about her BRST size once her BRSTs had dried up any milk now. His father would just shake his head when he caught him sleeping on the couch. Well, he thought it was amusing. XXXXXXXXXXX. Rukia's morning was eventful since she watched Ichigo pick up his book bag and leave for school. She fell asleep for another hour after he left and finally got up to change Emmy's diaper. Ichigo was so thoughtful sometimes, he fed her before he left so she could sleep in a little extra. She cleaned up the house listening to music until Emmy got jealous of her mother's attention being given to the dishes and not her. So now Rukia was dancing around the house with Emmy listening to Yuzu's Cyndi Lauper CD with She Bop and her Madonna CD with Hung Up. And after she got bored with Yuzu's CDs, she switched to Ichigo's random rock CDs like Dramarama with that song she liked, Anything Anything. He sure had good taste in music. Emmy seemed to like music because every time she set her down to turn the music off she would begin to pout and then cry. So of course Rukia spent hours dancing with her daughter trying to tire her out. But with no such luck, Rukia only ended up making Emmy hyper. So finally Rukia had to resort to lullabies. Since nobody in the house had any lullabies, she had to resort to singing herself. She wasn't too bad, or so she thought. After all, Emmy did need a nap. So instead of dancing, Rukia rocked her softly, feeding her a bottle, singing softly. Baby mine, don't you cry. Baby mine, dry your eyes. Rest your head close to my heart. Never to part, baby of mine. Little one, when you play, don't you mind what you say. Let those eyes sparkle and shine. Never a tear, baby of mine. If they knew sweet little you, they'd end up loving you too. All those same people who scold you, what they'd give just for the right to hold you. From your head to your toes. You're not much, goodness knows. But you're so precious to me. Cute as can be, baby of mine. Finally Emmy had closed her eyes after Rukia finished singing. She set her in her crib and smiled, stroking her black hair. She had so much hair. She'll never forget when she came home one day from shopping with Orihime and saw Ichigo sleeping on the couch with Emmy on his chest wearing a little pink dress and black Mary Janes, and if that isn't cute enough, she had a little pink bow in her tuft of black hair. Ichigo was planning on taking them out that night to the park but fell asleep exhausted from just bathing and dressing her. That sight was enough to melt Rukia's heart. She looked at the clock and saw that Ichigo would be home very soon. She smirked, knowing she had enough time to make his night a good one. She jumped in the shower smirking with an evil plan. She had enough time since the twins were playing soccer and Emmy would be asleep for another 3 hours. XXXXXXXXXXXX. When Ichigo arrived home he was more than happy. No homework today at all. It was amazing. He was even smiling along as he walked into the kitchen, finding the house suspiciously quiet. He stopped in his tracks, finding his girlfriend. Soon-to-be wife sitting on the kitchen counter wearing a short tight black dress, fingering her hair and biting the tip of her finger rather suggestively. When he asked what she was up to, she only said they had at least an hour and lifted up her little black dress to reveal his worst nightmares or best desires. No panties. And now he was tangled up with her on the counter, breathing heavily and coming off of his high. Had they really just have SEC on the kitchen counter where his sister prepares food? Welcome home, she said breathlessly. He looked at her incredulously and pulled his pants back up. Is this one of your weird fantasies? Not really, I just wanted to see what would happen if you found me like this, and what do you know? You're putty. Whatever, he muttered, pulling her off of the counter so she could fix her dress that got pushed up on her hips. So what did you do all day? Oh, nothing really, just cleaned and I danced with Emmy to tire her out. Oh, sounds like fun. You know I didn't wear a condom, he added quietly. I know, but there have been a few times where we didn't and nothing happened. Yeah, but we were taking PRGNNCY tests like crazy. He said sarcastically and walked past her to grab orange juice from the fridge. You don't want another baby, she was now wiping the counter off with a rag. He took a giant sip before continuing, not that, we don't have the room, time, or money. I'm not exactly working. I am, we get paid as shinigamis. Plus I am a noble. It's still stress on my family for another baby. First one couldn't be helped but I want out next one. To be planned and ready. Rukia just rolled her eyes and grabbed some baby food and set the high chair up. Well, you should think about that first before I find Jimmy on the kitchen counter with no condoms, huh? She brushed past him roughly. I'm going to get cleaned up and then bring Emmy out here for lunch. Alright. He said, watching her leave the kitchen. It didn't matter what he said, he knew it, she wanted a family now. But she didn't understand that he's still a kid. He could barely keep Emmy a secret and he wanted to show his baby girl off but he couldn't, it was safer this way. Plus they didn't want any of the Erenkar to find out that the baby they created was alive and healthy, not to mention super strong. Just the other day, in fact, Emmy kept throwing the flowers out of the pot, making a huge mess in the living room. Rukia was lying down on the couch with her head resting on Ichigo's lap. They were supposed to be relaxing, enjoying a movie, with Emmy crawling around on the ground playing with her toys peacefully, but of course her curiosity got the better of her and began making a mess with the dirt and flowers in the flower pot. Knock it off, Emmy. Rukia said in an exhausted tone. The baby turned around to look at her mother with daring eyes. As she held her mother's glare, she moved her chubby fingers back into the pot and threw more dirt on the ground. Emmy. Do what mommy says. Ichigo scolded now. Emmy stopped for a moment, she usually did when daddy was mad. All was fine until she got bored again and the dirt looked so much better than Chappie the rabbit. Emmy, if I have to tell you one more time. Rukia warned. But the baby paid no attention to either of her parents now and began laughing happily, throwing the dirt up widely. That's it, I warned you. Ichigo said, getting up, leaving Rukia to lie on the couch. He quickly grabbed the little girl, pulling her to her feet and slapped her diaper but twice. Knock it off. Of course it didn't hurt, just the fact that daddy was angry with her was enough to make her cry. She plopped down on her but with a soft plop and began crying loudly. Well. I warned you, didn't I? See what happens. Ichigo said, watching her cry with a sympathetic look, and in those quick seconds the flower pot exploded, making Rukia sit up quickly to run to Emmy, picking her baby up carefully. What happened? She asked Ichigo. I think it was her. They found out it was her. When she gets upset things happen, no harm is done to anyone, just things break, or if she can't have what she wants sometimes she'll get it and they aren't sure how. They figured it was just the powers everyone warned them about. Rukia. You're making those faces again. Ichigo said, watching her make googly eyes at Emmy as she fed their daughter. Oh. She smiled up at Ichigo, lifting the spoon up to Emmy's mouth. I think she can eat by herself. I know. I'm about to leave and I don't want her to have a mess. She had a wide smile on her face and lowered her head to giggle against the baby's little toes, tickling them softly. It was something Ichigo loved to see. He didn't know when this started, but he loved seeing his family. That made him happy to say, his family. He felt pride and overwhelming want to protect this family of his. Now he truly knew what his father was saying about watching Masaki for hours, just watching her with their firstborn son. He called his dad crazy and boring, but now Ichigo understood. Watching Rukia with their baby was a wonderful feeling. She was happy, smiling from ear to ear, something she rarely did, and the laughter from his baby and soon-to-be wife filling his ears broke a smile out on his face. Alright, I should probably get going. I want to take Emmy to get some clothes since she's growing so fast. The last words she said were squeaky and mumbled into the baby's tummy. Want me to go? No. I think I'll go alone tonight. people are starting to ask if she's mine when I'm with you, but when I'm by myself they don't ask as much. Rukia said, standing up and pulling Emi up with her. Alright, here. He handed her a ATM credit card, you know the PIN. I'll be here when you get back. He kissed her on the cheek and ruffled Emi's hair. No. She shouted, pushing his hand away. Ichigo and Rukia laughed as she began heading out of the house. I have my cell on me, so if you need me just call. Oh yeah, can you hand me the diaper bag? She said, standing at the door. Yeah, so have a good day. Bye guys. Ichigo said, giving one last wave to the most important people in his life as Rukia walked out the door with their baby on her hip. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Rukia and Emi have been out shopping for about 3 hours and it was now nearing evening. As she carried the bags in one arm and Emi in the other, she turned to look at her daughter. I think Daddy will have a cow if we spend any more after he sees the bill. What do you say we go home? After a tired nod from the usually hyper baby, Rukia smiled and began walking out of the shopping centers. It was now starting to get dark, so Rukia decided to take a shortcut and walked between two buildings that led to the neighborhood where Ichigo lived. That was when she felt it. A strong familiar presence that she never wanted to witness again. Emi began to cry suddenly as Rukia stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around to face the person she already knew who it was. Hello Rukia, you're looking well as ever, so is our test project. The voice said, pointing to the struggling baby in Rukia's arms crying more than ever. Ji Grimjiao. Rukia chalked out, backing away slowly. Don't hurt her. She dropped all of her shopping bags and clutched Emi tightly to her chest, fearing the worst. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to hurt her. Just hand her over and you'll be okay. He took a step forward and she took 2 back, cut the shikuchiki and hand the baby over. Now. He was losing his patience. Her brain was frozen in fear. She was never like this. She was quick to act and jump and ready for the fight, but this was different. She was protecting her baby. She was in defense mode, not fighting mode. She turned on her heel and began running, clutching the screaming baby in her arms. Run all you want, Bleach. I'm going to have that baby just like Aizen wants. His voice was right next to her ear. She shuddered in fear. She was running quickly and he was already right on her tail, whispering in her ear. She felt a horrible pain in her left leg and fell to the ground, hitting her cheek hard against the concrete, splitting open her lip. But Emi was still safe from harm, just a little scared. Rukia clutched Emi tighter and looked at the damage. Grimjiao had split her heel tendon open, preventing her to run. Please, she's mine. Don't take her. Tears were running down her cheeks now, feeling utterly hopeless. They could take her life and it wouldn't matter, but she had a child now and was trying desperately to protect her. She tried to crawl away, ignoring the searing pain that was shooting up her leg, but was stopped instantly as she felt a sword enter her thigh, stopping her instantly. She screamed out in pain and clung to her screaming child harder. No. Leave her alone. Grimjiao bent down low to whisper in her ear, I think I'll bring you along too. Aizen never said I couldn't bring a lovely little playmate with me. Shivers went down her spine hearing those words and felt a searing pain on the back of her head. She was losing consciousness. Please. Ichigo. She chalked out, tasting blood on her tongue before falling into darkness. We should call the police. A tiny voice spoke from the couch. Ichigo turned around to see his little sister Yuzu on the couch with tears in her eyes. We can't, sweetie, she has to be missing for 24 hours. Ishin said softly, stroking his daughter's back comfortingly. Ichigo huffed roughly and swung around, grabbing his coat. Ichigo, where are you going? I'm going to go find her and my child. Who knows where they are? Ichigo was frantic. He was all right up until around 10 at night. He tried calling her cell and it just continued to ring. Usually it went to voicemail, but this time it just kept ringing. He tried calling every 15 minutes and still nothing. Now he was beyond worried. He just knew something was wrong. Probably a hollow. Why the hell did he take so long on going after her? It was now midnight. Ichigo, your mother used to do the same shit to me all the time. I'd freak out about ready to burst through those doors looking for her and then she'd come strolling through the doors as if nothing had happened. Ishin was trying his best to calm his frantic son down. Dad, back then I don't think you guys had cells, hers is just ringing, I know something has to be wrong. Ichigo said walking to the door. He turned around and waved, I'll call if I find her. With that he was gone running out the door. Ishin just frowned knowing his son was right for once. But the fear of losing his loved ones was greater. But as a father he knew he couldn't step in his son's way of protecting his son and love. XXXXXXXXXX. Pain, that's all she felt in that moment. She felt the bile rise up in her throat from the pounding in her head. What the hell happened? She heard some water dripping in the background but for the most part it was silent. That was until she heard a soft whimper that she knew all too well. The small black-haired Shinigami snapped her eyes open suddenly remembering everything that happened. She was in a rather big dark cellar room with chains lining the walls and damp moldy water dripping off of the walls and onto the sleek ground. There was a tiny little blanket on the ground across from her. Even if she could reach it she would never lay on it considering the amount of mold and decay on it. She lifted her tired eyes only to see what she was looking around for. There she was, Emmy was in the corner with a tiny chain attached to her tiny foot sitting on a big soft comforter. Emmy. Emmy, Mama's over here. Rukia's voice was raspy and thick but Emmy knew it perfectly. The little girl looked up and began to cry holding her arms out to her mother. Rukia tried with all her might to crawl over to her daughter but found she had a chain attached to her good foot. She was trapped on the other side of the room. Her leg that had the tendon split open and the thigh wound just wouldn't respond. It wouldn't move. The pain was so harsh that she couldn't contain the stomach contents anymore and threw up. The tears were now falling freely. Emmy, don't cry sweetie. Mommy's here. Daddy will come for us. She choked out breathing heavily scooting away from the puke. It was all she could do was cry at that moment from the pain not only on her whole body but her heart and ego as well. She failed as a mother to protect her child. She failed as a Shinigami to defeat the enemy, and she failed Ichigo by failing to come home with their child. When did she get so weak? She thought to herself as more tears came crashing down her cheeks. Please, don't cry. She pleaded to Emmy who was softly whimpering now staring at her mother incredulously because she couldn't understand why her mother was not coming to comfort her in her time of need. Or was Rukia pleading to herself? XXXXXXXXXXX. DMN at Rukia, where are you? Ichigo ummed running through alleyway after alleyway. He had been running for a half hour straight. He ignored the piercing pain in his chest and the tight stitch on his side as he continued to look for two most important people in his life. Ichigo was starting to panic as he ran and ran but still nowhere could he sense Rukia's Ryutsu or Emi's for that matter, but he still wasn't good at the Ryutsu thing so he had a hard time detecting the Ryutsus. He ran past an alleyway and stopped short. He slowly came back to the alley and saw a few shopping bags lying on the ground. He walked up to them slowly and turned a bag over to see the contents inside, children's clothes. No, God please. Frantically he threw himself on the ground and pulled everything article of clothing out searching for some kind of receipt. Finally at the last bag he found it, a receipt and on the bottom of it was what he feared. Account number, 8822. Card issuer, Visa. Card member, Kurosaki Ichigo. The bags were Rukia's. We were expecting your lazy but to not notice a single thing for how long it took you to realize that Rukia was in danger. Ichigo swirled around at the owner of the voice. It was Rukia's older brother Byakuya Kuchiki and his lieutenant Renji Abarai. Renji had spoken the words. Byakuya just stood there as stoic as ever. Byakuya, Renji. I need your help, Rukia is in danger. Ichigo stood up quickly pleading with the two older men. You stupid idiot, you should have been able to protect her. We felt the baby's Ryutsu along with Rukia's light years away, and here you are in the same town and you didn't even feel anything. Renji was said, his cheeks got red when he was mad, and Ichigo couldn't really blame him for being sad. After all, Renji lost his love to him, and accepted it by telling himself that Rukia will be protected and happy with the orange-headed teen. But Ichigo just proved him wrong. That thought alone brought him to his knees. Please. I know I'm a fool for not protecting her, but I'm asking you, no begging you to help me find her. Ichigo was on his hands and knees now, the tears were threatening to fall. He felt like such a failure. Kurosaki, gather up your comrades. We're leaving tomorrow night. If you want to prove yourself, then you will get her out safe and alive, both my sister and her child. Byakuya finally spoke. Without another word or glance he swung around and left. I trusted you, Ichigo. I let her go with you willingly because I trusted you. Ichigo didn't dare lift his head, he felt ashamed and like a fool. He really has changed, the day he begged for help, but he'll do anything for Rukia. He loved her with every part of his soul, and now they had a baby that could possibly be dead, and he loved her so very much. His throat was tightening from just the thoughts of losing his family. All because he was a fool. So that night Ichigo did two things he would probably have to be desperate to do: he begged and he cried for the two most treasured people in his life. XXXXXXXXXX. Get away from her. Rukia screamed from the floor. Her head was spinning and her leg no longer moved at all, completely limp. Her whole body was aching and shaking from lack of treatment. But most of all she was terrified. Grimmjow, Aizen, and Ulquiorra stood in front of her child. Don't touch her. Aizen turned around to look at the small black-haired Shinigami. Ah. Rukia Kuchiki. He walked up to her kneeling once he reached her. How does it feel to be a helpless mother? Rukia didn't answer, instead she spit in his face, earning a very loud and hard smack across her cheek, sending her to tumble across the floor. But Rukia was stronger than a hard smack across the cheek. She got back up into her laying position with her head up. Ufenji, sick monsters, leave her alone. Aizen, Sama, we can't break into this barrier the child set up. Ulquiorra muttered, resting his hand about 5 feet above the baby who was crying fiercely. Aizen turned back to Rukia. How do I break through the barrier? Rukia smirked. Do you think I am some kind of fool? If you do not tell me, then I'll rip you to shreds. He threatened, pulling out his Zanpakuto. Then so be it. She spat out defiantly. Rukia barely flinched when she saw his Zanpakuto being brought down fast over her head, but she felt nothing. I have a better idea. Grimmjow, have fun. Aizen turned to leave, leaving Rukia and her child. Ulquiorra made his exit, also leaving just Grimmjow. The wide grin on his face frightened Rukia. Would she rather have been sliced to pieces or have Grimmjow smile at her like that, knowing what he was about to do? Be strong. Be strong for your daughter, and most of all Ichigo, because he is coming for us. She repeated the words to herself as his stride got closer to her until he was right above her. We're going to have the time of our lives. He hissed, kneeling down and unbuttoning her dress. She couldn't fight him off since one of her legs just wouldn't move and her other arm was cuffed tightly to a chain. She swallowed her fear and let Grimmjow do what he pleased to her body. No longer how much it hurt or felt good, she tried her best to be strong. Because Ichigo is coming. XXXXXXXXXX. Kurosaki, you had better have a pretty good explanation for dragging us here at 2 in the morning. Yuryu said, pushing his glasses up to the bridge of his nose. Yuryu, Oriheim, and Chad sat around a little coffee table at Oriheim's house. And every one of them were not happy, including Oriheim. I'm here to ask, no beg for your help. Ichigo got down on his hands and knees. Ichigo, what's wrong? Did you and Rukia get into a fight? Oriheim asked, setting down her cup of tea, worried. Ichigo looked up. No. I've also come to ask for your forgiveness. Cut to the chase, Ichigo, what's so important at 2 a.m.? Yuryu cut in once more. That little girl, the little girl that hangs around Rukia and I, well, Rukia and I have been lying to you guys. She's not Byakuya's little girl. She's ours. Orihime gasped, clutching tightly to her cup. Chad cleared his throat and shuffled, and Yuryu's brow furrowed. When? How? Orihime's voice was much smaller than it usually is. When we were in Hueco Mundo. Those BSTRDS experimented on Rukia, impregnating her with my DNA. We kept it a secret because we didn't want any of it getting out that two 15-year-olds had a baby. I'm sorry, we didn't know what else to do. Ichigo was still sitting on the floor and gazing at anywhere but his friends' faces. You mean when Rukia was out of school it was because she was actually having a baby? Yuryu asked. Yes, we told my dad that we were stupid and I knocked her up. He blushed briefly before continuing, of course my dad believed me but stood by me and helped us out. And now? His voice chalked out slightly but he turned his head to glare into his trusted friend's eyes almost begging, angry tears beginning to form. He continued on, now they took my baby and Rukia. And I need your help. Of course we'll help. Orihime said meekly, unsure of how this Ichigo was acting. She had never seen Ichigo so passionate. What does she look like? Chad spoke up from being so quiet. Ichigo turned to look at him. What? Your daughter, does she look like you or Rukia? Ichigo finally sat back up in a criss-cross style and gave a slight pained smile. Like her mother, she acts just like her too. If she doesn't get her way she'll have a fit. Huge amounts of black hair, but she has my eyes. She sounds beautiful. Orihime said, smiling. When do we leave, Ichigo? Yuryu asked, pushing his glasses up. Tomorrow night. That soon? The busty female gasped. This time we have Soul Society on our side. They will protect their own too, especially Rukia since all the trouble they caused her. Ichigo explained, well, you guys, thank you so much for your help. Get some rest. I need to take care of something before I leave. Ichigo stood up and bowed slightly before walking out of Orihime's apartment. XXXXXXXXXX. Where is the boy? Aizen stood there as stoic as ever, no emotion on his placid face as he peered down disdainfully at the beaten small Shinigami on the ground. All Rukia could do was look up at him. She was weak and tired and her whole body hurt. She pet her head to Emi, who was now asleep. Her poor baby cried herself to sleep. At least she didn't have to witness what just took place only moments before. She looked to the other side of the room and saw Grimmjow staring at everything but her. The BSTRD. He rapes her, defile her and takes her dignity, and now he decides to feel guilty. I'm not going to ask again. Rukia, where is that boy? That substitute Shinigami, the father of that baby. I don't know. She whispered. Maybe we should try later, she seems exhausted from our game. Grimmjow purred, winking at her. She shuddered, feeling disgusted. At least her dignity was spared when Grimmjow put her little dress back on. Aizen flared his nostrils but kept his stoic posture and swiftly turned to leave the room. I will be back, Rukia, and you will tell me where that boy is or I will make you regret it. Grimmjow gave one last look at her and left, leaving Rukia to cry in peace. She was not one to cry, but she just had every last shred of dignity she had torn in pieces. Her child was hungry and cold and there was nothing she could do about it but sit there on the floor bleeding slightly, shivering in pain, and hope that Ichigo was coming. XXXXXXXXXXX. Ichigo could not sleep. He knew he had to get some sleep soon, and he should have stayed at Orihime's, but he couldn't. Not with his conscience. He couldn't do that to his family again. No, this time he owed his family a full explanation. And as he walked down the drafty streets of Karakura town, he knew exactly that he was going to tell his dad the full truth, everything. He owed him at least that much. Why do you want that boy so bad? Ikamaru, ex-captain of the 3rd squad, asked, sitting on a chair sipping some wine. Well, that's quite simple. for experiments. The ex-5th Squad captain said, taking a sip of his wine. The two men were conversing in a grand white room. That child has his DNA, I already have the mother, but now I need the other in order to figure out what kind of power that girl exactly has. Couldn't you threaten to kill the baby in order for Kichiki to tell you where he is? Wouldn't work. Rukia knows that the girl has a strong barrier protecting her, she knows we can't break through. He took a sip to clarify his final thoughts. So in other words, you want that Ryoka boy to experiment on to figure out if there is a way to break through that barrier? Ikamaru asked, shuffling in his chair. That baby needs to be nourished and cared for in order for us to convert her to our side. She is at that age where in time she will forget her real parents if given the proper caring for. But he took another sip of his wine before continuing, we can't give her any care with that DMN barrier around her. She doesn't need food, does she? Is she a spirit or human? She needs everything a human does and more. This child is full human and full spiritual power. I'm sure she can see ghosts and hollows right now. She is powerful, and that's why we need to break through that barrier before that child dies of malnourishment. Why don't you let Rukia near that baby then? She can feed her. I don't want that beach near that child until we know exactly what kind of power that kid has. If it dies, then we'll start over with a new baby. We'll keep them both here until the new baby is born. Simple as that. Aizen said, finishing his wine glass. Well, I'll go and set some food by the baby, see if she'll eat it. Jin stood up and left the room, heading towards the cell Rukia was in along with her child. XXXXXXXXXX. Ichigo stopped dead in his tracks. He knew that stance and the way that puff of smoke was blown out anywhere. Why aren't you in bed? Ichigo asked, slowly walking towards the figure leaning up against the wall. Waiting for you to get home. The figure said, as if it was the simplest thing in the world. The figure stepped out of the dark shadows under the street light to reveal Isshin Kurosaki. You didn't find her? No. But I know where she is. Isshin nodded and threw his cigarette down on the floor, snubbing it out. Is it serious? I have to leave for a while, Dad. Ichigo leaned up against the wall, wondering if he should really tell his father. Was this right? How would his father react? Would Rukia want this? Did she have a choice in the matter? Would his father believe him or throw him in the insane house? His thoughts were broken by his father saying something shocking. Who wants the baby? What? Ichigo turned to face his father and was faced with a stony, serious glare that Ichigo rarely got to see. They didn't take Rukia for Rukia, did they? They want that baby. Why? His father was catching on. He came here to tell his father the truth, and now, he had to. He swallowed what doubt he had and slid off the wall, facing his father dead on. Emi Masaki was an experiment. Isshin raised his eyebrows, clearly not expecting that. What the hell? First you must understand what I am, what Rukia is. Your soul reapers. He whispered. Ichigo looked up, eyes widening and throat constricting. How did you know? Boy, you leak spiritual energy like crazy that if it were BO the whole world would be dead from that stink. Rukia. I didn't know for a while. It wasn't until recently that I started noticing her spiritual power, though it's low. I didn't figure it out until I saw her in a Shinigami uniform a few months ago. I'm guessing she hides her Rietsu. Hasn't that woman taught you anything? Now, what do you mean Emi is an experiment? Ichigo was in shock. His father knew. How? How do you think you had the spiritual power to see the dead, Ichigo? From me. I was once a Shinigami, but I left it all behind. Isshin began carefully examining Ichigo's bulging wide eyes. This is probably hard for you to hear. It's why I kept it a secret, but I think I know what you are about to do, just like all the other times you left for a long time. I need you to know who I am first before you tell me who you are. Isshin lit up another cigarette before speaking again. Isshin Kurosaki didn't smoke often, only once a year, but today he was stressing horribly bad because of his oldest son. I was a captain's rank Shinigami. Isshin took a long draft of his cigarette before continuing, close to being promoted to a captain, but on a mission I met a girl, on Earth, a human girl. She wasn't your mother. This was years and years ago. Probably more than 100 years ago. I got to know this girl. Her name was Liliana, and I was performing consort to her recently deceased father. Surprisingly, she could see me, and that was the first time that somebody could see me. After that day I got to know her more and more. Isshin paused for a moment, letting this all sink in Ichigo's brain. He seemed to catch on, but his eyes would widen every so often. For about 2 years everything was going fine, until I realized that I fell in love with this girl. We were friends, always arguing, always fighting, and always bickering about something. And no matter what I said, I always ended up losing and getting literally beaten. Liliana was abusive. Isshin smirked as he looked up towards the sky and threw his cigarette but on the ground. But of course things never go the way we want. Another long puff of his cigarette, she announced she was PRGNT. I didn't know what to do. I was a Shinigami and she was a human, and that is illegal. I loved her so much. She contradicted everything I said, beat me to the bone, commanded me to do everything, and yet I loved everything about her. So I knew that I would do anything for her. My prayers were answered when Kisuke Urahara and Yoruichi were planning on escaping Soul Society forever and stay hidden somewhere on Earth. Since I was their close friend, they allowed me to come with them. They went to a little town called Karakura Town, and I stayed in Osaka where Liliana was. I inhabited a jigai permanently and married her. I have an older brother or sister. Ichigo broke in, unable to keep silent anymore. This girl that his father talked about reminded him so much of Rukia. I'm getting to that part. Isshin rolled his eyes. You know that this was a long time ago, and medicine wasn't very good back then. Well, Liliana grew ill while PRGNT. The doctors that they had weren't sure what was causing it. When she was 4 months PRGN, she miscarried and died 3 days after. I was mortified and left Osaka. I went to Karakura Town where Urahara was. He set me up with a tiny house, and that's when I began training as doctor. Years and years later, after the pain of losing Liliana had turned to a dull ache, I had met your mother. She wasn't Liliana, but she was so amazing. I did everything I could to get to know her. She first came in as a patient with a horrible flu. She was only 19. I felt like such a pefli. Ichigo smiled at that thought. Ichigo was only 16, so Rukia probably feels worse than a pefli. Well, she can complain, but at least she isn't practicing NCRPHL. We fell in love soon, only months after. And this time I was worried about anything, no soul society and no diseases, because I could cure them. Except the fatal ones, but I would be dead if I didn't try. So after a year of dating she announced she was PRGNT with you. I married your mother and did everything I could to live a human life. And well, I guess I did pretty DMN well, considering none of you figured it out. Why? Didn't you tell me? If you knew what I was doing, why didn't you tell me? Ichigo chalked out. He was in shock. His father was like Rukia. Came from the same place. How does she not know of him? Not only that, but he had a love before his mother. They almost had a baby. This was so much to take in. Because of your sisters. They need me more than you need me, Ichigo. I did what I could as a father to try and protect you, like those charms I gave you, they protected you. But I couldn't fight alongside you because I needed to be here with your sisters. Plus deep down I knew that if you were anything like me then you would come back home. And you always do. Right now you are probably going to have the most dramatic fight of your life, and I'm sorry again to tell you that. All I can do is give you my thumbs up, because again, Ichigo, your sisters need me. They have nobody. I understand. I really don't know what to say. I'm so confused right now. Ichigo leaned up against the wall trying to relax his digesting mind. Tell me about Emi. What do you mean she is an experiment? Those Arankar BSTRDS caught Rukia and I during our last battle a little over a year ago. They wanted a really strong Shinigami baby that they could breed and make some type of super soldier, so they used me. But since Rukia was nearby, they used her as the carrier. Rukia and I were rescued, and when she found out she was PRGN and she didn't want to kill the life, claiming that it's murder, so she kept it. I stayed by her side and made up lies to you, telling you that we were careless. Rukia and I weren't involved then, we only pretended to be involved. It wasn't until after Emi was born that our relationship really came into bloom. Now, those Arankar took Rukia and Emi again. Isshin stared incredulously at Ichigo for a moment before speaking up, so the both of us haven't been too honest with each other, huh? Sorry. We didn't know what to do. If I had known you were an ex-Soul Reaper, I would have told you from the start. Things would have been easier. Rukia's PRGNNCY isn't such a big thing for her because it's accepted in Soul Society. They accepted her PRGNNCY? Amazingly, yes. Since it was forced and experimented, they allowed it. Dad. Byakuya Kuchiki. Rukia's brother, her family, they gave me permission to marry her. Ichigo looked up, expected criticism from his father, but it never came. You're growing up so fast. As mad as I was about Emi, I was really happy. I was only mad because I felt that you were ruining your life. I realize now that that was a mistake. If anything, it made you into a better person. And now that I find that Emi was an experiment, I couldn't be more proud of you, son. Isshin smiled, clutching Ichigo's shoulder tightly. You know I want another baby. But I don't think I fall in love anytime soon, so that's why I love taking care of Emi. How is Rukia doing with the baby? Ichigo leaned up against the wall. She couldn't be happier. Soul Society loves Emi. Rukia is the youngest Shinigami to give birth, so she's the center of attention right now. Ichigo bowed his head low, and from the way Ichigo's shoulders shook slightly, Isshin knew Ichigo was struggling to not cry. Dad, you won't be helping me get her back, will you? That broke his heart. His son knew that his place was with his daughters. But oh God, if he could, he'd be there by his eldest son's side forever. Isshin grabbed Ichigo roughly around his shoulders and hugged him to his chest tightly. No. But I will give you my silent praise every single time, just like all those last times you went to battle. And every time you came back with scars, but you were alive. I love you so much, Ichigo. You are growing up too fast. You're not supposed to leave until you're around 20, and here you are going off to battle for what? The third time. Isshin pulled back to look his son in the face. I know that you will bring your daughter and Rukia back home safely. I can't be with you this time, but don't you dare think for a moment that I don't care, because DMN it, I want to be there protecting you forever, but I can't because you are more than capable of taking care of yourself. If your sisters lost me, they would have nobody, and I can't do that to them. Isshin wiped a stray tear from Ichigo's cheek with his thumb. You will come back, Ichigo. I know you will, and Rukia is still alive. If they want that baby, then Emi is still alive, and to keep her happy they have to keep Rukia alive also. He hugged his son tightly once more. Ichigo smiled against his father's chest. He didn't hug him back though. There were limits, and allowing himself to become weak in front of his father were crossing them. You must think I'm FING pages. Ichigo whispered. If you were FNGPP, then I wouldn't have a 15-year-old son right now. He'd be dead due to the first kick I gave him. Ichigo laughed lightly and pulled back. I have to go now. Tell Karen and Yuzu that I love them, and I will be home. Goodbye, Dad. Ichigo's eyes grew wide when a giant fist came flying at his face only 2 seconds later. He didn't have time to dodge and took the blow to his chin. He faltered slightly, holding his chin due to the pain. The F was that for? This is not goodbye, Ichigo. You're coming home or I'll kick your butt up at Soul Society. Ichigo smiled and nodded. Yeah. With one last look he waved to his father, leaving home for who knows how long this time. His heart felt lighter. Like a great burden has been lifted, and he felt wiser now, knowing about his father's life, not knowing before. How could he not know? It still boggled him. He shook his head and held his head up high. He was going to go back to Oriheim's place and get some rest before they head out to Hueco Mundo for Rukia and Emi. And he silently pleaded that both girls were safe. Be strong, baby, I'm coming for you, and as you always do, Rukia, hold your head up high and don't show weakness. I'll hurt those BSTRDS that hurt you. Who let your blood spill on the ground? He spoke out loud, looking up at the sky. His words would reach Rukia. XXXXXXXXXXX. Finally Rukia was content. Her whole body was numb, but she was holding her daughter tightly, feeding her. They had allowed Rukia to go to her daughter only to feed her. Emi was becoming malnourished. She rocked her child back and forth, feeding her crackers and juice, speaking words to comfort her. She was like that for a few hours until an Espada came into the room. Emi was so content being with her mother that she never noticed anyone enter until she was roughly pulled from her mother's arms. Rukia screamed loudly, trying to fight back, but her leg wouldn't move and her body was growing harder and harder to move. She was dying slowly, but she was dying. Rotting from the inside out. Emi! Rukia screamed, tears streaming down her face. Emi was screaming loudly, struggling to get out of the Espada's grasp. She screamed loud and a bright light engulfed her. The Espada that was holding her was now a pile of dust. Emi was now laying on the ground, crying loudly inside her small cage. She's powerful. Rukia looked up to see Aizen standing at the entrance. She didn't notice him come in. The person holding her was Grimmjow. Stand up, Rukia. Rukia glared at him. She wouldn't tell him she couldn't, she wouldn't tell him her body refused to move from the waist down. She wouldn't tell him she was weak right now. Let her go, Grimmjow. Grimmjow did, and she tried to keep her balance, but her good leg was too weak and gave out. She collapsed to the floor. She struggled to stand up, but her arms were growing weak. You're weak. Aizen said softly, coming to stand next to Rukia, so that means you are in no position to argue with me. You want to stay alive to make sure we don't harm your darling daughter. If you're thinking that we won't harm her because we created her, don't. Because I will rip that child's head off in a second if I feel. I could create another child in a heartbeat. Tell me where that boy Kurosaki is. Now. He stepped on her hand and dug deep, making her cry out. If you don't need me or Emi, then let us go. Aizen gave that wicked smile, then I'll just kill you all. Tell me where Kurosaki is and I'll let you rot in peace. His head motioned towards her leg. She winced. Tie her up on that chair. Grimmjow leant down and grabbed her by the waist, dragging her tiny form over to a small metal chair with chins connected. He sat her down carefully and attached her wrists and ankles. Her left ankle was so swollen that it hurt so bad to put the metal clasp around her. She cried out softly. If you would just tell me, Rukia. He leant down so that his arms were resting on her legs. She winced and bit her lip from crying out from the pain he was giving her just by putting pressure on her leg. The infection was growing rapidly. Do you like to be tortured? Does this turn you on? His voice was quiet and low. It made Rukia sick to her stomach. His hand slid up her thigh to her waist and cupped her BRST. She hissed and spit on him, but the sick BSTRD stuck his tongue out and liked it off. She looked away in disgust. Go F yourself. She spat. Why not you? His hand slid up to cup her cheek. You know, Rukia, when I was a captain I heard about how most of the guys wanted to F you. You were royalty, they wanted a taste of royalty. Byakuya Kuchiki was what stopped them coming to you. Everyone wanted to melt that ice around your heart, and who managed to melt it? FNG, little boy. He laughed out loud and slapped her hard across the face. You FNG, little dead Pefli. Why won't you just tell us where he is, Rukia? It'll all stop if you just tell us. Grimmjow finally spoke from the background. Because I will not submit to you. She cried out, glaring reproachfully at the two. Aizen smiled and stood up. He pulled out a knife from his pocket. such a shame, your beautiful Rukia, with your pale skin, and dark hair and long dark eyelashes. Especially those gorgeous huge eyes. A mix of royal blue and a deep shade of violet. You truly are royalty, it's just a shame that I'm going to F that little beautiful face up. He was fast, and before she could even react his hand was holding her jaw open. Then you don't need to talk if you won't tell me where that Fanji boy is. Rukia squeezed her eyes shut tightly, knowing exactly what was going to happen when she felt him pull hard on her tongue. She heard Grimjow say something, but it was drowned out by her screams of pain. The cries of her baby was drowned out from her blood-curdling screams. All Rukia felt was pain as he continued to cut and cut at her mouth, ripping more and more of her tongue out. All she could do was scream and jerk away, which caused him to cut more of her mouth open. When it was all over, he shoved a handkerchief in her mouth to stop the bleeding and tied a GG around her head to keep the cloth in her mouth. The pain was so strong that she felt like throwing up, but she couldn't. She'd choke. Her head was spinning and splitting from pain. Blood was everywhere, she was soaked in her own blood. She began to wonder if Ichigo was coming, if he even knew where to find her. Was it really necessary protecting him when he was on his way anyways? She began to fade into darkness, silently scolding herself for thinking such selfish thoughts. And soon pain had overcome her. Rukia faded into darkness. Byakuya, Kachiki and Renji Aburai showed up at about 9 at night, claiming it was time to go. When Ichigo, Orihime, Chad, and Ishida exited Orihime's apartment, they left their bodies all in there. To Ichigo's surprise, not only was Byakuya and Renji standing there, but Captain Hisagaya, Vice Captains Matsumoto, Hisagi, and Kira, and of course the seated officers of the 11th Division, Ikkiku, and Yumachika. It was even more surprising to see Yoruchi, Kisuke and his shopkeepers. They had made it to Hueco Mundo, but Byakuya said that they are most alert at night, so it's best to stay the night in a little cave for the night, shielding them from the sandstorm. Orihime had brought some snacks along, so after Renji and Hisagi started a fire, they all sat around the small fire picking at their food, making small talk. We'll be up very early, so try not to stay up all night, Hisagaya said, standing up with Byakuya as both turned to leave for a corner in the cave. Yumachika, Ikkiku, Matsumoto, and Renji left for another corner, leaving Ichigo, Chad, Ishida, and Orihime to rest in the last far left corner of the cave, and Yoruchi, Kisuke, Yururu, Tessai and Jinta all left for the far right corner. It was very late or early when everyone had fallen asleep, or so Ichigo thought. He couldn't sleep. He didn't feel right. Something was bothering him. He could almost feel Rukia pleading with him to hurry. It could just be his imagination, but he just felt awful inside. If those BSTRDS touched her, he swore he'd kill every one of them. Ichigo was so deep in thought that he didn't even notice Orihime had gotten up and sat next to him. You're thinking about them, aren't you? Ichigo, startled, turned to look at her. Yes I am. We're going to get them back, Ichigo, and I know what you are thinking, that they hurt Rukia, and if they had, well, I'll heal them to perfect health. Don't worry, as long as we're on our way, right? She gave him a cheerful smile. He tried to return it, but it turned to be a grimace instead. I'm sorry. God. Do you love her? He looked at her questioningly for a moment before answering, we weren't always in love. I loved her, but it was the same love as my sisters. It wasn't until she gave birth that I realized that I did love her, that I was so head over heels for her. She changed my whole world, for the worse it seems at times, but the majority for the better. He paused, seeing the pained look on her face. Hey, he said, turning to look at her, I'm sorry, Orihime, I know how you feel. Rukia, she does something to me. I don't know how to explain it. I know, Ichigo. I've seen it a long time ago, I just didn't want to believe it. I grew jealous of her and I felt foolish and disgusting for it. But she forced you out of depression when I could do nothing to help you. I felt horrible. It's human to feel jealous, Orihime. Don't worry, Rukia forgives you. You should get some sleep, Orihime. We have a long journey ahead of us. Ichigo said, not wanting to talk about Rukia anymore. It was breaking his heart. After all, he felt this was his fault. XXXXXXXXXX. According to his watch, the sun should be rising right about now, but it was nothing but darkness and Ichigo still had barely slept. He had a few hours of sleep due to exhaustion, but those few hours were nightmares. He tossed and turned most of the night thinking of the horrible things that were happening to his baby and lover. The last thing he remembered was Rukia screaming loudly as Aizen was doing something to her, looked like in her mouth due to her muffled scream. Her eyes were shut tight and tears were streaming down her face. Emi was in the corner of the room with a strange light illuminating her and her ears were covered with her tiny hands trying to block out her mother's anguished screams. That was when he woke up covered in sweat. He stood outside of the small cave watching the non-existent sun rise. The sandstorm had ceased and now all he wanted to do was make everyone get up and find Rukia. But that wasn't fair, they were helping him out. You know she's strong. Ichigo pet his head to the left to see Byakuya Kichiki standing next to him. I know. Then you shouldn't have a problem sleeping. Ichigo scoffed, he was one to talk, he couldn't sleep either, that's why he was talking to him. Neither should you. When I found out my sister was captured I arranged a rescue team and we set out. We snuck in and got what we came for. Of course, we helped you since you helped us. You'll never guess the shock and anger I had when I found out that my little sister was PRGN. I was angrier when she decided to keep that creation. He chose his words carefully, not wanting to provoke the spunky teenager. I could see that Rukia was happy, more than happy with that baby growing healthy. Small but healthy. Her eyes shone bright every time she would slide her stomach. I've never seen her eyes so bright, ever. When she got adopted she was a little shy and seemed like something was bugging her all the time. I knew she didn't have any friends, being as she was from Rukongai. Nobody from the academy wanted to associate with her. She finally began to get better when she met a certain vice captain in her squad. He was her only friend, I'm guessing, at that time. She even started smiling a little bit. It wasn't until a horrible accident happened that Rukia's vice captain died. She kept herself locked up for a few weeks in her room. At night I heard the screams from her nightmares. I was told what happened from her captain and he said it would be best to keep her in her room until she was ready to come out. When she broke out of her grieving spell she was hard and barely spoke to anyone. I wasn't much help to her because she looked too much like his Anna, especially with those sad eyes of hers. So I ignored her due to my own selfishness. It wasn't until she disappeared on Earth for a mission without telling me did I realize my foolishness and the effect it had on her. Byakuya turned to Ichigo now, that's why I know that she'll continue to stay strong for Emi. She won't let herself fall to weakness. She been through too much to fall down and cry. Especially with you by her side I know she'll keep her head up high. Without another word Byakuya walked back into the little cave where everyone was just now waking up. Within an hour everyone was walking through the blistering cold yet once again. Ichigo felt so much better after Byakuya's weird little past of Rukia speech. He just wanted to see Rukia and Emi both doing well and alive. He would kill all of these BSTRDS and end this. Everyone made it outside of the sand buildings of Hueco Mundo. The wind blew gently, only once in a while someone would complain about sand in their eyes. Ichigo turned around to face everyone. Alright, I think we'll split into groups. Byakuya, Renji, and Hitsugaya should go together. Matsumoto, Yumachika, Hisagi, Kira and Ikaku should all go together, and Kasuke, Yoruchi, Yururu, Jinta, and Tessai, you guys all go together. Ichigo turned to look at Orihime. Orihime, I want you to be with Yuryu, Chad and me. Take care of each other. Everyone nodded and got into their groups. I need you guys in groups to take out any Arrancar you can, stick together and don't hesitate to run should you need to. I'll send out a giant flare of Rietsu once I get Rukia and Emi. He could see the faces of disdain from being told what to do from a 15-year-old, but they all held their tongue and let Ichigo shuffle out plans because it was just easier this way. Plus Ichigo had a rather okay plan. They were to hold anyone off while Ichigo went in and grabbed Rukia and Emi. As soon as he had them they'd be off and gone. The war would begin later once everyone was trained and ready. It took hours but they finally made it inside of the mansion without running into anyone. Ichigo knew everyone was safe, for now, but he didn't know exactly how much time he had. They just kept running in the direction Ichigo was taking them. But he was only following Rukia's Reiatsu. It was weak, very weak, and his daughter's felt like it has been tampered with. It didn't feel normal at all but different completely. So you take one woman from us, we take another back to replace what you stole, and now you want to take her too? That voice. Ichigo thought as his eyes grew wide. Ulquiorra. Ichigo shouted, spinning around to face the voice. Ichigo blinked once and the masked man was gone. Santen Keshin. I reject. Orihime shouted. When Ichigo opened his eyes, the yellow barrier was protecting him. Ichigo acted fast and pulled Zangetsu out and flung himself at the Arrancar. Ulquiorra blocked with just a simple flick of his wrist. Ichigo rebounded off of his arm and came swinging back with a battle cry. Chad summoned his arm and came charging also with his massive fist lighting up with his Reiatsu at the tip of his fist. Yuryu summoned his Jinrei Kojaku and began shooting his Reiatsu arrows at the enemy. Being careful not to hit Ichigo. Orihime placed her fingers at the tips of her temples and shouted, Tsubaki, Koden Sanshun. Even though all of their efforts they just barely managed to fling him against the wall while Ichigo went in for a killing blow, but he was only able to cut his arm. Ulquiorra kicked Ichigo hard in the midsection and flung him across the hallway. Ichigo! Orihime screamed as she watched the orange-haired teen get flung and smashed into the wall. She expected to see his head get smashed in the wall but was surprised to see Grimmjow holding Ulquiorra off. Go! He shouted, looking straight in Orihime's eyes. Gr Grimmjow. She muttered, staring as he held the black-haired man off with his sword, struggling just to keep his feet on the ground. The sweat was running down his forehead from the strain. Go! What are you doing, Grimmjow? These are the enemy. Ulquiorra spoke softly as if he were not even fighting at all. Orihime, let's go. Yuryu yelled, picking Ichigo up and running along the pathway. Go, Orihime. Grimmjow shouted, still holding Ulquiorra back with all his strength. Arigato, Grimmjow. Orihime spoke softly and swiftly turned around to catch up to the others. She winced at hearing battle cries and smashing walls. Please be safe. XXXXXXXXXX. After healing Ichigo and his broken ribs, they were off running until Ichigo felt it, Rukia's Reiatsu. He stopped and stared at the wall. Ichigo? Orihime asked, stopping to stare at Ichigo. Something is here. He placed his hand against the wall. It's being blocked by a powerful Reiatsu. Chad muttered, feeling the wall also. It's Rukia. I'm sure. Ichigo cried, bending over to see a trap door on the floor. He pulled but to no avail, it didn't budge. Chad squatted and pulled the door open. Way to go, Chad. Ichigo smiled and jumped into the floor. Chad followed after, then Orihime and finally Yuryu, who was careful to shut the door behind them. They walked along the wet slimy walls, avoiding the small holes in the ground, and continued to follow Ichigo. I think that's it. You feel it, right? That powerful Reiatsu, it has to be someone guarding Rukia. Ichigo began to climb the ladder. Ichigo, are you sure we should be running so carelessly into the enemy's hands? Yuryu asked, watching Ichigo climb the steps. I have to get Rukia and my daughter back. I understand if you guys want to stay down here, but I need to get her back. Without waiting for an answer or a reply, he pushed the trapdoor open and looked up. He saw absolutely nothing but wall. He climbed through, feeling the powerful Reiatsu roam over his body. He helped everyone up and through the hole. But he was the first one to take a peek around the wall that was blocking his view. Then he saw it. His baby girl was huddled in a corner with a shiny yellow glowing light around her body. "Oh my God! Emi!" Ichigo shouted, running straight for the baby. Said girl looked up and sat up, not doing anything more than that. Ichigo ran to the barrier and felt it drawing back as it burnt his fingers. "Ichigo!" Orihime said, staring at the small baby, "She's scared." Ichigo nodded and leant down. "Hey baby, let me in, come on Emi." Ichigo closed his eyes and reached his hand out again. He expected a burning feeling on his fingers, but he felt nothing. He opened his eyes and gasped lightly. His hand was inside the barrier. How was that possible? Her barrier consists of your Rietsu too. If she is even slightly trusting of you, you have permission to enter. Yuryu explained. "Come here baby," Ichigo said, picking her up where she clung to him tightly. "I know sweetie, I know, God I've missed you so much." Ichigo whispered, hugging the child close to him, and gave her countless kisses. Orihime smiled at the way Ichigo was acting. It gave her chills. "Ichigo!" Chad gasped, pointing over to the other side of the room. Ichigo turned around expecting to see another enemy, but no, it was Rukia. "Rukia!" Ichigo handed Emi to Orihime, who took her tightly into her arms. Poor child was shaking. Ichigo ran up to Rukia and slid on his knees, cringing at the sight of his soon-to-be wife. Her skin was unbearably pale, her hair was matted with blood, her wrists and ankles were being cut into by ropes holding her down, and the worst part was the cloth in her mouth. It was covered with dry and wet blood. "Rukia," he said quietly, stroking her face, "baby." Her eyes opened very slowly. "Oh God." Rukia, quickly, yet carefully, he pulled the cloth out of her mouth. It was so dry with blood that it was stuck, and that made a painful shriek come from her. "God, what the hell did they do to you?" He yanked the cloth from her mouth, where a more powerful shriek came from her, but what Ichigo saw made his stomach turn. Her whole front of her outfit was full of blood, and when he looked down he could see her ankle was cut at the tendon. "Oh my God." Rukia. He sat up just a bit higher to examine her mouth. It was nearly black inside from so much blood, but something wasn't right. She wasn't talking. "Rukia. Let me see." He held her chin in his fingers and looked inside of her mouth, but it was covered in blood and it seemed a lot roomier. "Oh my FNG God. Oh F, God." Rukia. "Oh my God. Rukia." Ichigo stood up and hugged her softly yet firmly. His heart was breaking from the tears streaming down her cheeks. Those BSTRDs tortured her and ripped out her tongue. "Orihime. I need you to heal her," Ichigo shouted, taking Emi into his arms, holding her tightly. He could see Rukia's eyes roam over to where they stood, and again, his heart broke. "Soten kiss hun. I reject," Orihime shouted. Forming a barrier around Rukia, and immediately he saw the cuts heal themselves and the color returning to her cheeks, but most importantly, her tongue began to form back as it was before. After it was all done, Rukia was exactly the way she was before she was kidnapped, except for the blood on her clothes. "Thank you Inoue," Rukia said, smiling. She stood up and immediately ran into Ichigo's arms. She took Emi and held her tightly close to her chest as Ichigo held her. "I love you, I love you, I love you so much Rukia, I love you to death." Ichigo kept whispering over and over into her hair. Yuryu and Chad were keeping watch while Orihime stared at Rukia and Ichigo. She knew it was wrong, but the throbbing feeling kept filling inside her heart at their affection. She wanted to be in Rukia's place, holding on to Kurosaki-kun and having him whisper the sweet nothings into her ear. "I figured you'd be here sooner or later." A silky voice spoke from the other side of the room. Everyone gasped and looked up, but Ichigo just clutched Rukia and Emi harder. "Aizen, you sick BSTRD." Rukia had nothing but fear in her eyes as she clung helplessly to her child, cradling her tiny head. This man tortured her from the very start. He broke down so she was nothing but a shell carrying a useful item. He kidnapped her, broke down her barriers so she had to start all over with another man, and then tortured her physically. This man terrified her. "Aizen, you sick BSTRD, I'll FNG kill you." Ichigo growled, getting closer to Rukia and standing in front of her with Zangetsu ready to attack. That child belongs to me, I simply want it back. His voice was smooth and sickening. You can't just impregnate people and expect to keep the child. Ichigo had Zangetsu out and was shielding Rukia and Emi. You are most intriguing, Kurosaki Ichigo, but now is not the time for your games. With one swift movement without even blinking an eye, Aizen was gone. Sheet. Ichigo whispered, keeping an arm on Rukia. He continued to look around until he heard people running up through the corridor. It was Byakuya, Renji, and Hitsugaya. It was as fast as the speed of light that Byakuya was blocking Aizen from cutting open his neck. Hitsugaya and Renji jumped back from the spiritual pressure but quickly rebounded back to help Byakuya out. Ichigo turned to look at Yuryu and Chad. Guys, take Orihime out of here. Orihime, Ichigo said, turning to look at the orange-haired girl. You take Rukia, Emi out of here, keep them safe, guys. Ichigo stepped away from Rukia and Flash stepped over to the fighting men and caught Aizen's sword. Finally you join us, I was wondering when you were going to act. He drawled out. Shut up. Ichigo shouted, pressing his Zanpakuto harder. Everyone's attention was turned to Ulquiorra, who had just entered the room. He looked horribly battered but none the less ready to fight. Orihime's hand lifted to her mouth, gasping lightly. That could only mean one thing, Grimmjow lost. No. Byakuya, Renji, and Hitsugaya quickly began fighting with Ulquiorra before he had the chance to strike. Orihime. Let's go. Yuryu shouted, tending to Rukia and Emi. Rukia was making it difficult. She continually struggled. No. I can't leave Ichigo and my brother. Since the boys know there is no leaving, the entrances are blocked by two fighting parties. They take Rukia and Orihime and protect them in the back. The fighting gets too powerful for them to even breathe now. Emi is screaming at the top of her lungs and everyone is feeling powerless to do anything. And it is no wonder that Rukia's constant begging to be out in the battle is upsetting the child. The battlefield got bigger when Ichigo and Aizen broke through the wall, creating a much wider space to fight in. That was when Byakuya, Ichigo, Hitsugaya, and Renji all went straight to Bankai. The spiritual pressure kept Rukia in her place as to how weak she still is. Don't worry, Rukia, they'll be fine. Yuryu said, crouching next to her panting body. The spiritual pressure was starting to make her brow sweat. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Byakuya and Renji slice off each of Ulquiorra's arms. He ground out in pain but quickly slumped to the ground in defeat and knockout, but Byakuya didn't stop there and quickly stabbed the Arrancar in the center of his head. This did not go unnoticed by Aizen. He quickly shoved Ichigo out of the way to the ground and Flash stepped over to Byakuya, Renji, and Hitsugaya. The men quickly blocked Aizen off, but they were starting to struggle and take hits. Renji took a stab in the shoulder, Hitsugaya got stabbed in his abdomen and collapsed. Byakuya and Renji were still fighting him off but they were starting to falter. Ichigo finally got up off of the ground and quickly Flash stepped over to the three of them and stepped right in. Byakuya. Get Rukia and the others out of here. He shouted, shoving Aizen off of him. Byakuya felt it was his duty to help fight, but taking one look at his injured people and Rukia who can barely stand up made him rethink his actions. He quickly ran over to Hitsugaya and picked him up, dragging him over to the small group that was forming and motioned for Renji to follow them. Are you guys alright? Renji asked, holding onto his shoulder that was bleeding profusely. Rukia was not answering, she was simply trying to breathe properly and hold on to Emi without causing too much stress for her. Rukia is fine, she's just having a hard time watching you guys fighting. Yuryu announced. Okay, we're going to get you guys out of here, but first I need to take Rukia and Emi out of danger slowly. Chad, Yuryu, if you choose to you can take Orihime out of here. Byakuya explained, leaning low to help pick Rukia up. Yuryu and Chad nodded and took Orihime by the arms and led her out of the huge platform into the corridor. They kept low and close to the wall but they made it out. Renji, you go next with Hitsugaya, just get everyone to safety. Renji nodded and picked the fallen captain up and started to head out the exact same way the others went. Ichigo was keeping watch and blocked every time Aizen made a certain move. When Renji was finally out of view, Byakuya picked Rukia up, who was tightly holding Emi close to her chest. He looked both ways before taking off with Rukia in his arms using flash step, but Aizen was faster. "That child is not getting out of here." He yelled and used his hypnotic notion to seem as if Ichigo was still fighting him, but he was already on Byakuya's heels. "Bakudo first restraint." He shouted, trapping Byakuya's whole body in a restraint. He flung to the floor, dropping Rukia from his arms as they were trapped behind his body. He came crashing to the floor, hitting his chin and knocking him out cold. Rukia came crashing to the floor also. She slid across the floor, dropping her baby. She ignored the pain and weakness in her body as she shot up immediately to grab her screaming child. She cradled her to her chest and began to run towards the exit. She knew she couldn't leave her brother and Ichigo, but if it meant protecting her helpless child, then so be it. She ran. "Rukia, run!" Ichigo yelled out, flash stepping quickly over to Aizen. Aizen swung around, and for the first time since Ichigo fought against Aizen, he saw something in his eyes he has never seen before: animalistic fury and desperation. He tried to block, but it was too late. He felt the blade pierce his abdomen and go deeper, sliding across his skin, cutting so deep he no longer felt his lower body. He felt nothing but white-hot pain against his abdomen. He fell to the floor, trying against everything to get up, but he couldn't. His body was severed and only his spine attached him. Just like last time. Rukia, run! Ichigo screamed as loud as he could. Blood spilled from his mouth as a coughing fit took over. He watched in horror as his small girlfriend and child ran, and as they drew near to the exit, Aizen was already there waiting for them before they knew it. He watched Rukia stop instantly and began to run the other way, but it was too late. Aizen's hand caught her tiny arm and drew her to him. "Leave her alone, you motherfucker!" Ichigo shouted so loud he swore his lungs were filling with blood from the pressure. His eyes widened as he watched Rukia hold onto her child as if her life depended on it, but it did no good as Aizen stabbed her stomach, loosening her grip on the screaming, crying child. No! In horror he watched as their child was wrenched from Rukia's arms. He left her to bleed from her stomach, but she would not give up. She used what little strength she had to grab onto his arm and yank so she was able to see her child once more. But Aizen would not let her get away twice. "No, Rukia, run!" Ichigo screamed hoarsely. Terrified and angry that he could not move, he watched as Aizen's blade was brought down into Rukia's chest. She paused for a moment, sputtering up blood and gripping tightly to his robes. Ichigo felt as if his life died with Rukia in that moment as he watched Aizen rip the sword from her chest and brought it down once more, ripping open her chest more. That did it, the final killing blow. His soon-to-be wife fell to the ground dead, her chest ripped open. There were no words spoken from Ichigo. He could not speak, he had nothing left to say. He was in shock, and it felt as if he were living a horrible nightmare. That was until he heard Emi's loud shriek. Emi may be an infant, but she knows her mother is horribly hurt. Her screaming broke his heart. They were all going to die, and he failed to protect his family, he failed to protect his honor, and he failed to protect her. His eyes widened when he saw a huge glowing light encase his small child, sort of what looked like when Inoue used her shield with her powers. Aizen started screaming a loud shrill cry as he dropped Emi to fall on top of Rukia, the light gone from Emi, but only a dull light that looked like the moon's light emitted from her as she clung to her dead bloody mother. Ichigo looked up fearfully, watching as Aizen screamed hoarsely. There on his arms is what should have been hands, but they were gone, they have been burned off completely, only leaving bloody stumps. But his screams were silenced as he watched Aizen's head lop off and roll next to Rukia's feet. He averted his astonished gaze to what had happened and saw Byakuya standing there, breathing hard with his Zanpakuto steadying his staggering form. His mouth was bloody and he looked tired, but he did it, the son of a beach did it, he killed Aizen. Emi must have disabled whatever protection Aizen had for Byakuya to sneak in that killing blow. Byakuya took one look at Rukia and closed his eyes, clutching his fist together before he stumbled over to Ichigo and dropped on the ground. Both were aware of the small crying coming from the baby. Don't. Rukia, she needs help before me. Ichigo choked out, blood spilling from his lungs as they bled internally. She's dead, he said quietly as he carefully rolled Ichigo over. He ground out in pain as he watched his insides spill out from the large gash. As quickly as he received the gash, it was quickly healed up with Byakuya's Kido. You might not want to move too quickly, you might reopen the wound. I did the best I could, he explained, and for once Ichigo's heart went out to the man. He looked so heartbroken, and how could he not? They failed to protect the one they loved. He pet his head up to see Rukia still laying there as she first fell to her death, and his baby girl laying in the crook of Rukia's bloody neck, hugging her tightly. It broke his heart. He sighed and slowly sat up, looking at Byakuya. He still sat there on his knees, not even glancing Rukia's way. Ichigo wished to all the gods in the universe that he never had to look at Rukia's face. It was too hard, but he had to be strong for Emi, for his baby girl that still had a life his wife gave to her. He stumbled over to his broken family and fell to his knees next to Emi as the tears finally came. Finally the shock was gone and the pain set in. Rukia was gone, dead, never coming back. Dead. Come on baby, let's go home. He chalked out as he placed his hand on the baby's shoulder. It was amazing how this child could do so much for being just an infant. What was going through her head? Was she a genius? Was she really that much of a powerful creation that she could prevail over even Aizen himself? He chalked out another sob as he shook Emi's shoulder once more, trying to get her to move so he could pick her up easily without having to look at Rukia's face. It was horrible, but if he looked at her, he'd be haunted for the rest of his life. Emi. Come on. Something wasn't right. Every time he nudged the child, she just stayed in the position he nudged her in. She wasn't moving. That strange moonlight glow is gone, and her back wasn't moving for air. Emi. He cried desperately, picking the baby up in his arms now. The baby wasn't moving, she wasn't breathing, and she wasn't alive. His baby was dead. Oh God. He whispered, feeling his resolve drain away. His baby girl was dead, along with his wife, Emi. He screamed, clutching the tiny frame to his chest, sobbing as he rocked back and forth holding the infant close. Byakuya, alarmed at Ichigo's cries, scurried forward only to sink back down to his knees at the sight of his dead sister and dead niece. His resolve was cracking easily too. He closed his eyes, letting the silent tears fall. He hasn't cried since his Anna died. My baby, my little girl. Rukia, God. I love you both. Ichigo sobbed, setting his little girl gently down next to Rukia's chest and lay down to hug them both as he cried his soul and heart out. His world is crushed and broken. Ichi. A tiny voice broke out beneath him. Ichigo sat up quickly, wiping at his eyes to see if what he heard was real. Byakuya lifted his head quickly, also not believing his ears. It was indeed Rukia, with her eyes open, with her little arm reaching up to touch Ichigo's knee. Those beautiful dark violet indigo eyes that he knew he'd never see again was staring him straight in the face, full of life and questions. Oh God, baby. Ichigo whispered, drawing Rukia close to his chest as he cried in her hair. His eyes widened as he pulled her away and inspected her wounds. They were gone, every little tiny cut on her petite body was gone, any sign of damage on her pale skin was gone. And as he looked down to his beautiful daughter, he knew what that moonlight was. It was his special, powerful daughter. She somehow used what she had as power to heal Rukia, and either took her place in Rukia's death, or used all of her strength to heal her mother. Is my baby. She couldn't say it. Rukia knew exactly what happened, and it broke his heart to tell her. It broke his heart to know that he failed to protect his family. Byakuya watched in heartache as Rukia clung to Ichigo, crying her heart out, cradling their child between their chests, holding on tightly at the life that was so brilliant and blessed, at the life that was once a creation and quickly became their beloved daughter. They both cried, holding their daughter, Emi Masaki Kurosaki, their darling child. The funeral for Emi was held a month after they were all safely returned home and treated. Rukia and Ichigo cried more than they ever have in their life. Everyone was heartbroken for the couple for the loss of their baby. Isshin and the twins broke down when they heard of the death of the tiny child. Such a small soul, but she was a hero. She saved the life of Rukia Kurosaki. They tried everything. They stayed holding Emi for hours until Byakuya dragged them away. Orihime even tried reviving the small child, but it wouldn't work. Their baby was dead. After the funeral, Rukia found out she was pregnant, but the happiness she should have felt was void. The life Rukia once held was gone. She rarely spoke and she rarely came out of their room. Byakuya tried everything to get her help in counseling, but nothing helped. The guilt she felt for the death of Emi was eating her alive. Ichigo was suffering horribly also. He got straight A's as usual, but he never spoke to anyone at school. Ichigo and Rukia were married shortly after the funeral of Emi, but they both knew that their lives were broken and it meant nothing. The ceremony consisted of Isshin, the twins, Byakuya, and some close friends. It wasn't a happy ceremony at all. Ichigo tried beyond hope to make it a joyous ceremony, but Rukia was a broken shell. The months carried on and life got harder for Ichigo. Not only did he feel like he was losing his will to live, but without Rukia to help him out for the loss of their child, he also had nobody to help him through the loss of his wife, in a sense. Rukia was now 8 months pregnant and due in about 4 to 6 weeks. It was late August and the weather was perfect. Ichigo watched her sit by the window. In their room inside. She would never speak to him, only mutter small amount of words. She never smiled. When Ichigo needed comfort from her, she never gave it. In fact, they never made love anymore. They never kissed either. Ichigo tried. He would move in to kiss her softly, but she always moved her head away so he'd hit her cheek. When he'd hold her chin in his hand and captured her lips, she would never reciprocate. Their love, like their daughter, was dead. Give her time. A quiet voice spoke behind him. Ichigo turned around to face the man and glared. Just how long am I supposed to wait? I'd wait until the end of time for her, but the truth is, Byakuya, I think, well, I know our love is dead. She feels guilt for Emi. I know she's handling this wrong, but I've tried everything myself to help out. Byakuya explained, leaning against the wall. I love her to death and I love Emi, but there is nothing in our power we can do to bring her back. The only thing to do is to love her for the small amount of time she was on this planet and think of her as a hero. But every time I explain this to Rukia, she rolls over on bed and ignores me. Truth is, I believe Rukia is going to leave me once this baby is born. Byakuya was silent for a moment before giving the orange-haired teen a knowing look. She is. What? Ichigo's brown eyes widened. She told me that she is going to leave Earth once the baby is born. She's going back to Soul Society. She's leaving the child with you, Anne. I know what she is planning. She won't tell me, but I know I can read her, and I can't stop her but lock her up for the rest of her life in a locked-up room in the 4th Division. She can't take it anymore, Ichigo. She's too burdened with guilt. It finally ate her soul away. Suicide. Ichigo whispered, leaning against the wall, and slid to the ground, cupping his head in his hands. Yes, it hurts. I know how it feels to lose a loved one, but Rukia's heart isn't in it anymore. She wants you to be happy with all of her heart, and she knows staying with you when she is nothing but a shell is killing you. If she's dead, I am nothing. He whispered harshly, knowing she was still in the room just beyond the hallway. He couldn't care less that tears were streaming down his cheeks. He tried everything to have Rukia back, his beautiful feisty Rukia. But she died the night Emi died. The loss of their child broke their marriage and it destroyed their love. Not because they wanted it to be that way, but because of how much it hurts to go through that much pain. It was impossible to not be affected by it. I am truly sorry for your loss, Kurosaki, and I am equally sorry for the damage of your marriage. Byakuya turned away and began walking out of the house, leaving Ichigo to his pain. The orange-haired teen shook his head and kept his head on his knees, silently sobbing. She can't do this to him. She can't leave him by himself to raise a child. She can't be selfish. How dare she? He loves her and she dares to leave him by himself with a child while she runs off and ends her pain while he still suffers. He knew he was being selfish in a sense. Rukia was suffering beyond knowing their child was dead because of her. Their whole life was f-ed. He stood up, he needed to look at her, just feel her skin under his touch, just hold her. He walked into the room and stopped as he saw her clutching her huge stomach, wincing in pain. Rukia. He rushed over to her and fell to his knees. Is it the baby? You okay? My water just broke. She said slowly. Sheet. Alright, come on, we'll get you to the hospital. Ichigo said, picking Rukia up carefully, and began walking towards the car. Dad. Yuzu Karen, Rukia is having the baby, let's go. Ishiin and the twins came running out and quickly got in the car with Ichigo and Rukia already in the back of the SUV. Rukia decided that for this birth Rukia wanted it to be at Soul Society, so to the Urahara shop they drove. The twins and Ishin would wait at the shop while Rukia and Ichigo quickly left for Soul Society. Now Ichigo thought bitterly, that was just so she can hand the baby to him and leave forever. Everyone knew she was being selfish, but they can't force her to do anything when her heart isn't in it anymore. No more will to go on, not even the new thought of a new baby. And Ichigo knew nothing he said would make Rukia change her mind. Rukia didn't want a new baby, she wanted her Emmy back. She wanted to give up and never think of the pain she caused anymore. But Ichigo is different. He knew that it was his fault also, but for this new life that was growing in her body only meant new beginnings, and he was not going to give up, because Ichigo is not afraid of living, he is not afraid of continuing on, and he is definitely not afraid of starting over. He loves Rukia to death, and if death for her will make her pain end, then he will live on for her and always embrace her memory. It hurt, it was a sick, twisted thought, but that's how it was sometimes. He doubted she really is going to decide on suicide. He can't just imagine such a strong and brilliant woman go out that easily. More than likely Rukia is going to leave and live in Soul Society for a while, and then once she's had a long time think, she will come back. Maybe. He was so lost in his thought he never noticed that they were already at the Urahara shop. Byakuya was there and quickly acted by grabbing Rukia and leading the way to Soul Society. Ichigo followed also and waved goodbye to his family. The men quickly stepped out to the 4th Division and were helped immediately. They brought Rukia to Captain Unohana and set her down in a designated room that was being prepared just for her. Oh. I thought I sensed your spiritual pressure, I got things ready quickly. Come, set her down. When she was set down, Byakuya put a hand on Ichigo's shoulder and gave him a nod and left. Unohana walked over to Rukia and started taking her temperature. Are you feeling normal, Rukia? Like last time, or are you feeling worse? Rukia huffed and puffed for a few seconds before nodding, like last time, normal. I just need this baby out. She ammed, clutching the bed sheets. Alright, well, let's get started then. The female doctor said, standing and smiling. It was hours of waiting for Rukia's body to adjust to the baby once again. He never once left her side. He would sit by her and slide her wrists and pat her hair, kiss her forehead and give her words of encouragement. He hasn't been able to touch her like this in so long. It felt right, and it felt amazing. There were even times when she would reach out and take his hand in hers. It was time now for his wife to start pushing. She never screamed, she uttered small grunts and cries, but she never screamed, and she held on to his hand the whole time, trying her best to not squeeze his hand. Unohana was there to always shout words of encouragement to Rukia as she pushed with all her might. Tears were pouring down Rukia's cheeks, and it broke his heart to know she was hurting, not just physically but mentally as well. She was breaking inside, and all he could do was watch as he was doing now. Yes. One more, Rukia. Rukia inhaled deeply and began giving one final push with all her might. She was shaking and fresh tears began to fall, but she never uttered a scream. And just like the last time, it was heard, a fresh cry broke out into the silence. Their baby. Rukia slumped back exhausted but content. And for the first time since he last saw Rukia and made love to her before she was kidnapped, a smile was on her face, and oh God, how beautiful she looked in that moment, how radiant and maternal she looked in that moment. How he missed his wife. Ichigo leant down and kissed Rukia on the forehead as he watched Unohana take their baby girl away and out of sight. After a 4th Division member cleaned Rukia up and gave her fresh sheets, she was laying on her side with Ichigo by her side, stroking her soft hair, leaning close to her face. "You were wonderful," Ichigo whispered, stroking her hair and lightly running his lips over her forehead. He felt as if he could cry at this moment. He really hasn't been able to touch his own wife this way in forever. He smiled as he pulled her hair back and kissed her ear lightly. "How are you feeling?" he asked softly against her ear. "Ichigo." She rolled over to face him so he was hovering just above her. "I'm so sorry I caused so much pain." Her voice was soft and light. Ichigo's heart broke in that moment. Were they going to return to normal as they could? "Oh baby, baby, nothing you say will ever have me stay mad at you. I will love you until the end of time," he cried, cupping her gently around the shoulders and hugging her tightly. He felt wetness on his shoulder and knew she was crying. "I'm so sorry, I thought you hated me when Emmy died, and I felt as if I were talk to you I'd only drive you away." "Were you really going to do it?" he asked, pulling her away to look her in the eyes, and he saw nothing but confusion. "Do what? Off yourself in Soul Society and leave the baby with me?" She froze for a moment, thinking over his words before she smiled slightly. "Who told you that?" "Byakuya." He suddenly felt stupid. She cupped his cheek and forced him to look at her. "Byakuya may not act it, but he likes you and he doesn't want me to leave, so he made up some story to make you act. I was planning on leaving you, and going to Soul Society with the new baby because I felt that you no longer wanted to be around me, but I would never leave you alone and end my life. Emmy gave her life to me for a reason, for me to go on living like she wanted." Ichigo felt like a fungy pansy, but he choked and began sobbing on Rukia's shoulder. He was so happy. His wife, his new daughter, and the love for his Emmy was fresh and reopening. God, how much he hurt and happy at the same time. "Ichigo. Rukia." They both looked up and Ichigo quickly wiped his tears away, feeling ashamed, but Captain Unohana never once made them feel uncomfortable. "Do you know when your child was conceived?" They both looked at each other until Ichigo spoke up. "It had to be about a week before Rukia was taken." "Wrong." Both of their eyes widened slightly in confusion. What did it matter when their baby was conceived? She was conceived the day Emi Masaki Kurosaki died. If their eyes were wide before, they were broad now. How is that possible? There must be a mistake," Ichigo said, looking at Rukia. "There is no mistake," she spoke as she walked towards the bed Rukia laid in, and now they could see what the captain was holding, their new baby. "Do you know how much this child weighs?" It was silent for a moment as Retsu handed Rukia the newborn baby as soon as she sat up. 4 pounds, and 5 ounces. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling where this was going. "Correct, when Emmy was born she weighed 4 pounds and 5 ounces, didn't she?" Ichigo nodded slowly, not really knowing what to think. Every time Emmy's name was mentioned he felt like breaking down, but this was different. This was Hope. "Ichi." His small wife's voice broke as she called him. He turned his head to look at her and saw tears running down her cheeks as she stroked their new baby's thigh. "Look at these moles and birthmarks." He looked and he saw, but it couldn't be possible. Could it? The baby had a huge tuft of black hair, her little legs were chubby, and right there on her thigh was a circle of birthmarks that Rukia used to kiss on Emmy all the time. On her chest was a little crescent moon-shaped birthmark that was also on Emmy but was on their new baby also. In fact, everything that this baby has is what Emmy had. "Emmy?" Ichigo croaked out, feeling fresh hot tears spring to his eyes. Rukia looked up at him, smiling wide with tears spilling freely as she nodded happily to Ichigo and brought her hand up to kiss him, passionately smiling all the more. Happiness flooded the young parents as they embraced and kissed, crying and laughing. "Byakuya told me the child's true powers, and I do truly believe that this child sacrificed herself to bring you back to life, she said, referring to Rukia as soon as they broke apart from kissing. Because she sacrificed herself, I believe her power was able to regenerate and reborn herself back into her mother. Congratulations Rukia and Ichigo Kurosaki, your little Emi Masaki Kurosaki is alive once again. The tears of happiness never stopped that day, and even Byakuya had a huge smile as he watched the young couple. So that's how it is, the power of this child was so unlike any other, she was able to be reborn once again. Rukia and Ichigo had a rocky path, but a love like theirs could only be rebuilt. And now that they have their baby girl back, they were more than thankful for each other. Nothing could ruin their lives anymore.